Merchant did, Kyler countered. She bid back her argument that his knowledge seemed not to be common since her suspicions of him still baffled her. One man out of the dozens of people who were here last night is pretty good odds. It only takes one, Raylan cut in, voice hard. One of the wrong kind to notice who you are and place a target on your back. I don't understand, she powered on, anger rising with the sting that they weren't being entirely upfront with her. Why are you all so afraid of someone finding out I'm an Ashfire? Keep your voice down, Livia scolded. The condescending tone flashed a white rage so fast, it seemed to come out of nowhere and was perhaps a wildly inappropriate reaction. Faythe couldn't understand herself in that moment, and worse, she couldn't stifle it. It struck a hard beat of her heart and slicked a growing heat over her body, as if a blanket of power had begun to crawl over the surface before seeping into her skin. Faythe twisted and stood from her chair. The sudden urge to distance herself from anyone she risked harming made her take wordless, hurried steps from the room, feeling she risked doing something she would most definitely regret. Faythe barely heard the voice call after her, only faintly registering a presence behind. She entered her room, breathing heavily, and began a short pace back and forth as if it would calm her. Faythe, what's wrong? It was Raylan. Of course it was. Faythe clamped her eyes shut at the shallow fire that caught in her veins, her palms. I don't know, she breathed. She started to tremble in panic. I think you should leave. It was a familiar feeling, the feeling of being overwhelmed, overpowered. I don't want to hurt you. Her palms, why did they tingle with a sweet burn? Flipping them over, Faythe gasped in horror at the twin glowing marks within them, faint, but she already knew what the symbol was. The mark of Marvellus. She stumbled back, but was caught by a firm force. I've got you, Raylan said, his touch sliding under her arms until her hands upturned in his palms. Slowly, she felt him, just like she did in High Pharaoh. Faythe felt his presence within like a cool wave over her blazing, untamed fire. It was his ability, taking some of the power that raged inside to allow her to calm herself and take back control. Faythe closed her eyes and leaned against him, using all her focus to reel back her power before it could spiral too far. He was saying something in her ear. She couldn't make out the words, but his voice and the soothing rumble against her back kept her grounded and present. Her breaths came easier, and the fire dipped, her palms no longer tingling with the sensation of an insatiable essence. When she opened her eyes and dared a glance at her hands still within Raylan's, a whoosh of air left her that there was no glowing marks within her palms. I don't know what happened, she admitted, shocked at the short pulse of energy now she'd returned to her normal self. She twisted out of Raylan's hold. He was perplexed with concern. It was like High Pharaoh. He nodded. Faythe's pulse was fast, her breath still reeling from the short surge of energy that clung to her. You didn't bring it with you, did you? Raylan asked carefully. The ruin. Faythe stared at him wide-eyed, mustering a shake of her head. Of course not. Raylan was wary and deeply worried. Perhaps it has something to do with the upcoming solstice, the ascension. Maybe it's manifesting your power from your spiritual bloodline. The solar eclipse that would allow Dakotas to ascend. A shudder rattled her body. Faythe was unsure why it would cause her power to stir without her calling, but she supposed it could make sense. Aurealis warned me that the ruins respond to chaos. that I would need to get a hold of my negative sentiments to be able to channel the power they offer, or they would consume me. Raylan took a long breath in contemplation. I suppose the others should be warned against pissing you off in the meantime. She huffed out a laugh that turned to a chuckle, then ceased to a dry sob of frustration. Her hands rubbed her face. Despite her perfectly long rest, the short surge of energy was enough to make her contemplate a nap. Raylan moved, arms wordlessly going around her, and they stood like that for a long moment. She was beginning to believe he was right, and however ridiculous it seemed that they were concerned about her walking around a humble town, she didn't have it in her to fight them on it. I think I'll stay up here, she muttered. She should apologize for her abrupt, dramatic exit. She would, but right now, all she wanted was to lie in bed until nightfall, when she hoped the pirate Gus would be lounging in his usual spot as he'd promised. I think I will too. Faythe couldn't be sure how long she dozed off for. This time when she awoke, she still lay against a familiar solid warmth. The scent that wrapped her made her want to lie in that blissful, comforting space for an eternity. She couldn't remember the last thing they talked about as she drifted off to the low murmur of Raylan's voice when his words began to blur. She tilted her head back, and when he caught her eye, the small smile he offered momentarily stole her breath. "Hi," she whispered, finding her throat dry from sleep. Faythe rose into a sitting position, rubbing her tired eyes as she adjusted to the faint light in the room. A candle burned on the table, and twisting to glimpse out the small window, she confirmed it was nightfall from glimpsing the bright moon. "You've been out all day." Raylan spoke her blanched thought. Faythe blinked. She didn't think she was that tired. Meeting his eyes, deep concern lay in his sapphire orbs, laced with a hint of fear. "What's wrong?" she asked, seeing there was something disturbing on his mind. He shook his head lightly. "I just don't understand it. Why you harbor such a power that can barely be withstood by your body." Because she was human was what he didn't say. Raylan had voiced the biggest argument she had against Aurealis's claims. She was the only one who could stop her sister's spirits. Faythe was weakened by an episode of unchecked power, and it rallied her anxiety like nothing else to think she didn't possibly stand a chance against Marvellus if she ever came face to face with the evil spirit. "Your new friend is downstairs," Raylan admitted quietly, diverting the topic, and she had to wonder if he could hear when her thoughts started dangerously spiraling. "I would rather we didn't engage with him at all. But if you think he might somehow have answers that could help you," he trailed off, clearly troubled by the mystery of her very existence. It twisted her gut to see him so concerned, and to know she was the cause. Somehow she wished she could suppress it, could appear stronger for his sake. She felt like a feeble failure, and the truth was near crushing. "How do you know?" "The others have been checking in. I explained what happened. They know everything, Faythe, before now, about High Pharaoh and what you told me about the spirits and you. They had to know." Faythe took his hand resting on her thigh as she sat on the edge of the bed and tucked it behind her. She offered a smile, the best she could muster in her somber mood. She understood and wasn't shy for the others to know everything. She imagined they still had a million questions about it all, as did she. "They're down there with him just now. I believe they've actually had enough civil conversation to be in the midst of a game of cards." Faythe chuckled, and she felt him loosen with a smile of amusement. With a deep breath, She stood and tried to wipe the short events of the day from her mind. She was stretching her dormant muscles when Raylan stood by her. "Are you sure you're feeling okay?" Faythe nodded, her smile genuine. She was fine, physically, though her nerves were rattled by the thought of facing everyone downstairs, sheepishly apologizing for her all-day absence, and speaking with the strange sea merchant who set a wave of unease in her. But Faythe put on a brave face. There was no time to be cowardly. The excited, drunken clamor hit her just like the night before. Faythe wrung her hands together, and Raylan must have noticed, because his hand went to her lower back as they entered the front room. It was bustling like the night before, with hardly any space to maneuver, and hardly any spare tables or seats. Faythe winced at the noise, thinking she should have perhaps taken a few minutes longer after waking peacefully in Raylan's warmth. He guided her through the crowd, mostly humans who parted willingly where there was space to do so at the sight of Raylan, who towered over them. Faythe spotted their friends through the gaps of bodies a few feet away. They were laughing, and the sight relaxed her tenseness. Even Reuben held on to a small fan of cards with his boyish, dimpled smile she hadn't seen in too long. Kylier, Isaiah, and Augustine were the other players, while Livia perched in Kylier's lap, idly twirling strands of his brown hair around her fingers. Isaiah was the first to notice them. "Ah, there's our sleeping beauty." Faythe flushed a shade of red, but tucked herself into the bench he scooted along while Raylan sat by her. "Sorry," she felt the need to say. "Did I miss anything?" Isaiah waved a hand, sluggish enough that she eyed the empty tankards around them. "Not at all, but you do have some catching up to do." As if reading her thoughts, he swiped one up, wiggling it to signal it was empty. Faythe bit her lip in amusement. She had never seen any of them drunk, and thought they were in for an interesting night. When she turned her head again, Gus was looking at her with the same twinkle of mischief folded with wonder that meant she could never be sure what he was thinking. "I'm glad you didn't run off, or we wouldn't have gotten the chance to have a proper talk," he said, plucking a card from his deck and placing it down. Kylier groaned. Livia giggled, but she decided on a counter card from the deck Kai held, placing it down in the same manner. Gus raised a brow, giving her a short nod of approval. Faythe knew the game. Actually, she believed she was somewhat good at it, despite relying a lot on luck and the odds of the stack. It brought a smile of mischief to mind at the memory, as it was the same game she was in the midst of, clearly too drunk, when she got herself and Jack-on banned from the inn in Farrowhold. It was bittersweet to reflect on the night, as her heart pined for her dearest friend. What would they be doing in High Farrow without her? She only hoped he and Marlowe were happy, living out perfectly carefree and safe lives in her absence. The thought of seeing them again was what willed Faythe to see this trip through to the end and back. "You grabbed my interest enough to want to hear you out," Faythe said casually. A barmaid came over, swiftly maneuvering around the table to collect the empty tankards and replace them with full ones. Ale wasn't Faythe's drink of choice, but she eagerly grasped the tankard, grateful for anything to take off the edge of anxiety. She held in her wince at the first bitter gulp. Gus chuckled deeply. "I get that a lot." "I bet you do." He eyed her over his cards, eyes trailing over her and down to her hip. "A fine blade you wield," he observed. She felt Raylan stiffen, and she knew the sea merchant's attention on her would be alerting every overprotective nerve in his stupidly overcautious body. It was reflected in his hand that always seemed to find its way around her. That part she didn't mind. Welcomed, even. "Thank you," Faythe replied, trying not to be rattled by his odd comment.
"The key,"
he muttered, so casual as he looked over his cards and shuffled the order while Isaiah took his turn. Faythe's heart skipped a beat. "What do you know of it?" A curl formed on his mouth, but he still didn't engage eye contact.
"I know many things, Faythe."
Faythe clamped her fists shut in irritation that he was dancing around direct answers. Perhaps he sought to gain something from them. Coin? Weapons? She was waiting for the shoe to drop.
"You know what you are, correct?"
he drawled. She realized then the cards he held weren't the only game in play tonight. This man was crafty in his questions, as if waiting for her to spill too much. She wondered if that was how he collected such a trove of knowledge, by getting people to admit things they believed he already knew. "I know exactly who I am," Faythe ground out. Gus rumbled with laughter, eyes sliding to hers with a gleeful sparkle for just a second.
"I don't believe that was what I asked."
"You'd best watch what you ask and how you ask it, pirate," Raylan warned. Everyone had their play, and the turn spun back to Gus. He looked over his cards before his eyes locked on Faythe's. His smirk almost creased his blue eyes.
"Why don't you tell me which card to play, Faythe?"
Her brow pinched. Seconds passed. Then ice doused her all at once, and she turned completely rigid, spine straightening. She held his look, and his smile broadened to the other side as he knew she'd figured it out. How could he know? It didn't make any sense. She was human, as was he. How could he know what impossibility dwelled within her when very few did? Faythe's heart was wild, but not afraid. Strangely, she felt exhilarated, as if she didn't need to explain it to this man. Didn't need to hide. Despite not knowing his intentions yet, Faythe was determined not to yield to his unusual knowledge and grant him the upper hand. She decided to join the game. Carefully, she tested Gus's mind for entry, and found it wide open. Her eyes dropped to the spread of cards in play on the table. She pondered for a few seconds, back and forth. "Red Queen Diamond," she settled. Everyone whipped their heads to her. Raylan shifted, knowing what she had done. Gus's smile was feral as he plucked and placed the card she chose. Livia turned a card from the spare stack. It filled a suit, buying him another turn. "Black 8 spade," she continued. He obliged, and the next maneuver put him in a very comfortable position. "Whose side are you on?" Isaiah complained, looking over his deck hopelessly. Either he was too drunk or miserable at cards, as his face gave away that he was already a losing player. Kyler remained stern, Livia bemused, and Reuben grinned in amusement.
"Impressive,"
Gus commented. "Which part?"
"All of you."
Faythe smiled coyly and took a long drink of her ale. Setting it down, she leaned on the table on her forearms, her confidence rising, maybe thanks to the slight buzz of alcohol. As she shifted, Raylan's hand landed on her thigh. Instead of grazing, he subtly lifted it to hook it over his own under the table, while his arm pulled her into his side so she was partially on his lap. If he leaned forward too, his chin could rest on her shoulder. He didn't. Raylan reclined against the tall back of the booth, one hand idly circling the rim of his tankard, while the other lightly stroked her inner thigh. She couldn't be sure why it surged strength and pride within her. "Now," she said, "let's cut the bullshit and get to it, shall we?" Chapter 43. Faythe. "How is it that you know about me?" Faythe questioned. Gus reorganized his fan of cards.
"You're not asking the right questions, Faythe. Try again," he said,
not meeting her eye. Her fingers tightened around the tankard she cupped in both palms. Every time her irritation flared, Raylan responded with a slow trail of his fingers along her inner thigh, either to soothe or distract. Probably both, as heat formed at her apex every time he moved. "Where have you seen eyes like mine before?" she tried. Gus arched an eyebrow.
"It was a long time ago,"
he answered.
"A woman in need of passage to a particular griffin kingdom. She figured sea would be safer than land. She was quite adamant to remain unseen."
Faythe's pulse was a hard beat. "Do you know her name?"
"I thought we were past playing. Why don't you ask what you suspect? Was it your mother?"
Another stroke of Raylan's fingers. Faythe took a breath, then another drink. Gus answered anyway.
"Yes, it was Liliana Ackland Sarah I came across on the harbors of Ryanel's outskirt town, Tamrest, around 2 decades ago. I had lived in High Faro a couple of years, longest I'd stayed in one place, and offered the passage she sought in exchange for my stories. She, too, was of a rather spirited sort,"
he said in a way that tried and failed not to be an insult. "Black Knight's spade," Faythe cut in, dividing her attention between him and the game. "What did you both speak of?" His blue eyes flicked to hers. Hesitantly, he pulled a card and placed it.
"It would take far more nights than the one we have to recall everything. You need to be more specific."
"What do you know of our gift?"
"What I know is that you should not refer to hers and yours as one and the same."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean what I said."
Raylan's hand gave a gentle squeeze as he concluded. "Liliana only had the night-walking ability. Faythe has will over a person's conscious mind, too." Gus gave a small nod.
"Indeed. Have you ever wondered why that is?"
"I'm an heir of Marvellus." Faythe spilled the knowledge, immediately cursing that she'd fallen for his verbal slight. Raylan's fingers halted on the rim as he waited for Gus's reaction. The twitch of a smile on the sea merchant's face gave away his triumph.
"That you are, as was she."
"Redford Diamond."
"Are you sure?"
"Positive." Faythe reached over to reorganize the game. "Then why didn't she have conscious abilities like mine?" Gus smirked and played her chosen card.
"Now I believe you are asking the right questions."
Heir grumbled.
"Seriously, Faythe, you could sabotage him instead of wiping the floor with us."
He lazily picked his counter-move. Raylan chuckled lightly behind her, the movement of his hand a caress of pride, and Faythe couldn't fight her smile of amusement. "Our allegiance seems to have strayed," Isaiah added, and then he folded all his cards, eyeing someone. Faythe followed his line of sight to find a beautiful fey male with dirty blonde hair glancing in their direction. Beautiful, but darkly alluring. Isaiah stood. "I'm in need of a refill." Faythe smirked, and the others rolled their eyes as he picked up his full tankard before sauntering off. She turned her attention back to the sea merchant. "It's because of my blood?" Faythe asked. "From both a bloodline blessed and a direct descendant of Marvellus?" He pointed a finger at her.
Exactly. Your mother only had the direct descendant line, as your grandmother would have, and so forth. But you are not the only line of descendants. Having your father of the bloodline blessed merge with her direct line, do you know what that makes you?
Faythe shook her head, and Gus leaned forward, eyes full of wonder.
A miracle, Faythe. Not just an heir, but a true heir of Marvellus. One of only two to ever exist since she ascended near 1,000 years ago.
Faythe blanched, heart racing and mouth drying out completely. There was another like me?
Gus nodded. I believe she lived near 500 years ago. I cannot be certain what became of her. There are very few scriptures to still exist that mention anything to do with the spirits, just as she intended, for it could work gravely against her plans if they fell into the wrong hands.
He spoke of Marvellus with his first note of fear, and Faythe's body tingled with dread.
What you are means something great, to her and to the world. But you should not be afraid of her stopping you.
Faythe shuddered involuntarily.
You should be afraid of her capturing you.
Faythe trembled. Straightening, her shoulder pressed to Raylan's chest, and his arms circled around her instead. What would she want with me? Gus was halfway to drawing a card. No. He halted. Blackjack, then red 5 heart. He eyed her, then the spread. Everyone else seemed to arrive at the same conclusion. It would be near impossible for him not to win in the next round or two. Kyler folded with a groan. Reuben followed with a shallow chuckle. Faythe couldn't muster an ounce of triumph. She was so on edge for answers. With a chuckle, Gus placed the cards she'd chosen, then folded the others as everyone had backed out. He took a long drink of his ale.
I cannot be certain, I'm afraid, but I do believe it has something to do with your blood and those you call the Dark Fae.
Everyone stiffened at the mention, and she felt it like a blow to the gut. Kyler leaned in with Livia.
So, it's true then. The Dark Fae rise again. That is what people whisper. They have been rising for thousands of years, but have found a way to multiply the numbers of their race by creation rather than reproduction,
he said, the knowledge not disturbing him nearly as much as it did her.
A new dark age may be coming.
A slow sheet of ice began to prick Faythe's skin, as she recalled the brief mention of the history Nick and Raylan relayed in the cottage back in High Farrow. They feared it then, and it was clear in the way Raylan became taught against her that it was right to fear it now. What does that have to do with me? Faythe was pale. Gus's face was wary.
You won't like my answer to that.
Faythe almost swayed, feeling Raylan's arm tighten around her.
Do you know the High Lord Mordecai lives again?
Another haunting flash of memory. All Faythe could muster was a nod.
To create the Dark Fae requires spiritual blood. There was a time when the gift of being an oracle wasn't as rare as it is now. I believe Marvellus has long been hunting them for use in the spell of transition.
Oh, gods. A vibrant, beautiful face flashed to the forefront of her mind. Marlowe. Nausea filled Faythe's stomach to know her dear friend was so far away, where she couldn't send warning of the unwitting, heinous threat against her if Gus spoke the truth.
Faythe is not an oracle.
Raylan pressed for the answer to her question, his voice near threatening.
No, she is something far more. The blood of a spirit is a potent, dangerous thing. And as a true heir of Marvellus, you may just harbor enough of it to be perfect for the darkest form of blood magic. Not to transition a life, but to create a life, or even raise the dead.
Raise the dead. The last true heir, Faythe whispered, realization like a sweep of shadows unfocusing her vision. Gus didn't need to confirm what he'd already answered with his grim expression. Everyone was silent. Even the loud commotion of the inn was drowned out by the pulse that filled her ears. Dread slicked her skin with a sticky heat. Breathing became difficult.
If Mordecai is already risen, what would Marvellus want with Faythe?
Kylier asked.
That is one question I do not hold the answer to, but certainly one you should keep asking.
For the first time since she met Gus, all amusement and warmth winked out of him. He looked at her now with ocean eyes that portrayed his sympathy. Raylan's hand curled over her abdomen, drawing her subtly closer. She could hardly take comfort in his touch, knowing he would stand by her no matter what, and with that, the same deadly target would follow him too. It was a thought she couldn't bear. Gus said low,
Marvellus uses magic of such a dark kind that the gods beyond the spirits forbade it.
That doesn't seem to have had much of an impact if she has succeeded thus far, Kylier interjected sarcastically. Gus cut him a look.
There are far more realms than our own, more than you could possibly imagine. It is why such spirits were placed to act on their will, to keep our balance. I don't think even they could have predicted the turn of events that unfolded a millennium ago, he explained. The will of the heart is a powerful thing, even to the high and mighty.
Faythe tried to recall what she knew of Marvellus and why she had gone against her gods to ascend. What she did remember was the love tale that had struck her with foolish awe from the book The Forgotten Goddess. She unhooked her leg from Raylan's, feeling too hot to be close to anyone, while the air in the room thickened to restrict her airway. Above everything she had learned, the unsettling feeling that had enveloped her since the moment she laid eyes on Augustine remained. How do you know all this? Faythe asked, trying to study what she could to figure him out. Gus cocked his head, the light catching in his eyes to reveal a striking ocean hue. He was so odd in his inquisitiveness. His knowledge was so... Faythe sucked in a sharp breath as the mystery clicked into place. It was impossible. It should be. And yet, she couldn't erase the blaring conclusion that screamed in her mind. What's wrong? Raylan pressed with alarm. Faythe spared a glance at him. His face was alert and concerned. Does he look familiar to you? Raylan eyed the man who remained silent. She thought she saw the moment he realized what she did. The man's blonde curls, his blue eyes, even several other attributes that were so familiar. You're an oracle, Faythe said through a breath of disbelief. Gus said nothing, yielding no expression to confirm nor deny. He didn't need to. Aside from his obscure knowledge that no person should have or could gain from simple travel, despite how he spoke in riddles and questions, withholding answers, in his appearance, Augustine bore an unnerving resemblance to the one Faythe knew to harbor the gift. The man before her shared uncanny physical attributes with Marlowe. It shouldn't make sense, but it was right there and near foolish to deny. Faythe had always observed that Marlowe looked nothing like Dalton, her supposed father. Her mind raced to calculate the timeline. Gus had been in High Faro years before her mother arrived. Marlowe was a couple of years older than Faythe. Gods above. "Can you check his scent?" Faythe asked Raylan without removing her eyes from Gus, lest she rouse his suspicion.
"He reeks of sea and ale," she got back, and she tried not to chuckle. "I would have to get a lot closer to detect the scent of kin."
After a second, Faythe blushed, recalling the first night Raylan arrived in High Faro so long ago. She knew now why he'd gotten so intimately close to her in their very first lone encounter. He was searching for Aguilar's scent. Even without the confirmation, Faythe couldn't shake the truth that was right in front of her. Did he know he possibly had a daughter? Perhaps that was why he'd left. It twisted her heart for her friend that she could have a biological father who was still alive, but didn't want a child. "Why did you leave High Faro?" she asked, trying to pass it off as friendly curiosity. Gus shrugged and leaned back.
"Change of scenery,"
he said, but it sounded like a lie. "You met a woman there, didn't you?" Faythe went on. She couldn't stop herself. She had to know for her friend's sake. Gus arched a surprised brow.
"I didn't invite you here to talk about me."
"Didn't you?" His eyes narrowed a fraction. Her heart beat wildly.
"I did."
"What happened?"
"She was married."
"And?"
"And she wanted nothing else from me."
He was withholding some truth, and though it felt wrong to pry into his personal life, she couldn't let it go for Marlowe's sake. "Do you know what you left behind?" Faythe couldn't stop the resentful question that slipped from her mouth. Gus's usual cool expression turned surprisingly hard and cold, indicating she'd struck a nerve. He straightened from his lax position, leaning in. The Fae around her also shifted.
"Not that it is any of your concern, girl. Watch yourself,"
Raylan snarled at the harsh tone. Gus didn't balk.
"I left behind a woman who wasted years of my life on an affair, only to toss me aside when she was done with me. If you knew her, whatever woes she might have spun, I can assure you were false."
Marlowe's mother. It made sense that she would cut things off with him to protect her marriage if she discovered she was pregnant, because the alternative. She would have been cast out for adultery, homeless, her only option to rely on a man who traveled the seas, an uncertain future for the child she carried. But to think Dalton might never have known Marlowe wasn't biologically his was both a mercy and a tragedy. And the man before her now, he didn't seem to know of Marlowe's existence. Before Faythe could ask anything else, the door to the inn down the hall slammed open, hushing the establishment to low murmurs. Raylan and the others straightened in alert, even Isaiah across the room, all with hands over various weapons. But no one moved. Faythe's heart leaped into her throat at the intrusion that was yet to be identified. Through the gap in the wall poured several large forms. Faythe was quick to notice they were Fae. She couldn't be sure how many there were, as several still filled the hallway behind the one who was clearly their leader, from his cool arrogance as he sauntered into the space.
"We're full tonight, Rizal,"
the barkeep said, his voice audible as everyone ceased conversation altogether.
"Look away from them, Faythe,"
Raylan instructed. She did as he asked, knowing better than to argue. Casting her eyes to Raylan instead, she saw he wasn't staring at them either, But his face had changed completely. Every line was cut and focused, ready to leap into immediate action. He was calculating and listening, and had likely determined several different outcomes to the situation. It was clear these Fae were not well received by the locals.
Ah, come on. I'm sure you can make space for a few more.
The Fae Rizar spoke, his voice like shadows, dark and smooth.
After all, word is you are entertaining royalty in your fine establishment.
Faythe went utterly rigid. Kylir, Azaya, and Raylan exchanged the most subtle of laser-focused looks. Livia had moved from Kylir's lap and was equally poised around her various concealed weapons, ready to strike at any given moment. Faythe looked to Gus, eyes wide and accusatory, as he was the only one who had been open about knowing who she was. But his face, while not exactly alarmed, displayed mild concern and showed no indication that he expected the intruder's arrival.
I think I would know if Agalor or Malin Ashfire were in my bar.
The barkeep gave a mocking laugh. 1 second, the Fae was by the door. The next, shrieks followed a loud commotion. The Fae had crossed to the bar and hauled the man over it. He now held him pinned to the wall by his collar. Kylir and Livia stood then. Azaya inched in from the other side. Faith's hand instinctively darted to her sword's hilt, about to turn to the threat. But Raylan's grip on her arm warned against it. Faythe ground her teeth, keeping her eyes and head down in cowardly submission, while all she could do was listen.
Haven't you heard?
The Fae drawled playfully.
We have a new princess to honor.
Whatever his reason for wanting to seek her out, his spiteful tone rang with malicious intent.
Oh, Faythe,
Rizar sang out over the crowd. She felt it like a taunting caress down each notch of her spine. Thankfully, the inn was busy enough that she was just another body from where he stood.
How rude of you not to introduce yourself to your beloved citizens. Come out, little princess.
Her fear started to ease under the anger he enticed with the belittling words. A damningly familiar heat coursed through her veins. She had to focus and breathe. She couldn't afford another episode. Not now. Her silence didn't sit well with him.
Tell you what, Faythe, he carried on. I'm feeling patient tonight. I shall give you 3 seconds to show yourself, or it will be this man's life.
Her heart stopped. He couldn't be serious.
1.
Oh, gods. He was. Faythe snapped her head to Raylan in wild panic, but he gave his a subtle shake.
2.
Her heart was pounding. Perhaps they knew it was a bluff, that the Fae wouldn't kill an innocent man to get to her. Faythe wasn't that valuable.
Don't you people see? Your precious royals do not care for your pitiful existence.
Then there was the most sickening crack that curdled Faythe's blood. She didn't look, gripping the table in front of her so hard splinters caught in her fingers. A ringing filled her ears that muffled the screams and commotion as everyone clamored to find distance from the evil being. She didn't feel Raylan hauling her from the bench, nor when she was pushed behind him as they all drew their weapons and she became trapped behind a wall of tall forms. A man was dead. On her name, his life had been taken. And for what? She wanted to scream, to demand why. But words thrashed and clawed in her chest like a wild storm, unable to form any coherent sound. Words couldn't serve justice, but her blade could. The tingling in her arms worsened. Heat slicked her skin, and her breaths came harder. This time she didn't force it back. Instead, she reached back to that power.
You should all leave before this becomes very messy.
The voice she vaguely distinguished was Kylir's. A dark chuckle seeped through the bodies, flaring her rage.
The mighty general Raylan Arrowwood.
The Fae drawled in surprise with his laughter.
Now, if I'd spotted you, we might have avoided this unfortunate incident. I don't suppose you're guarding anything of value at your back.
The way he spoke reminded her of a predator playing with his prey. Malicious, taunting. It reminded her of Captain Varys. Suddenly, it was as if what she'd done to him, killed him, was not enough retribution. She couldn't be sure if it was all her own feeling, or if whatever evil power that coursed through her chanted the dark thoughts in her mind. But she saw a second chance to get her revenge on the monster who plagued her nightmares still.
I should very much like to meet you, Faythe Ashfire,
Rizar called out. Every time he said her name, it added to the fire that blazed under her skin. Still, she focused. She couldn't allow it to overwhelm her like before. Not before she had the chance to use it. Rizar sneered.
To show everyone what the daughter of a tyrant looks like.
Steel sang as Kylir and Isaiah moved, creating an opening in the block of bodies in front of her. The two brothers pointed their blades at Rizar's throat from either side, but they were equally threatened by 6 others who came to the aid of their leader. "I'm right here," Faythe said. A lethal calm steadied her voice, subduing all feelings of fear. Realizing she wasn't directly behind him anymore, Raylan moved to block her again, but Faythe cast her eyes to him, and whatever he read in her hard look made him halt his near step. His reluctance to let her face off against the Fae was etched on his face, but while she watched his jaw tick, he backed down, staying close and armed. As Faythe slowly turned her head back to Rizar, she drew her blade. The smile he wore was nothing short of feral. His eyes held hues of hazel, but the longer she stared into them, the more she saw his pupils expanding to swallow any flicker of color. Over his rough face was a long, raised scar. Before her, she saw Captain Varys. "But you're going to wish I weren't." Faythe took a step forward. There was only him and her. A second chance for her to slay the monster who tormented her still and avenge the innocent life that was taken so senselessly. She thought she heard her name as she closed the distance to Rizar, but the dark coiling in her stomach, the thrumming in her veins, only channeled her to hone in on one target.
There she is,
Rizar observed, his eyes dancing with the same sadistic gleam that never left her in sleep.
Feeble and human,
he spat. His smile fell, and eyes filled with powerful hatred.
This is what Agalor wants to bestow the fate of the kingdom to.
Not who. What? As though she were no better than a cockroach on his soul. She realized then why he didn't bat an eye at ending the man's life. Faythe's rage was white hot at the thought of how many others he had thoughtlessly killed in his wake. Humans were cattle to him, to one who despised the weaker race.
You ought to be careful how you speak to her.
Kylir's voice was unrecognizable in its darkness.
Not that I care if she rips out your throat.
Rizar didn't even spare him a glance.
Does it speak? Or does it need its dogs for that?
Faythe huffed a laugh that was so far from humor. Kylier, Isaiah. Their attention remained on the opponent, but their glances flashed to her. Faythe dipped a single nod, a silent command to step out of her path. Like Raylan, the conflict of protest twitched their expressions, and they didn't immediately move. Faythe held firm, internally begging for them to obey while she grappled with the reins of the power still growing within her, dancing with her anger and loose emotions. It was a relief, a huge relief, when Kylier and Isaiah finally lowered their blades and stepped back from Razar. She couldn't be certain what she was capable of in the embrace of the power that canceled out all thoughts of mercy. She wasn't confident it would spare anyone if she lost control to it completely.
"Brave little girl,"
Razar provoked, relishing in the confrontation. Even the tone he used was akin to the vicious captain. It stoked the darkest desire that lived within her, one that thrived on revenge in only one form: blood. She knew if she glanced down, she would see those markings in her palms that felt like flame within her grasp as she rested them over the hilt of her sword. "General Raylan, what is the punishment for the murder of an innocent?" Faythe asked, not taking her eyes off the Fae in front of her. There was a pause of silence, and she knew he was deliberating whether to intervene on her behalf or not. He didn't, but he stayed close and armed by her side.
"Imprisonment or execution, depending on the trial, Your Highness."
She almost smiled, feeling the corners of her mouth curl faintly. For once, Faythe enjoyed the caress of the title he bestowed upon her. Or perhaps it was the power that sang in her veins in reaction to the crown of authority. It whispered in her ear, chanted for her to use her ability, called for her to serve justice in the name he tried to defile. Tonight, someone had lost a friend, a brother, a husband, and maybe even a father. She could see no other just sentence for the culprit of such a brutal, senseless murder. "Well, let's hold trial, shall we?" Faythe sheathed her sword, hands trembling slightly from the magic coursing through her. "You have unlawfully taken a man's life tonight. My judgment is that you meet with the same fate. Are there any here who object to that?" Faythe cast her glance over the room. The humans huddled and stared at her with pale faces. The other Fae were less afraid, but still wary. A few of Razar's companions shifted, glancing between themselves, wondering if they should be fearful of her. But no one spoke out. Faythe smiled coldly. "Good."
"I'm not afraid of a human girl,"
Razar seethed. Kylier advanced a step, but so did Razar's cronies. The tension waiting for one side to break first was tangible. There was only one way for justice, and one way they were all leaving that in without erupting chaos on the innocents who crowded as far into the corners away from the threats as possible. Faythe clicked her tongue with a shake of the head. She listened to the loud whispers, an unearthly power that sang and rejoiced to be used. "I could tell you what happened to the last person who underestimated me." Razar pulled his blade free with a flash of savage rage. His companions followed his lead. Steel sang, bodies moved, and blades raised. "But I'd rather show you." His attempt to advance was halted with one foot forward. A choked sound left him. Those behind him shifted in confusion, at a complete loss for what to do. They were no more than mindless followers of hate and evil. Faythe took slow, deliberate steps toward him, assessing every inch that flared his nostrils while she held him still. A suffocating heat coated her skin, slicking her with sweat. Her ability began to heighten beyond what she could harness, consuming her. Gasps and murmurs and whispers of fear, maybe awe, echoed around the room. Stopping in front of Rizar, she never broke his loathsome stare. His rage passed right over her while she studied every piece of him outwardly and within, needing to be sure there was nothing to salvage within such hatred. She raised her chin, lifting her eyes from his and making her judgment. Bring him. She didn't wait and strode for the exit, but she heard his shuffling and the string of vulgar protests. Everyone stepped from her path, but she didn't take pride in their fear. Perhaps what she was about to do was reckless and selfish. She didn't care. The dark caress that rejoiced and thrived with her equally dark thoughts was all she could pay mind to. One-on-one combat. Faythe's second chance to slay the demon of her past once and for all. Chapter 44. Faythe. Outside, Faythe drew Lumarius. Focused. Charged. She took one deep breath to remember she was in control. She would own what she was about to do and not let her power take over. Footsteps followed her into the open space beyond the inn. She heard Rizar as he was dragged out by Heir and Isaiah. Townsfolk started to creep out from the shadows. Attention peaked at the commotion. Silhouettes peeked through windows, and a crowd murmured and gathered. Faythe tuned them all out. There was only her and the Fae she stood to battle as she finally spun back to him. Heir and Isaiah shoved him to his knees, and he hissed his curses to them. Arm yourself, Faythe commanded, lacking any emotion. His face snapped up to her with a feral rage. That face. Faythe had to blink a few times to shake the image of Captain Varys, who glared at her with powerful malice. It was tormenting. Every time that scar sliced down his skin, every time hazel eyes were devoured by black, it struck her heart still. "What are you doing?" Raylan's voice was low as he reached her. Faythe slid her eyes up to his. Exacting justice. "This is not the way." "And what is?" His jaw ticked with protest, but Faythe didn't back down. She couldn't. Raylan's eyes searched hers, but she couldn't be sure what he was assessing. "You're expending yourself. Let me take care of this." Faythe turned to him fully. "You cannot pick and choose when to stake your belief in me. I cannot choose. If I am to be Ryanel's heir, this is it. Responsibility. No matter how harsh or burdensome it may be to accept." Raylan's calculating look softened in understanding. He gave a single small nod, and Faythe's firm posture threatened to sag in relief that he wasn't fighting her on the matter. His concern remained, and while it tightened in her chest, she forced the pain back. She had to do this. "Make it quick," was all he said, a hint of pride slipping into his voice. Faythe let a slight smile form on her lips. "I plan to." Her gaze turned to Rizar, who had risen and now stood holding an impressive steel blade. His rage became focused, and he pinned her with it as though he thought he stood a chance at getting his own back. The crowd around them grew significantly. Everyone piled out of the inn as though this were a grand spectacle. The thought turned her stomach, almost enough for her to abandon the confrontation. Her goal was not to make a mockery of Rizar, but to show justice. The humans of this town and every other would be protected under the Ashfire name he tried to tear down. She could do this. Yet there was also a darkly selfish part of her that stood to slay the Fae in the hope it would gain her peace. Peace from another wicked evil who refused to let her go, even in death.
"You think you can defeat me, girl?"
Rizar spat, advancing a single step. Faythe could feel Raylan's fury like ripples of shadow, his overwhelming want to intervene. Through the whisper of chaos and power within, Faythe found the calming wave to channel back to him, hoping it was enough to keep him sated until she achieved what she needed to. "Let's find out," she answered, but she didn't move. She waited. She watched. She listened. Rizar was too consumed by his anger to even feel her presence in his mind. So much hatred and malice, Faythe had to focus not to tangle her own subdued feelings, or she risked turning into something she never wanted to be, ruthless and unhinged. Rizar moved fast, exactly as Faythe anticipated. She twisted around his attack, but he wasted no time in whirling around and cutting his blade horizontally. Faythe backed up a long stride to avoid that too. His speed couldn't be matched, but having the answer to his moves before he made them felt like a choreographed dance. There was enjoyment in the song, and she couldn't be sure how much time passed while she stepped and twirled like the wind, completely disconnected from the crowd of onlookers. Her dance of tranquility was paired with savagery as Rizar's fury grew that he was yet to strike her. Her blade connected with his for the first time with a force that sent vibrations of angst crawling up her arms and over her chest, snapping her mind to match the indignation. Faythe wouldn't hold out against his face strength, so while she enjoyed the melody of clanging steel, she didn't allow their blades to lock again. She twisted around his next lunge forward. Using all her strength, she sent a powerful kick to the back of his knees before he could reposition himself. Rizar fell to the ground with a loud grunt. Faythe held her blade to his back. While he was at her weapon's mercy, she traced the lethal tip over his shoulder, over his chest, and circled around to look down on him once more. The look he pinned her with was nothing short of murderous. A familiar dark gaze that conflicted her with anger and utter terror. Despite his face, which contorted with an inhuman rage, for the first time, Faythe felt his fear. Fear of her. A few of Rizar's crew moved to aid him. Faythe seized control of all six without sparing them a glance. The pulse of so many minds around her almost made her sway. It was overwhelming, but the power within helped her filter out those it wasn't concerned with. It listened to her.
"What are you?"
Rizar choked out in rage-fueled bewilderment. Faythe raised a palm, and for a second, she was mesmerized by the symbol alive within it. But that wasn't what she focused on. Slowly, she felt the building pressure, a sphere of the Fae's very essence forming within her physical grasp, which she knew no one else could see. Faythe could see and feel and hear everything he was, so much like the wicked evil she thought she had rid the world of already. "You call me feeble, but look at you," she said vacantly, head tilting at the sphere in her palm. So small on the inside. You use fear to distract others from seeing your own. You are nothing but a coward. Faythe met his eyes then, and he was right to look vulnerable, to surface that fear as an unveiling of his true self before he met his end. "Do you have anything you would like to say?" Rizar's eyes were back to blazing.
"This kingdom will burn before you claim it."
"Then it's a shame you won't bear witness," Faythe said calmly. When I sit upon a throne from the ashes.
A human cannot rule, much less a girl.
I'm not human. Faythe's expression didn't flinch, didn't balk. I am not Faye. She glanced around at the gathered crowd, seeing both species fix their eyes on her. I am both.
You are nothing but a worthless human bit.
Rizard choked on the word, cut off by the strike of an arrow piercing right through his chest from behind. The blood-coated iron tip protruded so close to his heart. Faythe glanced up in surprise, finding Raylan still expertly poised with the bow he'd released the shot from. His eyes were hard, livid. His chest rose and fell with the anger that steeled his expression into something frightening, fixed on the Fae in front of him. Everything was still and silent, save for the choking and spluttering of Rizar on his knees. Faythe didn't tear her eyes from Raylan as he stared down at the Fae with powerful loathing. As he finally lowered his bow, he cast his gaze up to lock on her. Faythe felt the pulse of Rizar's life force swirling in her palm, felt him faltering from the fatal arrow shot. It was Raylan who broke their stare. He passed off the bow, and there was nothing of kindness or mercy on his face as he crossed the distance so fast, all Faythe could do was watch.
You were warned about how you should speak to her,
Raylan said in the most chilling calm. There was no pause for hesitation when he ruthlessly grabbed the arrow he had dealt and pulled it from Rizar's chest with the most sickening sound that wasn't masked by the Fae's cry of pain. Blood poured from the wound, but as Raylan tossed the arrow aside, one of his hands curled around Rizar's throat, forcing his head back awkwardly to stare at the Fae general who towered over him. Yet he was not the general in that moment, not the gentle warrior she knew. Faythe saw what he had once tried to explain to her. She saw the merciless killer he once was, who he was made to be. But she held no fear, no disgust or judgment, as Raylan took his own need for justice out on the Fae.
You can torment in the nether, knowing you died on your knees before your queen.
Rizar's mouth floundered open and shut, but between the choking and spluttering, he got out.
Long live King Mullen.
Faythe felt the sear of hot fury, Raylan's, knowing in that second what he was about to do. She clenched her fist tight, clamping her teeth against the pain that scorched in her gut as Raylan sharply snapped Rizar's neck. Faythe winced as the pain subsided in a few quick seconds. Then she felt nothing. Not even like a just sentence had been served when the wicked Fae's body hit the ground. He deserved it, but it didn't change the fact he'd taken an innocent life down with him, and likely many more before. Faythe's head throbbed, but she couldn't let go. Or rather, the power that raged and rejoiced within at her actions wouldn't let her go. Breathing air became like breathing flames. Her vision became foggy. Something touched her. A hand on her forearm she had yet to drop, and one on her waist. She welcomed the touch for the cool wave that lapped within her at the contact, and partially leaned into that force, tiredness sweeping through her mind as the power cried and dwindled in its presence. Raylan's presence. As he swept in to calm the storm and tame the chaos. The power was letting her go. For now. The hold she had on the other minds released, and they shuffled back, complete fear stripping their brutal faces back to those of frightened children.
Unless you want to meet the same fate as your friend. Go,
Heir snarled. Faythe was faltering, but she heard the shuffling and could make out the bodies that rushed to gain distance from them. While the coolness continued to filter through her and douse the fire, Faythe glanced over at the crowd still gathered, to be sure no one else was hurt. She blinked, unsure if what she was seeing was right. Her senses snapped awake in a surge of panic to see many of them had fallen, and others rapidly joined. In a split second of terror, Faythe believed she had mistakenly attacked them too. But when her vision focused, the people weren't dead or harmed. Far from it. They had fallen to one knee, heads bowed. Faythe couldn't believe what she was seeing. Was it out of fear and submission to the Fae? Was it out of fear of her? "Phoenix Queen," a woman breathed in what sounded like awe from the crowd. It was echoed intermittently until it hummed through the masses. "Thank you." Faythe was stunned, and a rush of embarrassment and guilt flushed her tired mind and body. She couldn't stand to be there any longer. She didn't deserve their gratitude, had done nothing but show an evil side to herself, no matter how deserving the fallen Fae was of meeting his end. She hadn't saved them. She couldn't save the man who lost his life because of her. Only when the power had ceased completely did she come back into her full self, and the sense of awareness struck her like a physical blow. She wanted to feel guilt, horror, but she didn't. Maybe she would after the exhaustion passed. She wanted to rest more than anything. Raylan was at her back, still holding her after bringing her back once again. The only remorse she felt was for having to drag him into it once again. Having him expend his own ability to save her from herself. He coaxed her to walk, but Faythe snapped her head up, searching for one person in particular. She caught sight of Gus by the entrance to the inn, the only one who casually leaned back against the wall, sipping on the ale he'd brought out with him. He held no look of disgust, only mild intrigue and disbelief. Raylan didn't release her as they made their way over to him. "Is there ever a way I can find you again?" Faythe asked, needing to for Marlowe's sake. Gus seemed hesitant to give her away, but after a few quick seconds of contemplation, he answered.
"Phoenix fire."
Her brow furrowed. She was far too drained to play riddles with him. He gave a low chuckle.
"You will know what it means soon enough. Good luck to you, Faythe Ashfire. The beginning of the end is near."
He raised his tankard to her with a small dip of his head. Without another word, Raylan was steering her sideward, and she didn't fight it. She could barely take a step with the darkness that forced her to rest. Reaching the others, they talked among themselves, but she could only catch pieces of conversation while her head felt submerged under water.
"We can't risk them coming back in larger numbers,"
Raylan said.
"It's nightfall. It's a risk to travel now,"
Heir countered.
"Not as much of a risk as it will be if word spreads. We're idle bait here."
They debated for a few minutes more before she was moving again, not back indoors. Just as well. She didn't think she could climb the steps. Faythe barely registered what happened next. She was passed from one warm force to another. Then her feet left the ground, and she thought she was flying for a second, until she was seated and something embraced her from behind. Someone. Faythe fell back against that form, the scent that wrapped her with home and safety. Raylan. His arm around her middle held her from falling as they moved. Faythe muttered, "I killed him." She moved with the expanse of his chest.
"No, you didn't."
She nodded, or she thought she did. Words eluded her. The world escaped her. She was in safe arms. They were safe. And the rest of the people at the inn were safe from that monster at least. With that thought, she let go and fell blissfully into beckoning oblivion. Chapter 45. Zayana. Zayana had never seen anything like it in all her 300 years. The power the human possessed, the ability that surrendered 7 Faythe to her will and command. It was far more than she had been led to believe. Mordecai had warned her she was not to be underestimated, but even that felt like a damning understatement. Yet Faythe was fatally flawed. Someone with great power and potential, but not enough discipline to be able to harness it. As Zayana, Maverick, Amaya, and Nerida watched from the outside, Tynan gathered what he could from the bustle inside. Finding Razar was an easy feat for Tynan, and she was interested to find out how Faythe and her companions would respond to a real threat. It seemed Faythe had other plans. She didn't get to see them fight, didn't get the chance to see any of the Fae in action as she took control of the situation, risking her own life in the process, it seemed. Zayana felt the power she harnessed, felt the earthly vibrations she was all too familiar with, but knew how to control. It was a dark triumph to witness her so consumed, undisciplined. "I'll be damned," Maverick muttered. They watched as Faythe reduced Razar to his knees, halting the movements of any other who wanted to intervene. What was surprising was that she didn't get the chance to end his life before the silver-haired Fae lost the final tether on his tangible rage. It was beautiful to observe the two of them with the most darkly twisted admiration, to know what they were capable of. Zayana was right. Darkness spared no pure heart. But that wasn't the most remarkable part. Zayana was close to feeling a slither of dread that Faythe's life might be claimed by the magic that seized her. Then the most unexpected thing happened when the silver-haired warrior laid hands on her. "A mind-seer," Nerida murmured. Zayana twisted her head at the wonder in her voice. "A what?" "The one with silver hair. I believe he is a mind-seer. One with the ability to detect power in others and diminish it. Sometimes they can stifle one's whole ability. Other times only dampen it. It depends on the strength of the mind-seer versus the strength of the ability of the beholder," the Fae explained, not taking her eyes off the scene. Well, shit. An ability like that could work gravely against her plans. While Zayana had every control over her own mental barriers, she had never come across someone with such a talent before to know if she would hold out against him. He was an uncharted threat, as was Faythe. It should have instilled a little fear and wariness in her, as it clearly did among the others. But Zayana saw a thrill in the challenge, a thirst to discover the unknown, even in a perhaps deadly confrontation. She turned her attention back to them. She was stunned by what unfolded next, perhaps even in mild awe, as she watched the onlookers of Faythe's grand spectacle begin to bow down one by one. Admiration widened their expressions, not fear. Faythe exchanged a few last words with the human man she'd been in conversation with all night. Near limp, she was helped onto a horse with the mind-seer, and they were all swift to abandon the scene they'd created. The human was hardly conscious, and while Zayana felt a beam of triumph to see her so weakened by the surge of energy, she couldn't prevent the faint twinge in her chest. Almost like sympathy as she watched the concern laced with collective panic on her companions' faces. "I take it we're following them," Tynan said. Zayana's eyes slid back to the window, to where the man they had been in conversation with took up his lazy seat once again. "Take Amaya and trail them," she instructed her second-in-command after short contemplation. "We'll catch up soon. I should like to find out if there's anything to be gained from the human they met with." Tynan followed her line of sight. "I didn't find out much. The noise was loud even for my hearing. He's a sea merchant, but the human called him something else. An oracle." Nerida inhaled a breath. "Remarkable," she muttered. Zayana almost rolled her eyes at Nerida's thirst for wonder and new concepts, but she had so far proven useful with her intrigue. "What does that mean?" she asked the Fae. Nerida met her eye. "An oracle is someone with a connection to the spirits. They often get knowledge and foresight from them in the form of visions and dreams." Something about the concept coiled dread in her stomach. "Will he know about us?" "I can't be sure. Their visions are subjective and often not complete. Riddles and usually more questions than answers. Sometimes they figure out what they have seen through events that happen, people they meet. It's all very variable, really." Nerida spoke with utter fascination, while Zayana felt cold in anticipation. It was so long since she had been allowed to venture from the mountains and surrounding villages. Though she had been taught and trained, ruthlessly and mercilessly, she was quickly learning her knowledge was nothing compared to the vastness of the world. What she hated the most was that in a matter of weeks, she had gone from being one of the most powerful and highly regarded dark fae to feeling like a sheltered darkling. There was so much to be experienced, so much she had been robbed of in her life. It only grew her need for retribution against those who had shackled her to that mountain. "I think we should find out," Zayana decided. She would not cower, and if the man proved to be a threat with what he knew or figured out by meeting them, there was one thing she had been coldly crafted to do: kill a problem before it became one. Zayana finished calculating her plan. "Tynan and Amaya will track the Fae. You have to go by foot and keep hidden. They are no doubt skilled trackers and will be able to detect you if you get even an inch too close. Don't get caught, or you forfeit your life." Tynan nodded, understanding hard on his face. He knew, as they all did, that if they were ever to be caught or taken captive, rescue wouldn't come. It was harsh, brutal, but it was how it had to be. "We will catch up with you when we are done here." No one stood to question Zayana, a relief as she didn't have the energy to enforce her leadership. She looked to Maverick in particular with that thought. He stood coolly, yielding no expression to give away what he thought of the plan or the fact they were about to expose themselves to an oracle. Tynan and Amaya left swiftly, gauging enough time had passed for the Fae to have made suitable headway to be tracked from a safe distance. Zayana wasted no time in dipping out of the shadows of the alley and making her way across to the inn. A rare edge of anxiety waited in her steps. She was eager to get the confrontation over with. Entering the establishment, Zayana found it was hushed, consumed by an air of terror mixed with awe. It was odd, and as they rounded into the front room, a few pinned them with looks of fear, perhaps thinking they were of the band of raiders returning for revenge. Zayana paid them no attention, as her eyes shifted to the man she sought. It was both unsurprising and unnerving that he was already looking at her, as though he were waiting for their gazes to meet. She walked through the mass of people who eagerly stepped out of her way, and spared a glance down at the fallen human whose life had been taken, surrounded by his friends or kin. Their sobs and heartbreak were suffocating. Standing before the man with blonde curls poking out of his strange hat, she said nothing as they simply looked at each other, and he took another long swig of his ale. For some reason, it ground her irritation, but she slid onto the bench opposite him regardless.
"Please, do join me," he drawled.
This man had a bold nerve, and while his cool arrogance grated on her nerves, she couldn't help but wonder if he was expecting them. She hated that the feeble being had such an ease of power to instill the prickling wariness that coated her skin. The man peeled himself from his reclined position, setting his tankard down on the table. Ziana didn't flinch when he leaned in on his forearms, staring at her so intently it were as if the man assessed her and saw straight past her steel exterior without even trying. It rattled her awfully, but she would not give a reaction. Finally, he spoke again.
"You are not the first peculiar set of eyes I have met with tonight."
His gaze shifted briefly to Maverick, then Nerida, before returning his focus to her. He was observant and a critical thinker. "Did you know you sat with royalty tonight?" Ziana tested. Maverick tensed beside her but said nothing. Ziana had nothing to lose with this man, and exposing they knew of Faythe and her companions would change nothing. A slow, cunning smile curled the man's mouth.
"Indeed. Though she is not the only royal highness I seem to have the esteemed pleasure of sitting with tonight."
The man's eyes fell to each of them in turn with equal attention and an air of wonder. Ziana's temper flared recklessly, feeling the man's statement was a mockery. Maverick stood, gliding around the table, and slid into the man's side instead. He twisted his body, blocking the view of any onlookers, and it was then she caught the glint of the blade he'd drawn.
"You'll find we are far less patient than your previous company,"
Maverick said calmly. As he angled the blade, it lit up with licks of blue flame while he smiled with playful sin.
"I've never been a fan of riddles. You don't want to test them against her either. This blade will feel like a pinprick compared to what she might do."
The first sign of fear flickered in the man's expression, but he quickly regained his cool demeanor after tearing his gaze from the thread of the flaming blade. Ziana didn't fight the hint of a victorious smile. "Who are you?" Ziana asked him. The man reached for his tankard again, pausing as Maverick shifted with him, and they exchanged a tense look.
"I am but a simple sea merchant. You may call me Augustine. I am not your enemy."
He picked up his ale regardless.
"Care for a drink, Ziana?"
A low snarl left Maverick's throat as he leaned in closer. The blade he held moved to the man's throat, close enough that he would feel the heat. But Maverick could diffuse his fire's burn and call it at his command.
"How do you know her name?"
Augustine slid his glance to him, taking a casual sip of his ale as though the flaming blade were a stick of wet wood.
"I think you know how since planting your spy by the far corner earlier this evening."
Ziana felt constantly one step behind this man, not ahead as she was used to being with everyone else. It was absurd. Outwardly, he was no more than a drunken pirate who reeked famously of the title, but he was far more cunning and insightful than any human she had come across before. This man held no allegiance, perhaps only to his duty as an oracle. Otherwise, she was sure he would have warned Faythe and her companions of them. "Do you know what I am?" she questioned, keeping her tone level to avoid giving him the satisfaction of knowing he had the upper hand. That gleam in his eye returned, the glee he found in playing his own games, toying with his subjects with knowledge he harbored but wanted them to sing for.
If you mean, do I know should that blade come to tear your flesh instead, neither of you would bleed the expected color, then yes, I suppose you could say I do.
His careful wording gave away the fact he knew Nerida wasn't a dark fae. Ziana decided to take an equally lax approach and reclined in her seat. You are not afraid.
Should I have reason to be?
Ziana scoffed. Yes. No one should know of our existence. You are a fool to expose that you do.
I have known many things about many people, and I live to tell such tales.
This man was impossible. She couldn't decide if she admired or despised his courage. Not arrogant. He simply spoke with a factual calm. Augustine slid his glance through the window to where a couple of fae had finally arrived to haul off Rizar's body. He muttered to himself, seeming to come to some internal conclusion.
I did wonder how they came to discover a Nash fire was in town so quickly.
He didn't look at all disturbed. Then his focus was back on her with a glare of blame. She didn't bother trying to deny it.
I would be fascinated to see your wings,
he commented, eyes flashing over her shoulder as if he could imagine them there.
I could show you,
Maverick offered.
But the death of everyone in this room would be on your conscience to satisfy the curiosity.
Augustine gave a light-hearted chuckle.
I have a feeling the sight will be of the common eye sooner rather than later. I suppose I can wait a while longer.
Something in that comment held a kernel of foresight, and from his look, she knew he had purposely shared it with her. A giddy thrill laced her veins. The dark fae would come out of hiding, and it would happen soon. Augustine shifted his focus to Nerida, who remained silent and anxious beside her. Ziana didn't fail to notice her heart's tempo had picked up not long into their conversation. She couldn't be sure what had sparked the unease in the fae to make her purposely keep still, as if they might forget she was even present at all.
I haven't come across one of your kind in a while,
Augustine said with a twinkle of admiration.
A Lake Larian, though one might mistake you as a Finstead native.
Ziana supposed he was right. With her beautiful golden-brown skin tone that contrasted mesmerizingly with her white hair, she held envious traits originating from both kingdoms. Nerida went even more taut, heart rate spiking. She said nothing, which Ziana found odd for someone who was often led by her voice to collect and share wonders. She had anticipated she would have a lot of questions for an oracle. Augustine's eyes twinkled, but he smirked at the fae, seeming to drop his attempt to engage with her. What did you speak of with Faythe? Ziana questioned. The sea merchant leaned back once more, seemingly unfazed by Maverick, who still threatened him.
That is not what you truly want to ask, Ziana.
Her eyes narrowed. You may have the gift of foresight, but don't make the mistake of thinking you know me and what I'm capable of. His smile only widened.
I wouldn't dream of it. I may know some things, but the essence of a person is something to be experienced, not simply seen. You're very intriguing, Ziana. So much conflict in those amethyst-cored eyes.
Her nostrils flared, hating his assessment. She wasn't used to the deep attention, and she despised that it made her feel vulnerable. I can assure you. She dropped the lethal tone she had used many times to assert her threats. I hold no conflict or hesitation. Never before had someone continued to address her after she spoke in such a way. The only debate she harbored was whether she admired the human's boldness or wanted to kill him for it.
Strange, the stillness in your chest. Have you ever wondered why that is?
He had a masterful way of swaying a person's interest. I was born this way.
Because that is what they told you.
Her fists curled. Because we are not weak to your human emotions of love and mercy, both of which are often what get you killed. Augustine released a breathy chuckle.
Perhaps you'd like a demonstration.
Maverick pressed his blade to the side of the man's throat, but his fire did not burn him.
I know quite well what you are capable of. It is not me who needs convincing.
His eyes flashed down to the blade, then up to lock on Sayana.
You might find there are secrets within truths. That one answer is not always the only answer.
Her temper was close to eruption. She shot to her feet, regretting ever having set foot in the establishment. It had been a waste of time to have a drunken human infuriate her with a single conversation. She blazed down at him. Still, Augustine was not in the least bit threatened.
Can I kill him?
Maverick spoke the dark thought that flashed through her mind. They should. The man knew too much. Yet it didn't seem worth it. Augustine was an oracle, one with spiritual blood. I'm sure he'll meet his end soon enough. Marvellous would find him, just as she had found so many others to keep the transitions going. To kill one with such power in their blood out of rage and spite would be foolish. Sayana straightened as she regained her composure, cooling every emotion to embrace an icy steel guard. What a pitiful existence. She glanced at him from head to toe. Augustine only grinned, flashing a single gold tooth. I'm sure you'll meet your maker soon enough. With that, she made to leave.
What you mock in others is what you see in yourself, Sayana.
She halted, and her rage may have been tangible in how hot she felt. Her jaw locked while she kept her back to him. Please let me kill him, Maverick muttered low. She was so close to snapping, so close to agreeing, until the sea merchant who tempted death spoke again.
Your fascination is a question, one you've harbored your whole life. Don't stop looking for the answer.
Chapter 46. Faythe. Days blurred, becoming an indistinguishable motion that only switched from night to day when she managed to flutter a glance. The darkness that held no memory, no conscience, cradled her endlessly. Sometimes she feared it would never let her go. Part of her didn't mind, but a larger part knew there was something worth returning to. No, not something. Someone. His scent had battled the embrace of the darkness, his voice often cutting through the oblivion. His tether that ran through her was all she could grapple onto to keep from giving in completely. Sound returned to her, more voices than one. Focusing on that sense, she began to hear woodland murmurs too, the faint chirp of birds. It must be daylight. Thinking of that, She felt the light caress of sun against her face, along with the feather-light touch of summer-kissed air. Light began to faintly pierce the dark. Faythe flexed her fingers, feeling textured leather, soft. Something hard and warm was at her back, something equally unmoving wrapped around her front, and she was rocking and dipping. Finally, she took a deep breath. The scent of wood and pine came second to the scent of him. Spice and leather, and something light and cold like ice. Her lids fluttered open, but she winced at the sharp light. She tried to move her head, but winced at that too, from the pain that shot down her neck as she tried to straighten. Suddenly, the jostling stopped, and she felt another hand go over hers while the arm that held her tight loosened. Faythe let her head fall to the side and tried to adjust her sight again. Through the glare of the sun, she saw him, Raylan. From the locks of silver to the glimmer of sapphire. She wanted to reach a hand up to be sure she wasn't dreaming, but even that felt like too much energy. "Hi," she whispered, finding her throat dry and hoarse. She heard his breath like a release of relief, but he said nothing. Instead, he spoke to someone else. Her surroundings slowly came to her, along with her sense and awareness. Then memory started to catch up with her. The last she remembered was the inn, the Fae. He was dead, but that recollection didn't strike her with the disgust she thought she should feel, not in remembering what he'd done. All at once, Faythe was falling. She let out a whoosh of air in a panic, trying to grapple onto something to stop her plummet from the high horse. She didn't get the chance to fall to a painful tumble when her feet met solid ground and she was cradled by a new solid form. "I've got you, Sleeping Beauty." Isaiah. Disoriented, it took her a moment and a few long blinks before she could bear her full weight and began to step out of his hold. As she did, an arm curled around her waist. Raylan. Faythe looked around, seeing Kyler tying horses, Livia helping, and Reuben crouching down by a tree rustling through a pack. Finally, Faythe found the will to speak. "How long?" was all she could ask. When she twisted to look up at Raylan, his face was cold, detached, as though he'd spent weeks in desolation. Did something else happen? 3 days, he answered, not an ounce of emotion in his voice. Faythe might have swayed had he not been holding her. He moved, and she with him, over to where the others seemed to be making camp. It was the first Faythe noticed the hues of daylight were of a welcoming twilight. Raylan led her over to where a bedroll was set out against a large trunk. He helped her down, even though her full mobility had returned enough for her to maneuver unaided. He left her to aid the others who were tending to the horses and stacking wood in the center to light later. Faythe wanted to help, but figured she would only get in the way and stir the concern of the silver-haired warrior even more. She watched him, a coil tightening in her gut to see him so detached. Was it all her fault? Was it what she had done to the Fae? The thought of him having any ill judgment of her was a slow suffocation filling her chest. Faythe leaned back against the trunk. Tucking her knees up, she curled to the side, unable to bear the emotions that swarmed with her racing thoughts if she kept looking at him. She wasn't tired. Far from it, now she had fully come to from her days of long rest. She didn't know what to make of it. The power that clung to her. Where had it come from? And why now? She didn't know how much time passed as the night drew in and she sat alone. Faythe tuned in to the crackle of the fire, her muscles turning stiff, and shifted her position to watch the tango of flames, feeling utterly useless. Raylan wasn't there. She sat upright, clenching her teeth and moving her dormant muscles. "They're checking the perimeter." Livia's voice sounded from across the fire. Landing eyes on her, she saw they were filled with pity. It only added to her sinking gut. Faythe noticed then that Isaiah was missing too. Livia stood, coming around the fire, and settled down next to her. She extended a helping of bread and cheese. "You were somewhat conscious long enough for him to force you to drink, but you haven't eaten in days," she said, when Faythe didn't immediately take it. Her somber mood didn't even flare her embarrassment that she'd been fussed over and catered to, half-conscious. She didn't have an appetite, but she took the food with a grateful smile, knowing she needed to rebuild her strength.
"Gave us all quite the scare there, Faythe,"
Kyler said, approaching on her other side and taking up a seat on a thick log. Faythe winced. "I don't know what happened," she admitted, and it was mostly the truth. "I think something is reacting to my ability. It heightens when I get angry or upset, and I can't always come back from it. Not alone." "Raylan," Livia mused. "It's never made better sense." Faythe didn't know what she meant by it, but it was true. She might not have survived all the times her ability had manifested beyond her control without him. "I thought it was only around the ruin, but now I'm not so sure," she told them. "Aurealis seems to think there's a way I can control it on my own, by learning discipline over my emotions and power combined. But it doesn't make sense if my body can barely withstand the surge of energy, regardless whether I harness it or it harnesses me." She ranted her frustrations, rubbing her hands over her face. Livia shook her with a gentle hand on her shoulder. "You'll get your answers. Summon this great spirit of life once we get back from this ridiculous quest to stop her evil sister." Faythe couldn't help the chuckle that left her, easing some of her somber mood. Livia smiled, and it was a great reassurance that there was no judgment from her or Kyler for what she did or what she was capable of. Everything that made her existence dangerous and unexplainable. Reuben shuffled over from where he was eating his own portion of bread and cheese.
"I don't think I even believed you until I saw what you did at the table with the cards,"
he remarked with a teasing smirk. A grin bloomed on her face, overjoyed that her friend didn't mention the other heinous side to what she could do.
"The bastard got what he deserved."
Kyler seemed to read her thoughts.
"I would have gutted him myself if Raylan didn't get to him first, and it would have left far more mess and destruction. He was of a notorious group of raiders we found out about earlier that morning. He would have been caught and dealt with once we reported it back to the king regardless. You just saved us a lot of hassle."
It didn't help with her guilt, but she asked, "Why do they hold resentment toward the crown? What did he want with me?" Kyler blew out a breath.
"They're of a minority of our kind who still hold themselves in higher regard than humans. They resent Agalor for showing them equality when it wasn't always so. We live for a long time, and change can take centuries to be accepted by some. I don't know how he knew you were there. Raylan and I spent the whole morning checking for threats and scouting for these so-called raiders. Razar was a recurring name. I guess, however, he found out there was an ash fire within his reach. He would have used you to send a message to Agalor."
She couldn't believe there was such a radical movement in Ryanel, when all she'd seen so far was peace and diversity. Though she supposed it was her foolish and naive side that believed the kingdom could be spared from any form of maliciousness. "Would he have killed me?" she dared to ask. Kyler's face was grim.
"We'll never know. but he was bound to come to the fate he did with his crimes. You should know that what you did wasn't wrong, and the people of that town will sleep far better, knowing there's no chance of his return. I doubt any of the other shriveling cowards will be back any time soon without their leader."
It eased the darkness on her heart just a little to know the people might feel a small semblance of safety, as Heir implied. "The people at the inn. They said a name. I think I've heard it before," Faythe began. She had been unable to shake the unsettling feeling. Heir smirked, picking at his bread.
"Phoenix Queen."
Faythe only nodded.
"You stirred up an old fairy tale in your words, and will likely have created a buzz in superstitious minds."
Faythe was puzzled, and didn't voice that she wasn't entirely certain they were her words. She owned what she did, and that act was solely hers to bear. She wouldn't allow them to believe it was a result of the power that whispered through her like its own entity. It had given her the strength to carry it through, but she was conscious and aware. Livia recited casually, "In Engaudia's darkest hour, when all shall burn and fall, only the Phoenix Queen can find a throne from the ashes and rise it true for all." A shudder swept through her body and tightened her muscles. Heir chuckled at her reaction.
"It's just an old Ryanell children's rhyme from the time of the Firebird. The kingdom has never fallen before."
Livia's eyes also sparkled with amusement at the notion anyone could read into such a short romantic tale. Then Faythe realized where she'd heard it before. It was often she forgot. Her mother was a child of Ryanell. The short poem was familiar, as her mother had recited it to her many times when she was younger, along with longer tales of the supposed savior, the Phoenix Queen. Her own child self had found awe and wonder in the story, but now she was swept with a sense of unease. She would never have known her mother was born a citizen of Ryanell all along. Faythe was almost finished with her feeble meal when branches cracked ahead. The sound didn't come from the fire. Her head snapped up in a brief flash of panic, but as soon as she spotted the silver hair that illuminated in the dark against the flames, she relaxed. Raylan's expression was still distant, and he didn't meet her eye as he approached. It dropped a horrible weight in her stomach.
"We are safe from any large beast or being within a quarter-mile radius," Isaiah announced as he threw himself down on the nearest bedroll. "At least for now." "I'll take first watch," Raylan announced. He didn't look to anyone before he was walking away to settle at a nearby post. A lump formed in Faythe's throat. Only she could be the cause of his obvious detached mood. She just couldn't be sure what part of the events that unfolded had disturbed him so much he couldn't even look at her. After a long quiet moment, Livia's voice was low as she broke the silence next to her. "He was about to turn us around, you know," she said. Faythe turned to her. "Over 2 days went by, and you still didn't wake, not properly. And he almost turned our course back to William. Isaiah and Reuben were the ones who convinced him to keep going, mostly out of fear of you kicking their asses. But if you didn't wake when you did, that was the last day he was prepared to simply hope you would come around without a healer. It may not have been close to the power you harnessed in High Pharaoh from what I've heard, but at least you had a healer there to bring you back faster and with more certainty." Livia's eyes were near white against the flames. He didn't care what was at stake if we didn't reach the Isles. Faythe was riddled with guilt and shame for the turmoil she'd caused in him that seemed to extend to the rest of them as they looked to her with the same wary expressions. She opened her mouth. "Don't say you're sorry,"
Heir said, anticipating it before she could. She had to bite her tongue not to apologize for wanting to apologize. Is he angry with me? She had to ask, feeling her gut knot as she waited for the answer. Livia answered, No, of course not. He's just dealing. It's been a long time since he allowed himself to feel anything for anyone, Heir explained. Faythe swallowed hard. She had been a fool not to think it, but she supposed she wasn't a match for what he had with Farah from the way he spoke of her with such heartache. He blames himself for what happened to her. He always will, Isaiah added with sorrow. But if something happened to you, I understand, Faythe whispered because it was all she could muster. You don't, Livia said, voice picking up a harsh edge. You don't understand how close we were to losing him. Perhaps in every way, since he didn't care if he lived or died. You don't understand. Liv. Heir cut her off softly. She should know. Livia powered on. I understand your need for revenge back at the inn. But consider the lives that could be wrecked in the wake of your death before you're so reckless next time. Faythe blinked, stunned. Then she dropped her eyes from the commander in submission. Guilt doused her into silence, and she didn't look up again, though she heard Livia stand. After a still moment of hesitation, she walked away to the other side of the camp. Faythe kept her head bowed, succumbing to tired defeat. Heir said softly, You should get some sleep. As he got up, he leaned over to give her arm a comforting squeeze. She didn't voice that sleep was the last thing on her mind after 3 solid days of it. Faythe took the blanket that lay beside her and folded it over herself. She lay back and watched the flames ripple and weave, tuning into the sound of splitting timber and small bursts of fire stars. She waited until she believed enough time had passed for the others to have fallen asleep. There was no chance of finding rest, and it had nothing to do with her long slumber. Faythe slowly propped herself up, scanning the others who all lay as still as the dead. She was as silent as a ghost, rising to her feet and threw the blanket over her shoulders against the night chill as she took tentative steps through the woodland. It wasn't long before she saw him with his back to her. The moon shone bright, highlighting his silhouette as he leaned against a tree, his body outlined in silver and the side strands of his hair turned to white. Only his head turned to the side as he heard her approach. Her heart thundered, anticipating he would cast her away as the pain of the rejection formed in her chest. You should be sleeping, was all he said, not turning to look at her. I think I've had enough of that for a while. Raylan twisted his head to look forward again, and it made her stomach drop. Faythe was conflicted about turning back to give him the solitude he sought. But she couldn't. She couldn't turn away from him. So she kept walking until she passed him, until she turned and was standing right in front of him, clutching the blanket around herself. His eyes fell to her, but they were distant, guarded, like she'd often seen back in High Pharaoh when they were little more than strangers. You should get all the rest you can. I'm alive, she blurted, feeling a surge of desperation. I'm alive and I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. A flicker of pain made him flinch. When are you going to acknowledge that? Raylan straightened from against the tree, taking a step toward her. If I didn't acknowledge that, Faythe, believe me, this is so goddamned far from my reaction to the alternative. Then why can't you even stand to look at me? She exasperated. Raylan studied her with a fear that chilled her to her core. Maybe it was the moonlight reflecting off his perfect face, highlighting every contour of his expression that turned it ghostly. But the haunted look in his sapphire depths that rivaled the starry night sky, that was something deeper. It was something formed from a pain so deep-rooted it had never stopped growing.
Because you are my biggest weakness,
he began in barely more than a whisper. Faythe blinked, stunned.
But you are also my greatest strength, Faythe. I lost everything once before, and I thought that was as close to dying painfully every day as a living person could come.
You don't have to explain.
Do you want to know what I saw that day in the eternal woods?
Faythe's heart skipped a beat at the flash of memory, a chill seeping into her pores in the way he fixed his stare on her. An uncanny likeness to the ghostly vacancy he held that day he passed through the woods trials in High Faro. A look that had never erased itself from her mind.
I was prepared to relive so many horrors, fears that I knew the woods would call upon. I thought I could narrow down the worst of them and brace myself to face it. What I never could have prepared for was seeing you.
Her breath hitched, caught in a shallow inhale.
The woods knew before I did that you would become my greatest fear, that every broken piece of what I am would shatter completely if the vision I saw came to pass, that everything I thought I'd felt about the pain of loss would be nothing compared to losing you. The first day after leaving that inn, your breath was as shallow as it was in that vision. Your heart was weak. You were pale, faltering. Day 2 wasn't much better, but at least you were somewhat conscious enough to drink. 4 hours into the 3rd day, I was this close to turning us back, horrified I had taken you farther and farther away from any real help. Then by the 5th hour, you took a long breath. You looked at me, awake, and I could have gone to my knees in a relief so strong it weighs on me still. Her heart might have stopped. She felt cold, so cold as she stared into his glittering blue irises that were so heartbreakingly vulnerable. Fear wasn't an emotion Raylan bore so openly, but now terror filled the eyes of the battle-hardened warrior. Faythe took a step, then another. Her hand released the clutch she had on the blanket to rise to his face, almost not believing he was real or that she was awake. His smooth, angled jaw tingled her fingertips when she felt him. Her other hand trailed up to his chest that moved with deep breaths under her palm. She felt the faint thump of his heartbeat. Real. This is real. Though it still didn't make sense. How someone so raw and fierce, so protective and beautiful, could stand before her, could want her as much as she so desperately wanted him. You brought me back, she whispered. You always bring me back. Raylan shook his head. No, Faythe.
Both his palms held her face.
You brought me back.
Faythe couldn't help it then. She strained on her toes, and when their lips met, it was like the first time. Completeness. His forehead came down to rest on hers, and Faythe closed her eyes as she folded into his warmth. They stood like that for a long, tender moment, savoring the embrace of each other and remembering this was real.
I know why you did it.
He broke the silence.
He took a life in your name, and it was your revenge to be had. I couldn't take that from you. But please, if it means expending yourself and risking your life, let me be your sword.
Faythe had never heard him plea for anything, and it sounded so broken coming from his lips. Yes, was all she could respond. Raylan pulled back, vulnerability etched on his face. I spent this whole time wanting to apologize for what you saw. For what I became when I couldn't stand the way the vile beast looked at you, spoke to you. Faith's hands gripped his leathers tighter. And now? Now, I'm not afraid to tell you I'm not sorry. That I would do it again. That I would kill every single man or fae who dares to look at you the way he did. And I would not be sorry. Faith's heart was erratic, but the fierce devotion in his gaze wavered with faint uncertainty, as if he believed she might find horror in his confession. She couldn't give in to her want to show him how much it meant to her, when she harbored a dark confession of her own. You didn't kill him, Raylan, Faythe whispered. He opened his mouth to counter. I shattered his mind seconds before you snapped his neck. I felt it. You didn't kill him. Because I did. Raylan's expression blanked. For once, his eyes were completely unreadable. Faythe tuned in to the hard beat that felt angrily caged in her chest, waiting for his reaction. For him to say something, anything, while he looked over her face and processed the truth. Why? There was a note of disbelief in his tone. That she would take that burden. Faythe thought for a moment. Because you're not the monster in this story, Raylan. We're all someone's villain. His brow pinched, and a dose of treasured wisdom from a dear lost friend echoed past her lips. It's not the act, but the intention that separates the good from the evil. His hand cupped around her nape. Where did you come from, Faythe Ashfire? The question was simply an airing of his wonder, as he drank every inch of her face as though searching for an answer that didn't exist. From the twisted depths of the nether, most likely, she muttered lightheartedly. Raylan angled his head down to hers. The kiss was a claim. A sense of urgency wrapped them, as though the events, the realization of the fear of ever being without one another, had been made real. It made the need to make every moment count all the more desperate. Faith's fingers locked in his hair, and a soft moan escaped her when his hand traveled from her waist to cup her behind. It wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly enough. He seemed to read her thoughts, and with a low groan, he swiftly hooked his hands under her thighs, and her legs locked around his waist, weightless. Their lips moved passionately, heat slicking her skin beneath her leathers, pulling at her core. Her back met with something hard. Pressed against the trunk of a broad tree, Raylan's hips jerked against her, scattering all care for decency or caution. She wanted him to do it again, to take all of her right here against the elements. It was a consuming need that dipped her hand between them until she felt the hard length of him straining in his pants. His hips bucked again when the heel of her palm dragged down firmly. Faythe. His voice was near unrecognizable. She wanted to return the favor from the inn. She needed to watch him come undone for her. But just as she went to stroke him again, he gripped her tighter. I can't lose control with you. Not here. It wasn't fair. Where they were, with their companions nearby, riled a surge of frustration in her lust-hazed mind. When awareness returned to her, she was grateful he had a tighter grip on his restraint, as hers was prepared to damn what anyone heard and surrender everything to him. He pulled out of the kiss, burying his face in the crook of her neck while he held her still. He was breathless, as was she, from the short surge of consuming passion, because no amount of time was promised. "I wish we were alone," she whispered through a caught breath. Raylan's faint chuckle vibrated across her neck. His hand squeezed her thighs tight, but that did nothing to help the urge she felt building.
"Me too."
His lips pressed to her neck, and her head tipped back at the contact. She muttered an internal plea for the return of some control as her eyes cast up to the stars through the canopy.
God's faith. Me too.
Chapter 47. Faythe. Faythe wore a bright grin of amusement, chewing on a biscuit from her lazy position on a bedroll propped up against a tree trunk. As she forced herself to eat the stale breakfast, she observed Isaiah attempting to teach Reuben some basic close-contact dagger maneuvers. A burst of giggles left her as she watched her human friend sprawling on his ass for the third time. He was getting better, though. Slightly. Reuben peeled himself off the forest floor with a dramatic groan, dusting off leaves and dirt as he straightened. Faythe tipped her head back against the tree trunk, popping the last bite of breakfast into her mouth. She closed her eyes, enjoying the soft caress of the sun's rays that filtered through the canopy where she sat. She savored the moment, knowing it was their last day before they ventured into the mountains that had all her Fey companions wary. The Fire Mountains, as they were titled on maps, from their history of being home to the Phoenixes. Supposedly, a few small forests ran throughout, but mostly they would be trading soil for stone. Her internal complaints about the hard ground of the woodland they camped in seemed wasted when she had yet to sample the solid stone floor in the mountains. It had been 4 days since she surfaced from her short spell of depleted energy. She'd learned they passed off her horse in Destor, so she had ridden with Raylan. The only complaint she had was that it did nothing for the growing ache she had for him to be pressed against her for hours on end. Though it seemed she wasn't the only one who was suffering. Sliding her gaze, she found Livia and Kyler engaged in a far more technical and impressive level of combat, but it was often interwoven with playful attack and defense. Faythe was uplifted. A part of her wanted to join in, and she had trained with them over the past few days to rebuild her strength, but right now, she was content to bathe in the sunlight. Faythe felt him near before he crouched down beside her. She peeled her eyes open and let her head fall to the side to lock eyes with Raylan. A flutter of her heart stole her breath at the brightness on his face as he looked at her. His usual sharp and steely features were softened. His hair fell lazily around his head, and each strand shone in the sunlight. He was back from supposedly collecting firewood for the night, but she was quick to notice his arms were empty, and in straightening her head, she found no logs had been deposited anywhere around the campsite. His smile stretched to a grin at her observation, and he extended his palm.
"I want to show you something,"
he said, voice low as he briefly glanced at the others. She had no doubt they could hear him, but none of their Fey companions paid them any note or diverted their attention from the combat lessons they were engaged in. A giddy thrill knotted her stomach as she slipped her palms into Raylan's, and he pulled her to stand in a single swift motion. His fingers interlaced with hers, so casual and right, as he began to lead her away from the group. The few minutes of silence against the murmurs of the woodland further coiled in her gut as she spared a glance back, noting how far they were retreating from the others. Faythe heard the water before she saw it. Still, she remained silent, letting him take her wherever he wanted, as far as he could ever wish. When Faythe spied the waterfall she had been expecting, her breath caught. It was massive, glittering, and mesmerizing. She stopped walking for a moment, and the strain on their joined hands made him halt too. She took a second to admire the wild crash of the waves as the falling water met the broad lake below, and gawked at the shimmering veil the falling water created. Gentle mist danced along the joining of stillness and wildness. She had seen a waterfall before in Heir, and didn't think anything could come close to matching the ethereal purity of the eternal woods. But this waterfall was far larger, like a thunderstorm falling from the high cliff. "Come." Raylan gently tugged on her hand. Her eyes snapped to his, her mouth open and stunned.
"That's not the best part."
Without question, she followed him, knowing it wouldn't matter if she stared in the face of beauty or horror. She would always follow him. He guided her right up to that waterfall, the sound amplifying as the vision of water fighting water became chaos in her ears. They walked along a stone fringe that narrowed as she caught a glimpse at where it led. She saw it then, the small gap between stone and the lethal flow. He was taking her behind the waterfall. The loud crashing made her wince, and her eyes narrowed to slits as they passed through the slither of darkness. Then, behind the wild storm, it opened up into a large, cavernous space containing another far smaller lake that pulled as far back as the carved-out space in the mountainside. Faythe drank in the beautiful surroundings. The water was crystal clear, shining with iridescent ripples. "I don't know how you thought you'd find ample firewood in a place like this," Faythe commented, sliding her eyes to him. He grinned, so bright and rare, before pulling her flush to him with the hand he held.
"I wasn't looking for firewood,"
he said. Even with the thrash of water, she detected the drop in his tone as his arm went around her. Just as her heart began to thunder, he added casually,
"I thought you might appreciate a place to bathe with more privacy."
Innocent, he planted a kiss to her forehead before letting her go and stepping away. Faythe eyed the water, then him. She couldn't deny she was in need of a decent bath, as she'd been without one since leaving the inn over a week ago. But standing there imagining bathing in front of him, a wave of anxiety flushed her body and stopped her still. Raylan held no smirk, nor did he tease her over her nerves as if he knew what churned in her stomach. He began to turn around to give her the privacy he thought she desired. "Don't," she got out, heart skipping a beat with her own command. Raylan halted, his whole body going taut. Faythe's breathing was even but hard, so slowly he turned his head back to lock her gaze. "Don't stop looking at me." The words struck something in him as he turned back to her fully. Seconds felt like minutes as they stared at each other and the air thickened. Without taking her eyes off his, Faythe's trembling fingers slowly reached the fasteners of her leather jacket. His sapphire eyes flashed to them, then back to hold her own. A flare of something primal crossed them. Faythe shivered under the hold of that gaze, claimed by it. Unhooking every buckle and button, she peeled her arms from her jacket, eyes not leaving his. Removing her boots, Faythe's hands trailed to the buttons of her pants, undoing them before stepping out and letting the cool, misty air breeze over her bare legs. She shivered, unsure if it was the faint cold or Raylan's gaze trailing down her that felt like a light feather touch. Her breasts pebbled painfully against her undergarments. Still, She didn't look away from his face, even as she gripped the hem of her shirt and folded out of it in one swift, confident motion. She watched him as he watched her. His reactions may not have yielded much to anyone else, but Faythe saw him. Every slight flicker and flinch that told her he needed her as much as she needed him. Faythe stood in nothing but dainty undergarments. Not exactly the alluring lacy set she had once teased him about in the Sloane Market of Elium, but in the darkening of his sapphire eyes, they seemed to strike a reaction that made her whole body tighten with need. Need for him. Faythe, he said through a breath. Her name was a plea, a beg. She didn't stop. He didn't look away. Faythe's wobbling fingers gripped the seams of her cropped undershirt, and she glided it over her head as swiftly as her shirt. She stood bare-chested, mere feet away from him. His gaze dropped to her exposed breasts for just a second, until he met her eyes again with a desire that danced within like a tangible midnight flame. When he didn't move, she did. Slow steps to him that he tracked right until she stood within arm's reach. "Are you going to join me?" she asked, thinking her words might be swallowed by the thrash of the waterfall. He heard them clearly. His throat bobbed, and carefully, his hand raised to curl around her neck, while his eyes never left hers. "Are you sure?" His voice grated delightfully over her skin. Faythe's hand snaked over his chest, across his neck, and she pressed her naked body to his powerful, leather-clad form with a desire that was all-consuming. Raylan's other hand remained by his side. "I have never been more sure of anything in my life," she answered honestly. He remained unmoving, as though he didn't believe this was what she truly wanted. That desire was clouding her judgment when that was so far from the truth. Faythe took his face in her palms, hoping that in her hold, in her eyes, he would see she wanted this, not just with her body, but with everything she was within. "I don't want to wait, Raylan," she all but whimpered. "Please." Perhaps it was the scare of mere days ago, the thought of ever leaving this world and knowing she would only have one regret, that she hadn't taken the chance to be with him, wholly and completely, that he might never get to know and feel how she burned for him. Something shifted in his gaze of desire, a flicker of pain that made her believe their thoughts aligned. Faythe's hands fell to grip the folds of his leather jacket, just as he took her face and crashed his lips to hers. There was nothing slow or tender about the way they moved. This was possessive, demanding, months of desire utterly unleashed while they were blissfully alone to surrender. Faythe's hands fumbled clumsily over his jacket, and it was a bout of luck that she managed to undo it for him to slide out. Their mouths broke apart long enough for him to hoist his shirt over his head, when she wasted no time untucking it from his pants, desperate to feel his bare skin against hers. Her hands roamed his powerful chest, every sculpted contour like softened steel under her fingertips. He was built to protect, honed to defend, and she would worship every scar and imperfection that he'd lived through to be here, with her, right now. She trailed over his hard abdomen, lower, a thrill coiling in her stomach. She dragged her palm along the length of him over his pants, and a soft sound came from her when his hips jerked and a groan vibrated into her mouth. Just before she could fumble for the buttons, his hands caught her wrists. He pulled back from her, both of them lustful, breathless. The curls of his hair that she'd thoroughly disheveled fell over his forehead, his pupils so dark they almost swallowed the sapphire. His chest heaved, but he looked at her with something far deeper than desire. Faythe's heart hammered in her chest while she held the stare that claimed her entirely, connecting to something soul deep. His fingers brushed slowly from her wrists, up her arms, over her neck, until he held her face. "We should wait," he began, and Faythe's mouth immediately fell open to protest. His mouth curled in amusement before he continued. "But I've come to realize tomorrow isn't my promise to give. What I can promise is me. Until the last tomorrow comes, I want you to know every broken piece of me belongs to you." Faythe held the hand at her face. A wave of emotion pinched her expression, unknowing of what she'd ever done right in this life to deserve him. "You're not broken, Raylan. Not to me," she whispered, knowing he would hear her. "You should know." Faythe's mouth dried out, a lump choking the words she tried to speak. There would be no taking them back, no coming back from baring her whole heart to him and hoping he would protect it. She didn't doubt him, nor did she really care if he shattered it, because she'd known for a long time. She belonged to him too. His forehead pressed to hers, and his eyes fell closed. "Say it," he breathed, a longing plea. Her heart swelled and thrummed so hard, she began to feel lightheaded. One of his hands left her face to curl around her waist, her chest pressed bare to his, and nothing in this world had ever felt so electrifying and perfect. "I was going to say I love you." She took a short pause. Pain swelled in her chest, stealing her breath. "But it's not enough. Not for what I feel for you." Faythe shook her head, unable to voice what this was between them, because it was so much more than that single mundane word, love. Raylan breathed a long exhale, his thumb brushing her cheekbone while she felt that pain growing in him too. "You are my heart, Faythe Ashfire. When you lose yourself to anger, when you are consumed by passion, when you risk yourself defending, gods, do I love every impossible, reckless, and fierce part of you." Faythe released a laugh mixed with a cry. Her eyes blurred, but elation kept her tears from falling. "And I will spend the rest of my days showing you, when words fail, that you are everything. In this life or the next, I will always find you." He brought his lips back to hers. A kiss turned claim. A claim turned into a forging. Something so deep within her rejoicing as their souls entwined with every movement they made. Raylan didn't stop her when she went for the buttons of his pants this time. Her core had heated so desperately for him, she was clumsy in her work. When every button and tie was finally loose, she dipped her hand to feel him. A gasp left her as Raylan growled low, hips jerking into her touch with a force that made her blanch with a wild thrill. His lips left hers to plant over her neck. His hands cupped her behind, and Faythe's breathing was so uneven, she began to feel dizzy between the shortness of air and her high of lust. For a second, her mouth dried at the size of him. She wondered if he would even fit her. A blush creeped along her cheeks, and she must have stilled, as Raylan immediately pulled back, taking her stiffness as a hesitation. "Are you okay?" he asked, ready to diffuse the tension completely if that was what she wished. Faythe swallowed hard. It's been a while since I haven't been with... She didn't know what sentence she was trying to form exactly. Something to explain her lack of experience, as she suddenly came to the realization it was nothing compared to what he would know from his 4 centuries. She had been with a few men before, but never anyone who mattered. And above all, she never imagined she'd fall so deeply in love with a Fae. Raylan was powerful, immortal, and she... Raylan searched her eyes, the assessing look he always wore when he needed answers that were too difficult for her to voice. And just like every other time, he seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. His lips brushed hers. "I can assure you," he kissed her jaw, "nothing matters but you and me. No past, just now." That feathered touch of his grazing lips was the sweetest torture down her neck. "And nothing has ever driven me as insane as you do, Faythe Ashfire." His mouth opened and closed around her neck, his elongated canines scraping there, and a shallow cry left her. "I plan to worship every inch of you, again and again, until you believe it. My love and desire for you knows no limits." Her knees were close to giving out, but his large, calloused hands gripped her waist tighter. A rumble left his throat to travel over her bare skin. Faythe let go of all reservations then, her hands finding their way back to below his pants of their own accord. She palmed the length of him, and without thinking, Faythe took control. Her head angled and dipped, lips meeting his chest and trailing downward. Her fingers gripped the waistband of his pants, and she tugged them down with her. Faythe. Her name was a sinful plea from his mouth. He didn't stop her as she kissed down past his navel and dropped to her knees. Their discarded items of clothing cushioned the hard stone, and Raylan stood gloriously bare before her. He was powerful, beautiful, and she planned to show him just how blazing her desire for him ran. Faythe cast her eyes up to his, and they were wide and feral as he watched her. She took the length of him in her palm, fingers barely meeting. Her lips wrapped around him, and even with her human hearing, Raylan's hiss folded into a groan, a melody to her ears over the waves. His fingers gently pushed into her braids, while his hips jerked, as if he were being careful not to hurt her. But Faythe was beyond wanting to be gentle. She took him in her mouth while working her hand in tandem, relishing in the sounds it brought from him, and the ones she knew he was holding back. She had to refrain from reaching down to touch herself to relieve the building ache between her legs as she imagined him fully unleashed. Before she could drive him to the brink, he pulled away. Faythe didn't get the chance to complain that she was far from done when he too fell to his knees, one arm hooking around her waist. A breath of surprise left her at the quick, weightless maneuver that had her lying on her back over their fallen clothes. Raylan's fingers dipped under the last piece of material she wore, swiftly peeling away her underwear until they were both completely bare in the cool, misty air. He was wild and free, and she loved every part of this side of him. Loved every wicked, brilliant, fierce thing about the warrior above her. Raylan kissed down her body, taking each of her breasts in his mouth with a slight graze of those torturous canines, emitting unchecked sounds from her. Lower, over her navel. Slow, as though he left each trail of his mouth so she could understand his intentions and have a chance to object. She said nothing. Her lips undulated of their own accord. She wanted this. All of this.
"Ever since I felt you," he groaned, seeming to drink in the scent of her. "I've wondered if you would taste as sweet as you sounded, finding that release by my hand."
Dear gods. His words, the deep gravel in which he spoke them, were felt as pressure against the nerves at her core. Then his mouth was there. A loud moan left her as her back arched into the first contact that exploded stars beneath her closed lids. To the world and beyond, any noise she made was swallowed by the tantrum of water. Raylan heard her, though, and turned ravenous, one arm folded over her stomach to stop her from writhing. His other hand met his mouth, and he slipped one finger into her before quickly adding another. Faythe forgot where they were, forgot time, worry, fear. Every sense of grounded humanity left her as his hand and mouth worked her so precisely, sending her to new heights of bliss she had never experienced before, never thought possible before. Right toward that end point she didn't want to reach without him this time. "Raylan," she rasped sharply. Immediately, he interpreted it as a plea to stop rather than a coax to push on. Their eyes locked, and she almost came apart at the sight of him there between her legs, utterly surrendering to anything she would want or need. Whatever he read on her face made Raylan trail his lips back up her body, until he was close enough her fingers fisted in his silken silver locks, and she pulled his face to hers. The kiss was explosive. Faythe tasted herself on him and loved every second of it. She felt the tip of him between her thighs, the ache of emptiness almost becoming painful. "Please." Raylan pulled back to lock eyes with her. Sapphire blazed into gold, fusing and forging, both breathless with insatiable desire. His hand reached between them to position himself at her entrance. Faythe's breathing was hard, and a sharp inhale curved her spine at the first feel of him inching into her. He took it slow, despite the burning need that made her want to plead for him all at once, even though she knew the pain it would cause. She breathed slow and steady to adjust to him, and he trembled with restraint, arms braced above her. Faythe's eyes shut at the tightening pinch that grew, but quickly soothed into the sweetest pleasure.
"Don't stop looking at me, Faythe."
It was a command, a plea she could never deny. Her eyes opened to hold his as he moved slow, both of them silent, sharing breath, and consumed by the feeling that burned in the joining of their bodies until he filled her completely.
"You were made for me."
Raylan glanced down between them, watching where he pulled back and entered her anew with the release of a harsh breath that scattered down her stomach. Faythe whimpered in bliss.
"Gods, you feel incredible."
His essence was a warmth within that entwined with hers as he began to move, slow and steady, until a rhythm built between them, their own perfect harmony that soon made their desire unchecked. Nothing had ever felt so right, and she knew nothing would ever compare to this, to them, together without a single boundary or reservation. She wasn't an heir to anything. She wasn't fated to kingdoms or spirits. All she was in that moment was his. What they shared wasn't just lust or passion. It was power answering to power, his ability singing to hers, and she knew this feeling could never be matched by any other in the world. Raylan hooked a hand under her thigh, lifting her to bury himself deeper, and Faythe's head fell back at the new angle. His mouth met her throat, the vibrations from his groans tingling over her chest, and she could have cried from the pleasure combined with his wild thrusts. Faythe kept climbing that impossible height of bliss, thinking there might be no end, no limit to what he could give her. She would never want anything as much as she wanted him. Pleasure rocked through every internal piece of her. His skin against hers trembled and awakened every nerve ending. When his lips met hers, something between a moan and cry left her, mixing with the low vibration of something utterly primal and possessive that answered from his throat. Her hands roamed his sweat-slicked skin, heated as much as her own. Faythe savored every flex of his contoured body as it moved against her, every raised imperfection of his battle-scarred form that she loved. Against the angled contours of his back, her nails dug into his skin and only seemed to heighten his pleasure, so unchecked now as he claimed her to her very bones. His hips slammed harder, his angle turned deeper. She didn't know what she expected, but this was far more than her imagination could have conjured. Before, perhaps gentle would have sounded romantic, tender. But now he gave her everything she didn't know she craved. It was wild and free. It was so many days, weeks, months spent in longing released all at once. "I can't," she breathed, not having any words to follow, only knowing that her end was so near. Raylan's mouth was on her throat as he said, "Let go, Faythe." His mouth opened, and his canines dragged along her collar. Gods, she wanted him to bite. The sharpness pinched harder than before as he fought with restraint, against his primal fey instinct to mark and claim. It was utterly maddening, and that slight pain against pleasure shattered the stars. She forgot everything but his name as she cried it out while her release surged through her like the forming of a galaxy. Colors, stars, darkness. It exploded like a blissful end and a new beginning behind her eyes, which clamped shut as her body bowed off the ground. Raylan went with her, one arm locked under her arched back as he weathered it. After a few final, powerful thrusts, he jerked and stilled as his own end barreled through him. She might have heard her name, but it was drowned out by the roars and crashes she couldn't be certain came from him, her, or the thrashing of water. His forehead pressed into the crook of her neck, while his release shuddered through him, through them. Seconds that could have been minutes, that could have been hours, passed in her moment of suspended ecstasy. Raylan's arms slipped from under her as she fell back to lie flush against the ground, breathless and spent. He was panting and unmoving, too, as he lay over her. Their skin was flush, but he bore no weight on her. Faythe's fingers slid into his hair as she caught her breath, idly caressing the silken strands of silver, while they both came down from their glorious, earth-shattering high. That was. He trailed off in a short breath that blew across her sweat-slicked chest. She shuddered. "Yes," was all she said, neither making coherent sense, but somehow knowing exactly what they meant. Nothing could ever compare to what burned between them. At least, it couldn't for her. Raylan shifted to lean on his forearm while looking over her. His fingers brushed a few strands of her hair that had matted around her face. "You are my phoenix, Faythe." She couldn't be sure what he meant by it, but the adoration quieting his words surged her with strength. Then his tone dropped to a husky murmur. "This is only the beginning of what I plan to do with you." She shivered in utter bliss. Her cheeks warmed as his fingers trailed over her jaw, while he partially hovered above her, over her neck and shoulder, down the curve of her side, stifling her breaths.
You have never once let this body slow you down or stop you from trying. Never saw being human as a weakness when you were forced to live among Faythe who tried to see you as inferior.
Those torturous, godly fingers began to trace the same path, tingling over every inch of her skin.
From that first day I met you, I saw the determination in your eyes when you dared to speak up for yourself against a king. I saw the courage on your face when you dared to pull a knife against me.
A nervous chuckle left her, and Raylan grinned. It was a sight so precious, without title or burden. In this cave, Raylan was simply a Fae, and she simply a human, and all that mattered was their love for one another. His thumb traced her bottom lip.
Gods, I wanted you then. From that moment, as twisted as it may sound, I hated you for it, but I hated myself more, only because I knew you were everything I would never deserve. Everything that felt so right, but seemed so wrong.
Her heart swelled, her eyes burned, and she wondered if it was possible to love someone so hard the pain was absolution.
I realize now that I was wrong. Wrong to ever deny that you were meant to be mine, and I yours.
For a long time, Faye thought she would never find where she truly belonged. In High Pharaoh, in Ryanel, in anywhere else on the map of Ungardia and beyond. Never did she believe she would find it, feel it. Now she knew why. It was not in any one place where she would be bound by duty over heart. It was by his side. No matter where they traveled or settled, if the kingdoms fell and the world burned to ash, by Raylan's side she would always belong, and she'd never expected to find her true home in a Fae so raw and fierce. A wave of emotion pushed out a single tear that fell to her ear. You saw me, as more than just a twisted existence. And I saw you, Raylan. I saw that you deserved everything you thought you didn't. Her fingers traced over the marks on his bare chest, a painful lump of emotion constricting her words, reducing them to a whisper. Everything and so much more. A sadness swept her for the pain he had endured throughout the centuries, and the torment he'd lived daily for a wicked past. She knew she would spend every day of her existence making him believe he deserved to be loved.
I would have endured it all again.
Raylan kissed where her feelings had spilled over.
For centuries over, if it led me to you, Faythe.
Then he kissed her mouth, the salt of her tears on his lips. His pain and hers, his joy and hers. Despite where they were, she couldn't have imagined the moment to have been more perfect. But as she lay on their discarded clothes, and with the hardness of the ground returning her to her senses, her only wish was that they were in bed with enough space for him to settle beside her and lie there in the aftermath for blissful eternity. Raylan seemed to realize the luxury they were lacking too. With a final kiss planted on her collarbone, he pulled away from her. In straightening, he took her hands, pulling her upward with him until she straddled his lap. A wave of dizziness would have had her collapsing right back if he didn't hold her to him. It shouldn't be possible, but as their bare skin drew flush, her desire sparked a shallow fire once again, despite her exhaustion. In the darkening of his eyes and the feel of him beneath her, she knew she wasn't alone.
"How about that bath?"
he said in a low, husky tone. A giggle escaped her and turned to laugh that called on her one to rest. Her arms circled around his neck. Her cheek met with his shoulder. Raylan stood, taking her with him. It almost felt like flying above clouds while her body felt warm and floaty inside. Faythe inhaled sharply, feeling the cool water lap around her legs and backside as Raylan walked into the pool from the shallow end. Faythe was carried, by him, by water. She didn't release him, and he seemed in no hurry to unhook his powerful arms from her either. She kind of wanted to sleep, and even felt her eyes flutter closed as her head lay against his chest. His hand smoothed over her hair, trailing down the length of her spine. Then a thought snapped her eyes open, and she peeled her head back. "We didn't plan for this," she said. Her face heated as she added to his look of confusion. "I have no contraceptive tonic." Raylan's brow raised, but he was otherwise unconcerned. Faith's mouth popped open, about to ramble the obvious that this was not the time to consider bringing a child into the world. Even if it was highly rare, with him being Fae and her mostly human, there was still a chance. She was living proof. Faith's body heated at the thought. They were reckless not to have considered the consequences. Oh, gods, does he even want children? His rumbling laughter cut through her sprinting thoughts, and she stared at him, incredulous. When his chuckles ceased, his smile was still bright.
Liv knows of a tonic that can be made with plants found around these forests. She used to help females in the wool camps who didn't have access to the towns regularly to buy it,
he said, amusement still twinkling in his sapphire eyes at her flustered look.
"I wouldn't have risked it without you having that choice, Faythe."
Choice. The way he said it almost made her believe he wouldn't object to her not taking the contraceptive. It coiled in her stomach, a new longing at the thought. It was far from her desire right now. With so much war and uncertainty surrounding her, she couldn't stand the thought of bringing a soul into the world before it was righted. But the thought, staring into the sapphires that had become her orbit, gave her hope. She wanted to live, for him and for the future they could have. Chapter 48. Zayana. They tracked Faythe and her companions for days after catching up to Tynan and Amaya. For the first few days, Zayana almost believed their quest would be over when the human wouldn't surface from unconsciousness. She didn't tell anyone of the plan that swirled in her mind by the third day of watching Faythe ride limply against the silver-haired warrior who grew so distraught with each passing hour. If Faythe hadn't come around when she did, Zayana might have let Nerida go to aid the human, like she had pleaded to do so many times it had become an irritating whine. After all, Faythe was no use to any of them dead. It would have spelled her failure. Still, Zayana didn't let her immense relief show when the human finally took a conscious breath and opened her damn eyes. Since then, the dark fae had hunted from far enough away that she was sure they couldn't detect them while they continued their journey to the Fire Mountains. Zayana perched on a high cliff, spying through the canopy as the close ensemble below seemed to be sparring casually for fun. She found a lot of their actions and interactions odd and intriguing. It passed her otherwise dull days to watch them engage. Their friendship, she dared to believe, was true and genuine, something she rarely saw in any of the towns around the Mortis Mountains where she would venture.
"Should we follow them?"
Tynan asked from behind, dragging her from her wandering thoughts. Flicking her eyes to who he meant, she saw the silver-haired warrior leading Faythe away from the others. Her eyes locked on their joined hands, and her head tilted curiously. Ziana had noted their closeness before. It was clear the Fae was highly protective and near possessive of Faythe. His concern when she'd fallen for days was far deeper than the others, despite their endless fuss over her. Now it was clear why. If she'd been told a powerful Fae warrior had fallen for a feeble, albeit perhaps equally powerful, human, she would have mocked the notion. Yet not a single doubt arose in her mind about his intentions at seeing them together. She almost felt it in her chest as something akin to awe, their unspoken devotion to each other, as though they didn't care what the world would think of such an impossible pairing. Ziana shook her head in answer to Tynan. They won't go far alone. She would let them have their privacy, knowing the humans' days were numbered. It tightened a strange sensation in her gut to think of it. She shouldn't care, but it was becoming exhausting in her own mind to deny she did. Faythe had people who would mourn her. She had a place in the world as the heir of Ryanel. Her life had meaning. Ziana couldn't be sure when or why her tormenting thoughts had somehow bounced back to her observations of the human's life to compare it to her own, to acknowledge how pitiful her existence really was. She was but a soldier in this life, from the day she was born until the day she would fade on. It was a suffocating realization that it was all she would be. Her position, her life, was a replaceable one. The masters never let her forget that. Her eyes cast back to the lessons the Fae were engaged in. They were laughing, fooling around, and it was something she found oddly refreshing to see when combat under the mountains reserved no room for such mockery of the skill. Every now and then, the Fae with longer dark hair stopped to scan his surroundings, even the skies. The first time she watched his alert, her body had stiffened, and she'd almost darted farther out of range. But she had come to decide it was habit for him, and that he would have spotted her by now if her position were at risk. She couldn't be sure why, but he intrigued her, and she found her eyes fixed on him. The way he moved, the way he taught combat. Ziana thought it highly inspiring.
If I didn't know you any better, I'd say you look mildly impressed,
Maverick said as he joined her. Unlike the others who left her to have the space her detached demeanor requested, the annoying bastard decided to settle down beside her on the cliff edge. Hardly, she mumbled, not in the mood for idle chat. But we shouldn't underestimate any of them. Maverick reclined back on his hands.
I'm not concerned about any of them. Not with what we have.
She had to agree. The Fae below stood little chance against them, despite their highly skilled and lethal warriors. When it came to a fight, Ziana wasn't concerned about losing. But a part of her, a part she would never admit to anyone, really hoped it didn't have to come to one. It was a fool's hope, and what they had to do might very well require killing them all to get to Faythe. Ziana had been in turmoil for days, constantly needing to cast out any regard for the lives below. They were simply collateral in war, nothing more.
So, we confront them. Then what? Ask kindly for the human.
Ziana pondered for a moment, eyes scanning over the Fae, then over to where Faythe and the silver-haired one had disappeared from view. She thought out loud, we need to separate her from her mind-seer. Ziana could feel Maverick's eyes on her. They're powerful together. I need her to either submit to the power she demonstrated she has no discipline or strength to hold, or refuse to take it. If he's with her, she may be able to harness it by sharing it between them. It had struck her with awe to witness the way his ability brought Faythe back when her heightened power should have consumed her without the proper restraint and control.
You fear that if they do, they might prove to be an equal opponent.
Yes, she admitted. I'm not such an arrogant fool to think otherwise. Maverick took a long breath.
In your height of power, Zayana, you are quite the force to be reckoned with. One I don't think the world is ready for.
He wasn't referring to the ability she had used during their battle. This was more than that. It was the darkest, most dangerous part of what she was capable of. A monster sealed away inside her that she hoped never to use. Yet she'd been suffering the humming in her veins since leaving the mountains, as if in preparation for when her hand would be forced. Perhaps, but I don't think I'm the only force to be reckoned with in this war. Chapter 49. Faythe. They traded in the horses for far less coin than they were worth in the final small town near the edge of the Fire Mountains. It didn't matter. They wouldn't need currency where they were headed, and had spent what little they brought making sure food, wares, and provisions were well stocked for their week-long journey through the mountains, over to the Isles, and then on their return trip. Having preparations to make it back gave Faythe slight determination to make it so. But even she could tell everyone had dropped in spirits, and uncertainty coated the air between them all. She looked up at a dauntingly tall mountain range that seemed to stretch on for far longer than they could possibly cross in the time frame the Fae had calculated. They planned to use a tunnel route rather than climb and risk the unforgiving terrain of peaks and fringes. The stone of which they were made was a dark gray, but toward their peaks, before some that disappeared beyond the cloud cover, they glistened a faint crimson red. Faythe had seen the mesmerizing, unusual color before, over the mountains surrounding Elyum.
Firestone.
Raylan answered her thoughts, his hand falling on her back as he returned from scouting the area with Kyler. They wanted to be certain they weren't being followed, and that there were no creatures lurking that could catch them by surprise.
They say it's forged in phoenix fire, which is what gives it its color.
Faythe eyed the sparkling stone in the distance with awe. Does it have any special properties?
Mostly, it's just mined for weapons or wares.
Raylan twisted Faythe to pull her to him. His face was pinched in a worry that splintered her chest.
There is a reason no one ventures these mountains anymore. They say since the time of the Firebird, the mountains have been cursed. Believe me, I would pass it off as superstitious nonsense faster than anyone. Except no one has made it through them and returned in a very long time.
A hand went to her face, and Raylan spoke to her mind while the others were in earshot.
I have every intention of seeing us return and fulfilling my promise to you. Many times.
A shiver of desire crawled up her spine, and perhaps her scent shifted to tell him how much she wanted it, as his arm tightened around her.
I hate to break up a moment and all, but if we don't get moving, it will be nightfall before we even reach the cave entrance,
Isaiah called, and the distance of his voice made her realize the others had already begun to make their way into the mountains. Faythe giggled, and Raylan pressed one firm kiss to her lips before releasing her. As they began to walk, their hands brushed, and her palm slipped effortlessly into his. It wasn't a conscious effort, and not something the others had even once speculated about. Upon returning from the waterfall cave, no one said anything to them directly, but they didn't have to. Isaiah was a master of indirect comments, and Livia was his cunning accomplice. Kyler found easy entertainment in it all, but refrained from joining in with the not-so-subtle jesting. She supposed they would have scented exactly what happened between her and Raylan, or assumed it from the long hours they'd spent in the waters, especially after he took her again. Twice. Faythe didn't feel even mildly embarrassed, and certainly not regretful. Not with every uncertainty they were to face. Time, days were too precious. She wouldn't waste them not seeking what was in her heart. Stepping into the fold of the mountain range blocked the sun out entirely, and they were swallowed by shadow. It was still light enough to see clearly, but an eerie gloom settled in place of the bright summer sky they had walked under just seconds ago. Faythe subconsciously gripped Raylan's hand a little tighter, not releasing until she felt a soothing caress on her senses within. She responded with internal gratitude. "There is only one moral that will see us through to the other side," Isaiah chirped up from the front. "And what, dare I ask, is that?" Livia questioned. "That we remember, no matter what, to always have faith." He turned to her with a beaming grin and shot a playful wink. It lifted her skittish mood, and she shook her head with a loose laugh. "To live as if death is a game," Kyler joined in light-heartedly. "Love is a prize," Livia continued. "And danger is desire," Isaiah finished. They all shared in the laughter, partly at the ridiculousness of such a meaning, but also out of determination. Because regardless, it was exactly what they needed to see them home. Feeling lighter, Faythe looked through the mountain passage, cast her eyes to the impossible heights of their peaks, and muttered a silent prayer to Aurealis that they make it through alive, and together. They arrived at the mouth of the cave her Fay companions had been following a map toward, just as the sun waved its last farewell. They decided they would camp outside for the night, and gather as many provisions as they could find in the sparse foliage and otherwise barren landscape to keep the torches going inside. Despite their unique array of combined abilities, it would have been highly advantageous if one of them were a fire wielder. Then they could create an eternal flame, so they wouldn't have to worry about dying. Raylan had extended his ability in any towns they'd stopped by in the hope he'd come across one and borrow some of their power, even for at least half the journey, before he would have to let it go or risk burning himself out. Of course, they had been unlucky. Man-made fire was their only option. Faythe sat cross-legged on a bedroll by the center fire they'd built, warming herself against the night chill. She couldn't help staring into the dark, depthless cave mouth they would enter tomorrow. A creeping chill that had nothing to do with the drop in temperature rose the hairs over her body. She shivered, her mind running wild at the thought of the confined space. Faythe always avoided places that held the possibility of trapping her. Even when she was young, in a game of hide-and-seek, Faythe would always win by silently tracking the seeker, rather than hiding until they gave up searching. Jackon was quick to catch on to her methods, but others were hilarious to watch attempting to find her while she stalked them. The idea of being underground with no sure way out, and no measure of time without the rise and fall of the sun. Faythe didn't realize the panic she was spiraling into with her eyes fixed on the cave entrance, until someone loudly threw themselves down next to her. "The tunnels have been mapped out by various travelers. There are several ways through, and we are confident in the route we've chosen." Kyler spoke to her fears. How he knew what she worried over, she couldn't be sure. He placed various sticks he'd gathered in front of him, along with some other foliage and cotton-looking material. Faythe watched as he began his work, and she deduced he was assembling some form of torch. "I thought no one makes it out of these mountains alive," she countered. A little grim, but it was what they implied. Kyler chuckled lightly, beginning to rap and roll expertly.
We didn't say no one, but not many do.
He slid her a teasing look.
Don't look so horrified, Faith. Do you really think we would have risked it if we didn't hold confident odds?
Or we're counting on simply being the luckiest bastards alive, Isaiah chimed in from across the fire. Everything has seemed ordinary, Faythe observed. What exactly is so grim about these mountains? She couldn't help but think there was nothing except beauty and intrigue so far, with the glistening red peaks and calm fringes.
Since the time of the Firebirds, after what happened here, it's said the mountains are cursed. That bodies of the damned who try to slaughter the phoenix birds haunt in gruesome forms known as scalies.
Kyler shuddered. Actually, shuddered. She had never seen him express an ounce of fear before.
Faceless corpses.
A chill settled in her bones, and Faythe subconsciously scanned around them. Isaiah chuckled, which spiked her heart rate as she became skittish at the grim tale.
Oh, poor Faythe is bound to have nightmares now, he teased.
When his eyes locked on her over the licks of flame, his smile turned feline.
Out here, Raylan won't be able to. Finish that sentence,
the general warned, and Faythe's eyes trailed up to where he'd returned with Livia from scouting the perimeter.
And scalies will be the least of your worries.
Faythe met eyes with Isaiah, whose face fell as he muttered a disgruntled response. She refrained from childishly sticking her tongue out at him, despite the heat that rose to her cheeks. Glancing behind Raylan and Livia, she quickly noticed, "Where's Reuben?" Raylan settled down beside her, close enough their thighs grazed.
Nature's call, as he announced.
Faythe chuckled. They wouldn't know it was the way he had referred to his bathroom breaks since he was a child. Isaiah began to pass around some bread and cold cuts they had picked up at the last town as he said,
"If we're all to die out here—"
"Seriously," Livia cut in with a dead look. He dismissed her with a lazy smile.
"I would simply like to know, if you got the chance, what would your famous last words be?"
Faythe smiled too, thinking it a fun game to take her mind off the dark night and discovery of the possible ghoulish threats that could be lurking around them. Kyler obliged.
"Please, gods above, make Isaiah mute in the next life."
Chuckles were exchanged around the circle, amplifying at his brother's short scowl. Livia said,
"If I fall today, I will rise stronger tomorrow."
"You won't be rising if you're dead," Isaiah countered. She smirked.
"I believe there are far more lives for us to live than this one."
He gave a fair, one-shouldered shrug.
"Perhaps."
Shuffling snapped their attention to where Reuben's form emerged into the glow cast by the firelight. As he settled down and helped himself to the rations, Isaiah asked,
"Famous last words, Rue. What'll it be?"
Reuben winced, but she wasn't sure what could have caused the disturbance from what Isaiah asked. She thought the short nickname somewhat heartwarming, a sign they were not only accepting of his presence, but they were beginning to welcome and include him. Her friend took a long breath, seeming to contemplate. Then he settled on,
"I don't mourn the time I'll miss. I rejoice in the time I had."
Kyler whistled low.
"This is getting deep. Can I amend my words?"
"Nope.
They're the last words for a reason, and you wasted them. There are countless other ways I can torment you without speech, brother,"
Isaiah said, and they shared a knowing chuckle. Faythe sat silently on her words the whole time, perhaps because she didn't want to acknowledge she'd thought of them before.
"Come on, General, give us them,"
Isaiah continued around the circle as he lazily reclined back. Raylan shifted, pushing an arm around Faythe's back to subtly draw her closer.
I plan to go out with the blade in my hands, and hardly time for such a thought,
he said casually. Faythe knew he was lying straight away and turned her head to him. When his sapphire eyes met hers, they held a warmth latticed with a string of pain, as if he'd thought of his last words before, too.
My last breath would be yours,
she heard his truth.
To make sure you know, I will always find you.
The wave of emotion that lapped her made it a struggle to maintain her outward composure. Isaiah scoffed.
Oh, I see how it is. Internal conversation is rather selfish in company, you know.
Faythe turned her eyes to the flames. She wasn't afraid to voice her final words to the group. She took a deep breath. My last words would be thank you. To the family I found who shaped me into who I am. She spared a look at each of them, letting them know she was referring to all of them, as well as Jackon, Marlowe, Nick, and Toria, whom she'd left back in High Faro. She couldn't meet his eye as she added to Raylan's thoughts. And thank you, because I never knew how lost I was until you found me. His hand at her hip gave a gentle squeeze, and she leaned sideward into his casual embrace. By dawn, everyone awoke and packed swiftly, not wanting to be outside on the mountain tops for longer than necessary. The tunnels would be quicker, and with the knowledge of her companions whom she had no choice but to trust, they would be safe from the creatures they would otherwise encounter if they went over the mountains. That, and the climbing and uncertain terrain would make for a perilous trek. As much as it daunted Faythe to be walking willingly into confinement, where she knew of no sure exit, the alternative wasn't much more inviting. Torches lit and provisions secured, Faythe's heart pounded with her first steps into the mouth of the cave. But she walked alone, forcing confidence to curve her spine and press her feet forward. She couldn't afford to be cowardly. Raylan was close by, his presence a safety net that subdued her fear just enough to see her through to the other side. Chapter 50. Zayana. For hours they followed Faythe and her companions. The Dark Fae were alert, each of them focused on covering every inch of the surrounding areas, while Zayana honed her focus to detect where the Fae moved below. Extending her senses to reach so far underground took every drop of her attention, and she heard nothing but the faint motion below her feet, saw nothing except the upturning gravel under her boots, her eyes boring holes through the ground as if she could picture the 6 bodies below. Zayana had been forced to take the more perilous exposed route out in the open. It wasn't the often deadly terrain and steep ledges they had to climb that set the Dark Fae on edge. It was the fact they were not the only monsters lurking in these mountains. She knew of the legends, the cursed scalies that showed up in even the Wicked's nighttime horror stories. Faceless, cursed foes that devoured anything in their path. Yet even if she'd had a choice, Zayana may well have chosen this path rather than underground confinement. She would never choose something that could enclose her.
I take it they are still in high spirits and joined at the hip,
Maverick drawled. Zayana jerked, unaware of his close proximity after spending so long in focused silence. She scowled at him from the fright. For now. Maverick groaned.
It's insufferable.
Her lips upturned. Of course, you only delight in suffering and wretched things. He smirked.
I only delight in dark and beautiful things.
Zayana halted, finding Maverick far closer than she detected seconds ago as his voice dropped low. His smile was wickedly enticing.
Maverick Blackfair.
She matched his sultry tone, and for a second there was a sparkle in his onyx orbs. Her face fell straight. "Come within a foot of me again, and the creatures of these mountains will be the last thing you fear." He didn't balk. In fact, he delighted in the threat. Sayana opened her mouth, but something stole her string of profanities. She glanced back at the ground she had studied over the hours, focusing every one of her senses once more until she confirmed what she suspected. Their window of opportunity had been granted. A devious smile spread across her cheeks. Glancing up, she met eyes with Maverick, who seemed to detect what she saw as the mouse played his part down below. He matched her dark triumph. The others scattered around, and she glanced over at them as her lightning pricked her skin. She knew what she had to do. Her vibrant bolt snapped across the guards on her fingers. She dove into her well carefully, collecting and building for the strike that would shake the mountain. Magic coursed through her veins, a fire that took every ounce of her control not to be consumed by, as she harnessed far more than nature gave her at birth. She had collected enough to address them all. "Maverick and I will follow Faythe." Tynan's mouth opened with a swift protest, but her pinned glare warned against it. "As my second in command, I trust you in leadership to guide the others through the only other route underground. By the time you catch up, we will have already captured her. But should they turn out to be swifter and more cunning than we predicted, I don't care what it takes for you to keep them back."
"What do you plan to do with her?"
Nerida's voice was horror-filled and familiar, but Sayana had no room to feel pity. "Don't ask what you're not willing to accept the answer to," was all she responded, casting her gaze away to avoid the irritating drop she couldn't suppress at witnessing Nerida's weak heart. Amaya's gaze was mildly disturbed, but hard in determination and understanding. Tynan gave a nod of obedience, and then they were all stepping back, seeking distance from the impact of what she was about to unleash. She didn't know why her eyes found Maverick, who looked to her with a dark hunger that caressed her spine as she tamed and honed her magic. There was life in his cold eyes as he smiled. His hand slid into his pockets, and he took long backward strides from her as he said with delight,
"Make it storm, Sayana."
Chapter 51. Faythe. Azaya ensured the first few hours went by without much peace. Faythe welcomed the distraction, no matter what teasing or wild thoughts came from his mouth. He even managed to force laughter from her tense body on occasion. Until silence settled. Faythe believed the constant darkness would play with all their minds, tiring them out before the sun was likely to even set. Having no concept of time of day was what panicked Faythe the most. Either her companions were masterful at subduing their emotions, or she was far more irrational than she believed. So far, there was no reason for her to be so on edge, as their travel through the passages had gone as smoothly and without surprise as she could have hoped. With that thought, she felt her shoulders begin to loosen, and let herself walk with more distance from Raylan, so she wouldn't seem like a clingy child. After a long while, she couldn't be sure how many hours had passed. She walked by Kyler's side ahead of the others. He had been telling her of the winters in Elyum, specifically the annual carnival that came to the capital city, and it sounded truly wondrous. Even though she knew his idle chat was only in distraction, she was grateful that it worked. She didn't hear when the others stopped, and she and Kyler walked a good few meters ahead. Turning back, she found them lingering at a fork in the path where Reuben was crouched and sifting through his pack. She couldn't be sure what he was searching for, as Raylan dipped his torch down to see better. Her friend was muttering something, and Isaiah was rattling off comments, likely not of any help. "Listen," Livia hissed with an edge of trepidation that silenced everyone. Instantly, all the Fae were on high alert, each positioning to grab various weapons. Faythe braced and strained her hearing in an attempt to discover what they had picked up on. The Fae exchanged furrowed looks of confusion, scanning down the passages. Faythe heard it then. A faint rumble, like colliding stone or distant thunder. She slid her glance to Raylan, and the widening of his sapphire eyes was the last thing she saw before an arm hooked around her middle, winding her as she was yanked backward by a tall, muscular force. The movement barely had time to register in her mind when that faint rumble became a deafening blow that blasted through her ears. She fell to the hard stone ground, cushioned slightly by flesh. It happened so quickly, but seemed to last for so long. The vibrations were felt under her body. Rocks rolled past her. The clash of stone against stone boomed like thunder and echoed through the passage to channel back and ring in her mind repeatedly. Something shielded her from the loose debris flying past. She managed to twist enough to know it was Heir crouching over her, his teeth clenched as he took the impact of falling rocks. Faythe's heart pounded like the stones, wild and frantic. Then everything seemed to still. A high-pitched ringing replaced the sound of boulders. Dust clogged the air, and she coughed to clear her throat. Heir groaned and finally fell away from her. It snapped her straight back to her senses after being blindsided, and she shot to her knees, looking over at him. "I'm okay," he rasped with a strain that told her he was far from it. She glanced back at their companions, and horror threatened to undo her completely. She couldn't see any of them. Raylan, who she'd been staring at seconds ago, was replaced by a wall of fallen rocks. "I'll get help," she said breathlessly from the sheer panic that gripped her. Heir muttered something back that was partially a groan, but she didn't hear him. Stumbling to her feet, Faythe took the few short strides to the avalanche of rocks and began to fumble clumsily over the loose slope, tripping and sliding as she tried frantically to get closer. When she was met with the wall of fallen boulders, she began to claw at the sharp, jagged rocks. A few came loose, and she tossed them out the way, small, feeble rocks that did nothing to make a significant indent in the thick stone wall. It was all she could pry loose. Her heart was racing, breathing hard, and she thought she could hear voices above the clash of stone as she clawed and clawed, beginning to imagine she was making some progress. She couldn't stop, desperate to get to them, and desperate not to be trapped. "I'll get help," she kept repeating, as if it would spur her determination to make it through. "I'll get help, I'll get help, I'll get help." Hands wrapped over her upper arms, stopping her from reaching to grapple another rock. Faythe cried out as she was physically restrained from her digging. "I'll get help," she thrashed to get free. "Stop, Faythe." "Heir." He held her tightly to his chest. His arm wrapped around her ribcage to pin her arms to her sides, and as soon as the task was forcibly taken away from her, awareness returned all at once. Her fingers throbbed and stung. Breathing became difficult. She was spiraling into a panic, one of her worst fears coming to pass as she stared at the block before her, a barricade from the only sure way out of the mountains. "Just breathe," Heir soothed, and with her surroundings coming back into clarity, Faythe was alerted to the pain in his voice. She did as he commanded. She closed her eyes and made breathing her only focus. In through her nose, out through her mouth, repeating the motion until her pulse was no longer a reckless beat. After seconds, perhaps minutes, she heard faint voices weave through the stones. Snapping her eyes open, she strained to listen, knowing it was Raylan and the others attempting to call through.
"We're okay,"
Kyler shouted back, and she figured he would be able to hear them far clearer than she. Are they?
"They're all fine too,"
Kyler reassured her. His arm that held her relaxed, deeming her safe from another episode. Faythe turned to him and winced at the sight. His forehead bled down one side, and his hand clutched his side. He'd saved her, and a wave of guilt and gratitude doused her. "Kai," she didn't know what to say, but he stopped her from trying by waving a lazy hand.
"I imagine it looks worse than it is."
He passed her off, but she didn't believe him.
"Faythe."
At the echo of Raylan's voice in her mind, Faythe whirled back to the stone wall with a gasp. She stumbled over a few loose boulders until she was right in front of it again, bracing her palms and forehead against it with a loose breath of relief as it sounded like he was unharmed. "I'm here. I'm okay. Kai, he's hurt." She tried not to let her fear and panic seep into her voice, but she couldn't shield it from him internally.
"He will be all right, Faythe. Trust me."
She nodded, and even though he couldn't see her, she knew he would feel it. "How long?" She clamped her eyes shut, and Raylan knew exactly what she meant.
1 week, the way you're heading. We'll have to divert and take another route that's a day longer."
Faythe's forehead creased as she fought the surge of anxiety.
"Faythe, I will see you soon."
With that last promise, she felt his embrace from within and had to bite back her desire to sob that it wasn't his arms. "Soon," she whispered back. Then she heard his voice out loud, barely more than a distant echo as he spoke to Kyler. While some words were lost on her, Kyler heard it all.
"On my life, Raylan. She'll be safe."
He swore with such a fierce determination, it only added to her sinking gut, both for Raylan's worry and Kyler's willingness to lay down his life for her. Faythe pressed her palms to the uneven stone wall for a moment longer, as if she thought they would meet with Raylan's should the wall disappear. 1 week, she said out loud in a flare of hope and determination to herself. She couldn't afford to be weak. Kyler put a hand on her shoulder.
"Let's not make it any longer,"
he said in a gentle coax to get her to back away from the rocks as he eyed them with alert and caution. Faythe moved slowly, realizing how reckless she had been when the structure was still so uncertain. Getting taken out by falling rocks would be a tragic way to go considering everything. Kyler helped her over the scattered rubble, partially shielding her as he kept an arm around her shoulders until they were a good distance away from the scene of collapse. He retrieved his fallen torch, and when Faythe's eyes fell on it, realization dawned and threatened her tamed composure once more. She met his look with wide eyes, and he seemed to come to the same conclusion. All the supplies to keep the fire going and make new torches were with the others. "Oh, gods," Faythe muttered, feeling pale with dread at the thought of venturing the passages in complete darkness when their one torch dwindled out.
"It should last at least another day. Maybe 2.
Kyler kept a level tone. He had Faythe's sight, and perhaps it would be enough for him to guide them through the pitch black with a slowed pace. It was having her own sight robbed that terrified her.
"We should get moving. If we pick up pace now, we could cut a day off our route."
Faythe appreciated his attempt to stay positive, and she willed her feet to move when he placed a gentle hand on her back. Her steps quickened with her growing panic, keeping up with Kyler's long strides as their time in firelight became a countdown. "I will not be weak. I will not cower." Chapter 52. Faythe. Faythe stirred in her sleep. Shifting, she groaned as her bones ached against the hard ground. Opening her eyes, she was met with pitch blackness. She gasped, shooting upward in a surge of panic. She couldn't see, but she was sure she was awake. Sure her eyes were open as she blinked rapidly, desperate for some flicker of light or for her sight to adjust to at least make out something. Anything.
Faythe.
She jolted at the voice that was so close, yet she couldn't figure out where it was. A hand fell on her shoulder, and she jerked again, her whole body turning rigid. Her instinct to fight kicked in, and she jumped to her feet but stumbled in the dark. Her hand shot to her side. Relief was a temporary triumph at feeling the hilt of her sword.
It's me. It's just me.
Kylier's voice was a flood of comfort that made the air whoosh from her. Her hand halted an inch from pulling her blade free. Faythe's heart thundered, but her memories caught up with her all at once, and her fear was soothed by remembering she wasn't captured or alone. She focused on controlling her hard breathing, but it was difficult to let go of her skittishness while she couldn't see a damn thing.
I'm approaching you now,
he continued carefully, and she appreciated the warning immensely, nodding her head in confirmation, even though she wasn't certain he could see her.
I'm right here, and I'm going to touch you.
His voice was right in front of her, and as soon as she felt him, she fell into his arms. It was the only way her muscles loosened, knowing she was within the arms of safety, and that Kylier could guide her where her own senses failed. I can't see anything, she whispered in terror. Without her sight, everything seemed louder, and she tuned into the slow, steady rhythm of his heart to calm her anxiety.
I know,
he said.
I can see enough to guide us out of here. I won't let you go.
Faythe nodded against him. He took her by the shoulders, and she felt his hand fall down the length of her arm before he caught her hand. Faythe curled her fingers around his with more pressure than was necessary, but he said nothing as she gripped onto him as if he were her lifeline. A strain on their joined hands urged her feet to move, and she kept close to his side, not letting a gap form between them. Only a short beat of silence was left to settle before Kylier spoke softly again, always with an edge of quietness so as not to spook her.
I'm terrified too, you know.
Faythe's chest lightened, and she even released a partial laugh. I didn't think you were terrified of anything. Kylier was perhaps the fiercest of them all. She had thought Raylan was the pinnacle of guarded and detached when she first met him, before she was able to slide in past his walls. Yet there was something more heartbreakingly sorrowful about Kylier. He didn't close off his emotions and blank his feelings from the world. He hid them behind smiles and encouragement, as though helping and protecting others was how he coped with whatever dark turmoil he buried deep. His low, rumbling chuckle flared a light in her mind that was exactly what she needed.
Everyone has fears. I can't shadow port underground. Confinement has always been a fear of mine. But I knew this was the safest venture through the mountains.
She hadn't known about the restriction to his ability. Her chest tightened for him. But it was also soothing to know she was not alone nor irrational in her anxiety. Faythe was grateful when Kylier filled the eerie silence to distract them both.
Did Raylan never tell you how we met?
The question took her by surprise. No. I know you helped to save Livia, but I know nothing of the events or time frame. He was quiet for a long enough pause that she squeezed his hand and added, You don't have to tell me. She listened to his breath that was staggered faintly.
We met in a slavers' camp, he said at last.
Faythe sucked in a sharp breath, pain pinching her chest at the mention. She had known some of Raylan's brutal past, his upbringing by his merciless uncle, Livia's father. But he hadn't mentioned this in his story. She had no words, and simply stayed silent, waiting for Heir to want to share, but holding no judgment or disappointment if he stopped at any point.
Before I go on, I need you to know I'm not proud of what I did, and I will own it for the rest of my days. But I would also do it all again to spare my brother from a worse fate.
His tone dropped with something like shame. Faythe gave his hand another squeeze, and he returned the gesture weakly.
My father was a lot like Raylan's uncle. In his twisted mind, he believed ruthlessness was love, and pain was nurture. I was not long past my first century when Isaiah was born, and I knew I would do anything to ensure my father's cruel ways didn't harm him the way they did me. As we grew, my brother started to notice the punishments I would endure, both for his faults and my own. Nothing was ever right or enough for my father.
Heir's hand tightened, and Faythe's limp hand came around to hold his upper arm, hoping he took that as her assurance she held no judgment.
Things got hard for us. My father lost his station as High Commander for undue brutality on several accounts.
He chuckled with no humor.
But as we fell into poverty, things got worse. He took to drinking, which was like lint to his already blazing fire of hatred and violence. My mother was a frail woman. She couldn't protect us. And before I reached my second century, she left us all. To this day, I do not know where she fled to, or if she still lives.
Faythe felt his lasting pain through the melancholic notes of his voice.
I shouldn't, but I think a part of me blames her. Not for failing us, but for not taking Isaiah with her when I would have helped her. If she had taken him with her, I would have helped her escape and disappear forever.
Her chest hollowed out at the story, at Heir's utter selfless and protective nature. She wasn't focused on her panic, or how her feet powered on, guided by him, or how much time had passed. While she tuned in to the heartbreaking tale of the warrior she clung to, Faythe connected with him deeply.
Long after she left, I arrived home one day after fighting in a notorious pit that offered the only income we had. Isaiah was gone, and only my drunken father lay half-conscious in his bed. When I finally got it out of him, what he had done, I snapped.
Heir's voice dropped, darkening as his tale took a turn.
He'd sold him to a slave camp, and they'd come for him while I was out, so I couldn't stop them. I beat my father, and to this day I can't explain the rage that consumed me. It blanks out some of the gruesome ways I inflicted pain on him to get him to tell me what camp they had taken him to. When I finally got the confession, I killed him, snapped his neck right there and then, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner.
Heir paused, and she wondered if he was trying to gauge her reaction to the shocking revelation. But it was not harrowing in the ways he thought she would perceive it. All she could think of was his bravery and his will to sacrifice his humanity to save his brother, knowing despite his father's evil actions, he would bear the tarnish on his soul for the murder, just like Raylan. She'd often observed how similar and close the general was to his second, more so than Isaiah. They were like two sides of the same coin. Faythe gave his hand a long squeeze, her voice hushed with emotion. He got what he deserved.
Perhaps,
Heir said sadly, in a way that proved he didn't believe it was enough to be granted atonement.
I found out Isaiah was taken to a camp across Ryanel, and I made a plan. If I simply surrendered myself as a slave, I would have condemned us both. So I made a plan to become enlisted as an overseer. It took 6 torturous months to get through training, pass their tests, when all I could think about was the horrific conditions and hard labor they were putting Isaiah through. Back then, he wasn't the fierce warrior you know him as today. That came after, when he was determined never to be at anyone's mercy again.
I didn't know Ryanel had slave camps.
We don't anymore, but that is part of the story.
Kyler's voice lightened, and she could almost feel his slight smile that eased the sorrow.
I finally got assigned as an overseer, but the camps were divided into different networks. I was located in a particular camp that wasn't where Isaiah was, and I was too new to request a transfer. It would have only raised suspicions. So, as much as I wanted to slaughter every master and overseer watching the brutal and unlawful conditions the slaves were being kept in, I had to be patient. These camps were filled with both human and Faythe. The humans would do most of the work, but there were some things that were out of their physical capabilities, or that could be done far more swiftly by a Faythe. Mining, shipping, building. All laborious tasks that claimed a lot of lives.
Kyler's hand tightened in hers, anger flaring at having to recall the grim memories. Faith's other hand fell to encase his between hers.
I tried to help as many as I could, bringing extra water, letting them have longer rest when no one else was watching. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. But these camps were run by very high and powerful people, and they were very well guarded, warded, and monitored. Escape was near impossible. It took a further 6 months for me to finally get the opening I needed to be transferred to the camp I hoped they still held Isaiah in. A whole year he was enslaved. I did fear that perhaps he wasn't even still alive, as I'd seen so many, Faythe and human, lose their lives in freak accidents, or from sheer exhaustion when their basic needs weren't even in balance with their excessive labor. When I arrived, it didn't take long for me to scour the cavernous camp until I found him by some mercy of the spirits.
Faith's heart was a fluctuating mess. With her sight gone, all she had was a dark, free mind to unfold the visual of what he described. It was grim and horrific, but she felt it all as though she were living vicariously through his memory.
All he wore were torn pants. No shirt, no shoes. His body was far more built than I remembered, as he was hacking away in the mining cave. But he was also so scarred and beaten. The whip marks on his back especially almost made me damn everything and kill every overseer I could get to before they ultimately killed me. But I had to be smart when it was clear my brother had done the same. Isaiah had fought not only to survive, but to be considered among the strongest of the slaves, who were granted a little more food and water to carry out the work for as long as they could exert them for. Next to him was another who it was clear had the will and determination to survive. I watched them for a long time, trying to plan some way to get us out of there. It seemed they had formed some kind of bond or friendship from how they took turns to rest while the others carried out the work, rationing their water between them. Small things that were essential to stay alive in such conditions.
A flash of memory burned Faith's eyes, and she almost halted her steps. Her throat constricted, but she found the words to whisper. It was Raylan. Kyler was silent for many long footsteps, and while the scene was so vivid in her mind, she'd unknowingly left her mind open to feel the ripples of what Kyler felt at recalling the details. Wetness trailed down her cheeks as she thought of what they had all endured. Kyler didn't confirm it. He didn't need to.
I found out later they had arrived around the same time. But Raylan was there first, after his uncle sold him with the intention of buying him back once he'd learned his lesson. His uncle sold Livia, his own daughter, to a brothel just before, and Raylan snapped, almost killing him then until friends of his uncle arrived just in time, and Raylan was hauled off to the mines. Oh, gods.
A pain pinched her chest at the mention of Livia's part in the story. A rage filled her that she knew would always remain insatiable. Because the evil Fae was dead, as Raylan had said, and she was near trembling with anger, wanting to inflict her own violent retribution on his uncle and the slave camp overseers. "How did you all escape?" Faythe asked tightly, desperate for his victorious resolution that saw them all here today. Heir blew out a breath.
"We almost didn't. I spent a few weeks noting every god, every shift change, every possible opening to get us all out of there alive. The camps were warded against magic. Isaiah couldn't shapeshift. I couldn't shadowport. There was only one small window of time to attempt to escape the mundane way. It took time. As an overseer, I wasn't supposed to engage with the slaves. I had to pass messages through to them craftily, often in their food or in passing. When our plan was set, we didn't hesitate. We killed a lot of Fae and made it to where no slave has ever made it before. Freedom. We tasted the air above those caves, and I'll never forget that first breath. But our victory was short-lived.
Faythe didn't realize the tightness of her own grip with the tension that built in his story until Heir's hand rested over hers and snapped her back to the present.
They closed in on us with a force that was horribly damning, outnumbered 5-1. But we were also out of the ward that stifled magic. We'll never know if we could have taken them all out on our own. We still hold bets about it to this day."
Faythe's brow flexed. "They let you go?" Heir's chuckle echoed down the passage, bouncing back with contagious humor that upturned her mouth with delight.
"Of course not. They were determined to cut us down on the spot. But then the most unexpected person arrived, one with the power to declare from that day he would not rest until every slave camp had been snuffed out and disparaged upon the discovery of the one we emerged from."
Faythe's inhale was audible. "Agalor," she concluded.
"Call it fate, destiny, or three bastards' damn good luck that the king was returning from a trip at a nearby war camp when he stumbled across our epic display. He ordered our release, and the Fenner slavers' underworld was the first camp to be destroyed and all slaves set free. I'd never been more grateful to have Raylan by our side as I was in that moment. Agalor, by some miracle, recognized him, and once he came to know he was the son of a close friend, a leading general Agalor still mourned for. Well, I suppose you know how we all ended up in our current duty."
Pride beat the heart in her chest. For the Fae warriors, for her father. To have the privilege of knowing them and being kin to the merciful great king. Faythe had never been prouder of her father.
"It was not without great trial and determination. Agalor opened the door, but it was down to us to prove ourselves and rise to our current status. It gave us something to strive for, and once we were high enough in station, we were allowed to lead the bands to find and dismember all the slave camps we could. I'm unsure if there are any that remain, but it is highly outlawed and punishable by death to keep lives against their will. Isaiah and I were happy with what we had achieved, content to lead and fight and live. Raylan kept pushing, as if he thought he could never do enough, be enough. He rose all the way to general, but even so, I don't think he has ever felt worthy of the title his father once bore. He won't believe it, but he's the worthiest any of us have ever known."
Faythe wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, her emotional sniff embarrassing in the resonating silence. Then she chuckled, laughed. Heir joined in until it filled the space and lifted their hearts. Her laughter was joyous because she held such a depth of adoration for everyone involved in Heir's tale. It was also sad for everything they had endured, and relieved for each of them who fought and lived. When her laughter ceased, Faythe felt lighter, closer to each of her companions. She leaned her head against Heir as they walked, grateful he had shared the story with her. She thought of each of them with new pride and love, of her father and his heart to see his kingdom free. Their kingdom. But most of all, she thought of Raylan, of how she craved his warmth and longed to spend every day, however many they would have, showing him he was worth everything he never believed he was. Chapter 53. Zayana.
"So you won't risk a fire because you're afraid of what, exactly?"
Maverick leaned lazily against the opposite wall of the shallow cave they took shelter in. Zayana tried to block out his presence, but the intermittent hum of his irritating voice stopped her from being able to tune in to any still peace. She didn't respond, and didn't turn to look at him either, as her eyes fixed on the endless black void over the mountain fringe. They'd stopped their trek for the night, picking up that Faythe and her companion had done the same down below. They'd scouted a deep enough carving in the mountainside to shield against the weather, and worse, the fabled lethal creatures said to be cursed to these mountains. Maverick huffed a short laugh.
"You should get some sleep. What use are you worn out?"
Her eyes slid to his then, lacking any expression. "Do I look worn out?" "Yes." She held in her snap of annoyance. He wasn't worth her energy. She wouldn't admit to him that she was running low from the lack of rest in the high of the hunt. The other more rational reason she refused rest was because she didn't trust him. Either to guard her life if she left herself vulnerable, or not to go ahead on his own in an attempt to seek the glory of finishing the quest single-handed. A shudder shook her body, but she tensed to avoid letting it show. She heard Maverick shift before her eyes and caught him standing. "What are you doing?" she demanded as he advanced toward her. With an arrogant smile, he crossed the short space. Zayana fought the urge to instantly pounce to her feet when he came to sit beside her, far too close for comfort.
"What about a discreet, personal fire?"
Maverick raised an open palm, sparking a shallow cobalt flame. His crooked smile widened at her scowl. Though she would never confess, the ripples of warmth were enough to loosen her muscles despite the fire's small size. And she figured he was putting in effort to amplify its heat without creating a blazing beacon. Having no emotion at all was often more effective with Maverick. He took great delight in being able to invoke any sort of reaction in her. Her displeasure was his sadistic enjoyment, so she chose not to respond. While she tried to sound convincing that she wasn't tired, in truth, she was exhausted, both physically and mentally. She didn't have it in her to protest. Maverick shifted until he was comfortable, legs extended and ankles crossed while he leaned back casually. She could feel his eyes on her, but she didn't turn to meet them. Zayana closed her lids, tipping her head against the uneven stone wall to enjoy the silence, though it was short-lived when his voice rumbled once again. Her fists balled.
"After all this is over, what will you do?"
Her eyes snapped open, and she took a moment to decide if she would bother with a reply. I'm not going back to be shackled to that mountain. She might be foolish to admit it to Maverick. After all, he was far more loyal to the masters than she. At least, in all their centuries, he'd led everyone to believe so as their ever-submissive lapdog. It was no secret he warmed the bed of Nephra, and she didn't blame her for choosing him. Sayana couldn't help the glance she spared in his direction at the thought. Repulsion over what he'd done momentarily clouded by the softness in his black eyes as he stared back. Beautiful. Under the arrogance and darkness, Maverick was undeniably beautiful. She shook her head at the thought. They won't let you go. Sayana was surprised when what she could only interpret as concern weaved through his voice. They don't have to. Look at where we are. We're already free. For a quest they chose for us. If we don't return, they'll hunt and kill us. Sayana stiffened at his word choice. Us. Not just her. She didn't believe it was intentional. Maverick was no fool, and he had no reason to risk his standing and safety with the masters. There is no us, she clarified. And I don't plan to outrun them. But the time for hiding is over. He took a pause of deliberation, long enough that she gave in to her curiosity to gauge his reaction. His eyes flashed to her back, but her wings were glamored like his. You don't plan to hide your heritage when we catch up to them, he stated rather than asked. A small, cunning smile tugged at her lips. The time for hiding is over. He chuckled, low but genuine, and she cursed that it made her own smile widen while they exchanged a rare look of agreement. She almost dared to believe he held a glimmer of pride in the depths of those black orbs. Not that she ever desired or needed his approval, but, admittedly, she felt relieved he didn't mock her. If he did, they would be exchanging blows instead of laughter. I do admire you for one thing, Sayana. You have never shied away from defying orders, he mused. She subconsciously flexed her fingers at the mention. Her many steps out of line had earned her a visible permanent marking, along with the lattice of disfigured skin that marred her back and hands. She didn't care. It was only flesh, and she'd earned every one of her scars, but not without giving something back. Her moments of defiance were victory. I'm not defying anything this time. I'm taking back what's rightfully mine. Maverick's head straightened. And what's that? My freedom. In the short silence that settled, she gazed up at the dancing stars as if they spoke back to her, as if they agreed. Do you remember what it was like? Sayana paused, fighting against her internal curiosity. Giving in might give the dark bastard the impression she cared. What concerned her was that she wasn't entirely sure she didn't. Before everything, before you were turned dark fae, do you remember what your life was like in Dalrune? His pause in answering was too long. She slid him a glance, fighting him with his head tilted back against the rock, also staring at the stars her eyes had fallen from. A deep frown disturbed his perfect pale skin, quietly troubled by the topic while he looked lost in thought. The moonlight softened every sculptured angle of his face and offered light to one who had lost the will to search for it. For a moment, Sayana imagined him as fae, not dark fae. Not what he was forced to become. She wondered how his heart would have beat, And if it would have been filled with love and hope and everything that had been robbed from him. They were taught such feelings were a burden, and to take them away was a gift. Yet Zayana couldn't prevent her mind from flashing to scenes of the human and her companions. Their laughter, their togetherness. Maybe there was a part of her that envied them for it. Maybe there was a part of her that mourned what Maverick might have once had too. The foolish thought was expelled from her mind as quickly as it came. Zayana looked away from Maverick, who still gazed at the sky. Perhaps their thoughts had aligned in that rare moment, and he was trying to recall even the faintest detail of his former life from over a century ago. Zayana almost pitied him. Maverick's deep inhale snapped her back to her senses.
I don't remember anything past waking up in that dark room, he admitted. Alone and feeling different. I had wings when I knew I shouldn't, only I didn't know why. I don't remember anything about the transition.
Zayana felt haunted by the flash of memory. She didn't look at him. She couldn't. She whispered to the wind instead.
I do.
She felt the impression of his stare on her, like desperation and surprise. Zayana didn't know him anything, and he wouldn't ask her to go on. But something compelled her to give him the answer he silently begged for.
I remember the day they brought you under the mountain. Over a century ago. Yet I remember feeling so young. Not because I was in mind or body, but because I felt real dread.
Zayana tensed completely, knowing his full attention was on her, and hearing him shift ever so slightly closer, as if she might tell the story faster. It was the first time I ever witnessed the ritual and saw the transitions. There were 10 of you, all Faye captured from Dalrune, but that's as much as I know. I can't tell you exactly where you came from or who your parents might be. You were so scared, like all of them, and I didn't want to watch, didn't want to see what torture they were about to inflict on you. But I didn't have a choice. I was the only one made to watch. I guess they thought it would make me stronger, more ruthless, as they always claimed I was never enough. Zayana picked at her fingernails. The skin around her thumb stung as she thought of her cruel upbringing and that harrowing night that would haunt her for eternity. The eclipse came, and one by one, Mordecai made the Fae drink spiritual blood from a chalice, killing a captured human at the same time. Take a life to create a life. He got to you, and just before he went to force you to drink, you looked at me. Your eyes were blue, almost as bright as your flames. As if it were that same night, she locked eyes with Maverick beside her, closer than she remembered. The flickers of cobalt from the dancing fire in his palm reflected against the onyx that now filled his irises, breathing life into that memory. There was something about you that gave me slight hope you would make it. I don't know why I cared back then, considering the damn pain in my ass you became. He huffed a short laugh to break up the somber tale, and Zayana didn't fight the smile that appeared on her lips. You drank his blood, and then he snapped your neck. Out of the 10 Fae, only 3 survived. It took nearly a week for the transition. I wasn't allowed to, but I checked on you every day out of curiosity to see how it worked, but also because I wanted to be right. That the defiance I saw in your eyes would make you one of those who lived. And you did far more than that. You held on to your ability, and you came back stronger than ever. not just physically. She couldn't hide the admiration in her voice, even though she might live to regret it later. She truly did commend the innocent maverick for his bravery all those years ago. He wasn't born wicked. Sayana would like to believe she was the same, that she was once different. But she was born dark fae, born with the cold heart that occupied her chest. Maverick's quiet voice disturbed her pitiful thoughts.
We used to tolerate each other.
He huffed a small laugh.
I think I might have even considered you an ally. What happened to us, Sayana?
Though the question gave off a faint sting in her chest, she said plainly, "We grew up. Be glad we ever got a chance to glimpse peace through our innocence and naivety. But we were always destined to be enemies with a common goal, a common purpose. We are weapons of war, nothing more."
Only because the masters will it.
Yes, and while I planned to have my revenge on them for their methods, they kept us alive, brought back our species. They stripped us of weakness and honed us to win the war that will grant us our freedom in this world.
What if there was another way?
Sayana's head twisted to him. Her expression alone coaxed him to expand on it. But Maverick shook his head, seeming to drop whatever he wanted to offer. Her face smoothed when she concluded it on her own. The Fae and humans wouldn't accept our kind. They did not in history, and they will not now.
Do you truly believe that?
It doesn't matter what I believe.
You fought your whole life to rise to the top. What reward is it to follow as another foot soldier with a title after all that effort?
Sayana gave a single dry laugh.
If that is still what I am, then I am not at the top. I am not finished. No, I don't believe you are.
His answer was quiet, distant, and laced with wonder. She heard Maverick's faint shift. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught his fingers zinching toward her face. Her hand darted to her side, pulling free her dagger, and she spun where she sat, angling the blade against his throat in the space of a breath. She straddled him, looking down at his face that twinkled in delight. There was nothing kind on hers as she glared back.
I warned you, if you dare to touch me with that hand, you'd best be prepared to lose it, she hissed menacingly. Now, I think I'll go straight for your life. You won't kill me,
he said, his voice low with the deep gravel she tried to ignore along with their closeness. She pressed the dagger tighter to his skin.
Won't I?
She challenged.
No one is here. No one would be able to prove your death wasn't the result of some untimely accident or fatal confrontation. You could die here, by my hand, and no one would bat an eye.
Though she sneered the words, they lacked the impact she'd hoped to unleash. They missed the promise she'd spent a century building upon picturing his execution. Worst of all, he seemed to notice it too.
Then kill me, Sayana.
His voice dropped even further, grin vanishing. He straightened while she hovered in his lap, leaning into the blade she held firm against his neck, his teeth clenched as it broke the surface of his skin.
Do it.
He wasn't afraid, and in the hard way he looked at her, he didn't entirely believe she wouldn't. He offered his life as if it were a gift. It didn't make sense. Maverick owed her nothing. If she had a beating heart, she knew its tempo would be erratic, just as she struggled to tame her rugged breathing. How many times had she imagined this moment? Yet with his life at her mercy, with the perfect opportunity. She hesitated. It sent her mind into a turbulent spiral as she realized it had nothing to do with needing him for the rest of the quest, or the repercussions if she were found responsible. Sayana looked at him, saw him. Behind those heartless eyes, there was a vulnerability. Why can't I kill you? Sayana didn't intend to voice the confusion of her mind, yet it slipped from her mouth like a traitorous confession. Maverick's depthless irises searched hers. She couldn't be sure what he was seeing, but she didn't recoil from him, as if she wanted him to find the reasons she couldn't gather for herself. Reasons that halted her in the face of what she had spent a century holding out for.
Have you ever thought?
Maverick's voice was a soft, gravelly whisper.
That perhaps when you look at me, you see yourself.
His hands grazed her thighs, and she couldn't hide her sharp inhale at the contact.
Every despicable evil, every treacherous thing. We're not so different, Sayana.
Her knees somehow slid farther apart until she felt him beneath her, where air could no longer pass. Sayana kept her blade poised, still one swipe away from being rid of the monster who had tormented her for so long. Then perhaps killing you will bring my salvation.
No, it will not.
Maverick seemed to straighten a fraction, enough that she began to feel the whisper of his warm breath against her jaw, and she stilled.
You look at me, and you see everything they made you, made us. But sometimes you pause to look deeper, through the thick darkness, and you wonder if there is something in the depths of a wicked soul that can be saved. If there is a light.
You think I won't kill you because you harbor goodness? She breathed. Because his hands still lingered on her. Because she couldn't make sense of what she felt in that moment. The staccato of her breaths, the fluttering hollowness in her stomach. It was a strangeness that could quickly become addictive. Maverick's face was strangely soft, searching, dropping her incredulity.
I think you won't kill me, because if you do, all hope of finding that light dies with me.
They never broke eye contact. His palms trailed up from her knees that were spread over his thighs, a touch so igniting but barely there. Higher and higher, and she said nothing to stop him. The chill nip of the night disappeared as she could focus on nothing else. His touch at her hips caught her breath, but they didn't pause, traveling carefully to her waist and slowly pulling her flush to his chest. Her dagger cut shallow, enough that a bead of black blood rolled down his neck. She watched the slow trail, thinking it would be enough to snap her back to her senses. The blood that made them different. The color that made him her enemy.
Tell me to stop.
His warmth breezed across her collarbone, sending her thoughts scattering. She should voice the rational reasoning that roared in her mind, but they were entangled with those so wrongfully longing. Every internal scream and protest to stop was gripped by desire in her throat, pulled back with lust, and torched with a burning need to feel something. His hands continued to roam to her waist, and she wished the thick material of her leathers were not there. He leaned his head into her neck and inhaled a long, careful breath, as if he could devour her whole. She knew he could sense the effect he was having on her, and it was almost enough for her to recoil, to not give him the gloating satisfaction he could use against her for eternity.
It means nothing. His words vibrated over her skin. Tell me to stop, Sayana.
It was an opening, a second chance for her to stop something she might regret. Again, her response was choked as she realized she didn't want him to stop. At her silence, one of his hands left her waist to slowly curl around her wrist that still held the blade weakly against his throat. She didn't know what she expected from Maverick in this situation, but his gentle touch was so unlike the male she thought she knew. He guided her hand away, and her fingers loosened of their own accord, the dagger slipping from her grasp to echo a chime of steel meeting stone. Still, it was not enough to snap her from her lustful trance. "What is your game?" she asked, words no more than a whisper in her bewilderment. His mouth was at her neck, and when his lips made contact, she tipped her head back as a quiet breath left her.
No games.
Her skin rippled with delightful shallow fire between the softness of his lips and the traveling gravel of his voice. When he met the shell of her ear, his voice was thick as he whispered,
"What do you want, Sayana?"
Every time he spoke her name in that tone, it only added to the aching heat forming at her core. She didn't know if she could answer. It had been a long time since her thoughts were so clouded, her judgment driven solely by the responses of her body, not the chants of her harsh mind. "I want," she breathed, taking a moment to collect a coherent response. "You. Just to feel. Just for one night." He stilled, but only for a few seconds. Then she felt his smile against her throat.
"One night,"
he agreed. Maverick pulled back, and Sayana had to put effort into biting back her pining protest. But there was something in his look, something she didn't think she would ever see in such a cold and wicked soul. Vulnerability. For a second, she believed Maverick might have surfaced an emotion akin to fear. He didn't look at her with the victory she expected from winning her body. She wasn't a conquest in that moment, and it drowned her guilt for allowing herself to give over to her impulses. Her hands met his chest, traveling up to feel the powerful contours of him until they found the back of his neck, and her fingers tangled in the softness of his midnight hair. "I hate you," she whispered, though it held no meaning, no impact. What she hated was her want for him. His eyes held hers, and a new life sparked within their cold, black depths.
"Show me,"
he challenged, eyes dipping to her mouth.
"Show me how much you hate me."
His breath blew over her lips. His nose brushed hers, then over her jaw, her neck. Sayana's grip tightened in his hair while her head tipped back and her eyes fluttered closed. Her chest rose and fell in a deep, uneven rhythm with the need that knotted in her lower stomach.
"I want it all, Sayana."
The way her name rolled off his tongue was a caress he trailed down her chest, past her breasts. Her mouth parted with a breath of desire, and her body arched into his touch as it slowly traced up her spine. Sayana had never felt so alive. For just one moment, one night, perhaps she could pretend that she was. She should back away. She was still in a position of control. All it would take was the will to pull back. Yet control was a mockery in her mind, which had already submitted to everything she should have the sense to resist. The only chant she listened to was, "Screw the damned consequences." As if he heard her thoughts, Maverick's hand curled over her neck, and he guided her mouth down to meet his. They collided like the moon and stars, a merger of darkness triumphant. Gone were all feelings of reservation, every thought that screamed to shake sense into her for tangling herself with the enemy. She cast out everything as she surrendered. His hands came between them, but his fingers were slow in their work to undo the fastenings of her leathers, as though he still thought she would change her mind with one wrong move. She didn't want gentle, and she didn't want slow. Her hands left his hair to unclasp his cloak, and then her fingers went to work on the buttons of his jacket before she tugged it off his shoulders. She wasted no time in untucking his shirt and lifting it, just as she felt the coolness of the air blow across her chest and stomach, where he finally took her hint and acted faster to remove her layers. Maverick's hands left her only to hoist his shirt over his head. Sayana took the opportunity to explore the beautifully marked muscles of his torso, enjoying immensely the feel of his uneven skin, a texture just like her own. Then she felt him hook his fingers at her shoulders, peeling away the leather material. She didn't get the chance to shudder against the cold over her bare skin as he pulled her flush to him, her breasts pressing to his chest, glorious and warm. There was nothing soft or searching in the way they moved. It was anguish and hatred, so many long barricaded emotions unleashed like an angry storm. It was raw, and it was furious. His hands trailed over her back, unflinching at the tarnished surface. His long fingers traced exactly where her wings would expand if she released her glamour, but the sensation still shot straight to her core, and the sound that left her was something between a cry and moan of utter bliss. He knew exactly what he was doing, as a groan answered from his own throat. The heat between her legs was almost painful, begging for release. She moved against him, feeling him hard beneath her. He groaned into her mouth, and it was her turn to smile in satisfaction. She moved again, but his hands gripped her hips tighter to stop her. Before she could protest, his strong arm hooked around her back, and he twisted. She met the softness of their discarded clothes. He pulled back, eyes glazed as they roamed over the half-naked sight of her. "The depraved things I've dreamed of doing to you, Sayana," he said huskily. The impression of his eyes crawled her skin delightfully. His words were almost her undoing. "Do them all." His smile was devastatingly beautiful and promising. As he moved to hover above her, his disheveled hair curled around his face, softening the cruelty often etched into his expression. Right now, he was as free and unburdened as the wind, and a surprising warmth passed through her chest. We would not have enough time in a single night to do them all. Sayana didn't want to diffuse the mood by reminding him this night was all they had, that with the rise of the new dawn, their time of release and fantasy would be over. "Then do your worst, Maverick." A deep rumble of approval left his throat, just before his lips met the skin between her breasts. She inhaled sharply, body arching in response. His hand trailed over the dip of her waist, coming to stroke lazy, teasing circles on her lower stomach, while he continued his torturously slow descent with his lips over her chest. She squirmed beneath him, raising her hips in a silent plea for him to go lower. A low chuckle vibrated over her breasts. "Demanding, as always," he commented in delight, his hand dipping to work on the buttons of her pants. He said nothing more as he pulled back, gripped the edges of the leather at her hips, and pulled the material away until her legs were finally free, her bare skin glorious against the elements. Maverick paused on his knees before her, looking over every inch of her body with a dark, claiming hunger. Zayana rose slowly until she was also on her knees. Her hands reached for his hair as the only thing she could grapple to pull him close to her again. She kissed him fiercely, with a passion so all-consuming, while he clutched her tight to him, as though releasing months, years, decades of fighting herself, denying a longing she refused to admit she harbored. One of Zayana's hands glided down his chest, past his navel, until she felt his hardness through his pants. The sound that ascended from his throat had her fumbling for the buttons, desperate to feel him bare. Her palm dipped down, and she almost gasped when her hand curled around the length of him. "Zayana," he pleaded against her lips. She wanted him, all of him. But just as she was about to shift back, his hands caught her wrists. She locked eyes with him as his arms circled around her, pulling her to him before she could lean down to taste him. "If you do that," he blew out tightly, "this will end before either of us is ready." Zayana's body gave off a tremble that curved her spine. "Stand." Any other time, a command from Maverick would have her flaring in lethal challenge. It was a completely new feeling to want to obey him. A dormant thrill awoke at the order. She rose carefully. "Face the wall." She did without hesitation. Maverick didn't rise. Instead, he moved to fit into that space between her and the stone, still on his knees for her. She knew before she glanced down that the sight of him gazing up at her with those dark, dangerous orbs would weaken her completely. "This is what you've always wanted, isn't it, Zayana?" Without breaking eye contact, Maverick removed the last flimsy piece of clothing she wore, and she stepped out of the undergarments, completely exposed to him. "Me, on my knees before you." His hand curled behind her calf, lifting and guiding her leg to hook it over his shoulder. When his lips brushed the inside of her thigh, Zayana had to brace a hand against the wall, a whimper leaving her lips while the ache grew between her legs. So damn beautiful. Then his mouth met the softest part of her, and she couldn't suppress her cry as she threw her head back at the contact. Maverick wasn't gentle, not with his tongue or his fingers that soon joined to add heights to her pleasure she didn't know were possible. He devoured without mercy, and she didn't have the words to warn him before release shattered through every piece of her. Her fingers grew tight in his hair when he didn't stop. He continued to pleasure her through the tremors that left her lightheaded. It came out of nowhere, and when the waves of a blissful climax began to tame, she was panting hard, blinking slowly to process what just happened. It wasn't enough. She wanted, needed more of him. Maverick's fingers dragged a sharp breath from her as they left her body, and his face pulled back, lips glistening with her mark. There was nothing but dark hunger dancing in those eyes. A damn goddess. A powerful thrill raced down her spine. Zayana lowered herself deliberately slowly, and with a hand on his chest, she guided him back until she was straddling his lap once more. He submitted himself to her willingly. What they were about to do she wouldn't be able to take back, but she held no fear or protest. Tomorrow, they would go back to how things were, and how they always would be while blood divided their species. Tonight, she would allow herself to forget, and more importantly, forgive. Forgive herself for denying her mind and body any form of happiness, and forgive him for the wicked past they shared, the cruelty that was often forced between them. He took her face in his hands with a delicate hold she didn't expect. She leaned down and kissed him, tasting herself on his lips, on his tongue as it clashed with hers. Feeling him between her legs, Zayana sank her hips down fully. Both of them released a harsh breath as he filled her. His lips left hers to go to her neck, and she felt his sharp teeth grazing over her pulsing veins. They moved together, passion clouding any rational thought. She didn't have the words to warn him not to bite her. She didn't care. In that moment, perhaps she even wanted it. Nothing mattered. Nothing but him and her. She felt the sparks of her lightning humming through her veins, answering to the heat of his fire as he trailed it over her skin everywhere he touched. They were both panting, breathless with desire. She felt herself climbing and climbing, reaching heights she had never glimpsed before. They were darkness on darkness, fire on fire. Together, they could blissfully destroy each other and the world in their wake. Another end began to form in her lower stomach, tingling over her thighs, up over her breasts, until it coated every inch of her. Maverick massaged the globe of her breast while he brought his lips to her ear. "Unleash yourself, Zayana." His words blew like sand across her neck. "Take what you want, what you need." Her hand fisted in his hair so tightly she knew it would be painful. But Maverick only answered with a primal noise of desire. Her nails dug into the skin of his chest, his shoulders, drawing dark blood as her hips rocked against him with abandon, aided by the vice grip of his hands on her. She didn't think her release could hit her harder than the first, but she was wrong. So wrong. Maverick seemed to reach that end with her, and his loud groans only heightened her pleasure as he stilled while she trembled. He clutched her to him, forehead pressing to the hollow spot of her shoulder as they weathered each other. Where she reached, there was no limit, and for a moment she didn't care if she drifted into oblivion and didn't come back. Then she fell, blissfully and all at once. Her tense body became weightless. Still, Maverick held her, the melody of their labored breaths the only sound against the night in the cave. Slowly, her hand uncurled from his hair, and she pulled back enough that their gazes locked. "I still hate you," she panted, exhausted and spent. Maverick had gotten what he wanted, as had she. Yet there was no triumph on his face. "I would be concerned if you didn't." Their lips collided once more. Something burst in her heartless chest. She didn't fight it and didn't feel his movement until her back met with something solid while their mouths connected. Maverick lay her down, and when he broke from her, a final kiss met her shoulder as he said, "Sleep now, Zayana." Her utter exhaustion and dwindling lust answered to those words. Her eyes began to flutter closed. She didn't care that he could kill her in her vulnerability if she gave in to the darkness. Something warm and weighted covered her naked body. She didn't care that he could abandon her in that shallow cave the moment she was asleep. Her head gave in and fell limp. She didn't care. But more importantly, she didn't regret. Chapter 54. Sayana. Sayana awoke with a full breath that felt so free and a body that felt so light. She remembered everything she had done with Maverick. And even when the sun replaced the moon, she did not regret. It changed nothing between them. But she did not regret allowing herself one night to give in to reckless impulse, even with the one she despised. At the thought, her eyes fluttered open and met with the jagged dark stone of the cave roof. She heard nothing. Not even the breaths of another that she expected. In a flash of anger and panic, Sayana shot up straight, clutching the cloak that covered her naked body. Her quick scan of her surroundings confirmed what she already knew. Maverick wasn't there. Disbelief stunted her movement, in complete contrast to her rage that wanted her to storm from the hidden space and hunt him down. How could she believe for 1 second Maverick was any different to what he portrayed in every breath of his existence? Ruthless, self-preserving, uncaring. He'd left her. Maverick had gotten what he wanted, and he'd left her. That wasn't what boiled her rage. It was the reaction her body gave that she couldn't fight. Sayana's teeth clenched so tight she didn't care if they broke. Anything to take away that damn foolish sting in her eyes that chanted a mockery in her mind that she cared. Not about what he took from her, but because it had been so easy for him to abandon her. This wasn't her. These emotions, these feelings, that carved so deep she didn't know what to do with them. Sayana tried to throw a blanket of resentment and attachment over everything so pitiful that threatened to undo her. This wasn't what she was. Weak. Her distraction from the damning, horrid emotions that swirled in her mind, in her stomach, froze upon detecting a nearby presence. Sayana was completely exposed and vulnerable. He'd left her like this. She could only blame herself as her mind fell into a cool calm to calculate her next move and adapt to whatever was lurking around the mouth of the cave. She rose carefully, swiftly clasping the cloak around herself, and swiped up her dagger that lay exactly where it was discarded last night. She couldn't deny the memory emitted a faint pinch in her chest. Her fingers curled into her palm to redirect that pain. She braced and angled her blade, in no suitable position to fight, but willing to do whatever it took. A shadow formed and grew at the cave entrance, and she clutched her dagger tighter, just as they came into view. Sayana's grip slackened as her firm face relaxed in dumbfounded surprise. Then there was relief. A single strong wave that she forced back with a surge of anger. Her face dropped into a scowl instead. Maverick halted at the cave opening, staring right back at her with raised eyebrows. His eyes fell to the weapon she gripped, then back to her stone stare. "You believed I left you?" There was a note to his voice she couldn't place. Pain, perhaps, but that didn't seem appropriate. Sayana finally lowered her blade, dropping her gaze. I wouldn't have been surprised. Liar. She ground her teeth at her own tormenting thoughts. I found a nearby lake, figuring you might want to bathe after. Don't, she warned, her eyes cold as they lifted to his. We don't speak of it. The flinch of his brow was unexpected. He took slow steps toward her, and it took everything in her not to retreat like a flustered darkling. She raised her chin firmly. Maverick stopped a few paces away, but there was conflict etched on his brow. His lips parted, and her eyes flashed to them as they did. A short pulse of heat flushed her as she remembered what they felt like against her skin.
I only want to say this once.
I have no regrets from last night, Maverick. She had to cut him off. Her voice came out shallow, unrecognizable in her quiet plea, to halt him from saying something that could ruin it all. Don't give me one. It couldn't be more. They would never be more than that. A night of release. Affection, love, promise. It would kill them quicker than any fae or mortal. It wasn't what either of them wanted. Not truly. He would see that. He would have to see that. A protest twitched around his eyes. Sayana had never seen him look so defeated. But the crestfallen look on his face was gone as quickly as it came. To diffuse the tension that thickened between them, Sayana said nothing and swiped up her discarded clothing, leaving him in the cave to seek out the lake. She needed the solitude. She needed the fresh air to clear her mind. Space from him. Because she needed to convince herself as much as he that they weren't capable of more. Sayana soaked in the waters for as much time as she thought she could spare. Though as she stormed back to the cave, she couldn't scrub the scent of Maverick off her. Perhaps it was her own tormenting mind that taunted he would always be permanently wrapped around her now. What they had shared, she was determined to leave behind the moment they set course on their quest that day. The only way she could accept it was to slip back into the cold, detached persona that made her who she was, gained her all she had. She glimpsed Maverick casually leaning outside the cave. He straightened upon her approach, tugging at his cuffs. Sayana schooled her face, but could barely stand to look into his eyes while something unexplainable and irritatingly distracting emitted a current between them. No longer lust or anything else she might have thought she felt in that cave. The tension between them was hard to place, and that only riled her further. Her murderous thoughts about him returned. Maybe in killing him once and for all, she would rid herself of the ghost of her past and the dagger of her present. Sayana marched past the cave, not sparing a glance within. What was done would stay there. There was a small glimmer in her fool's heart that thought of it as treasured and protected, and that was as much emotion as she would yield to the memory before she stored it behind a steel barrier in her mind where anything warm and alive was abandoned. Felt once, and never again. Maverick followed closely behind, but stayed silent. Sayana decided to target all her senses to catch something from those they were tracking below. The mountains were so still and silent, she lightened her footsteps until they were near and audible.
They're about a half-mile ahead since you took your precious time bathing.
Maverick's voice was back to its insufferable harshness that always made her hand itch to reach for a blade. She shot him a glare of warning. She was still his superior, still the one in command on this quest. Maverick had done well so far to abide by that, but now there was a cold darkness that hardened his expression, a challenge that could become cataclysmic. I needed every second to erase the scent of you, she sneered back. Even a bath in fire sounds inviting to be rid of it. In the slight flinch of his eyes, she saw her words had hit. It was surprising, as even in their most wicked moments, Maverick was never one to give a reaction. It was so small, but so significant. Then his face turned to icy steel.
I can gladly arrange that for you.
I don't want anything from you.
Yet those were not your words last night, Zayana.
Maverick's voice dropped low, threatening. He was angry. Good. It was the best language she knew with him. He took a step toward her as they halted their walk to face off.
You desired everything, and you took everything. You don't get to pretend you didn't want it.
I did want it. Her voice rose to match his indignation. Is that what you want to hear? I wanted it, Maverick. But I was not a fool to believe it would be anything more than a single night of release. No attachment. No feelings. Her chest rose and fell deeply as they stood in a deadly stare-off. Her lightning sparked while his flames ignited. Zayana took a few calming seconds to avoid doing something reckless at the opposition that surfaced naturally, effortlessly between them. They were an eruption of conflict and chaos, deadly alone, but utterly fatal together. Remember who you are, Maverick. Remember what we are. Want is not a luxury we can afford. We had a moment of fantasy, that is all. This. She cast out a hand to the cruel world around them. This is reality. And we are the monsters who don't get the happy ending, even if we want it. There was a response twitching to be voiced in his expression, so hard to read she couldn't decipher what he felt or thought. Zayana would never get to know as his parted lips pressed in a firm line, his gaze cast from hers, and without another word, Maverick backed down, spun on his heel, and left. They walked in silence from then over the hours, the tension between them tangible. The air was clouded and so thick to breathe that she avoided inhaling as much as she could. Her body was painfully rigid as her ire forced her to walk in a harsh march that made her feet protest. Zayana soon tunneled into a state of detachment. They had work to do, and it seemed their time of hunting was about to come to an end. Because it was time for the strike. The sun was beginning to descend when they came near to the cave mouth where Faythe and her companion would emerge. Zayana cast away every foolish and ridiculous distraction and entered a cool, calculating calm.
What is the plan, then, delegate?
Maverick's voice was harsh, familiar, but she didn't react to it. Zayana took a deep breath. Capture Faythe, whatever it takes.
Her companion.
Zayana hesitated. Maverick seemed to notice, and his quiet scoff tightened her fists.
Whatever it takes.
Chapter 55. Faythe. Faythe's legs drove her focus. All she could think about was one foot in front of the other, despite exhausting her pace to keep up with Heir, who begged her to slow. All she wanted was to be out of the dark. They had exchanged many stories, and Faythe had lost complete track of time. It was a welcoming distraction from her otherwise racing thoughts of fear and hopelessness in their confinement underground. She wasn't sure how long had passed since the stone caved and divided them from Raylan and the others. Her heart cried that it was too long, far too long, but she didn't deign to ask Heir if he knew, or she risked losing her composure. She focused on her steps and his voice, and willed her mind to calm from the panic of the closing-in walls that suffocated her. Her head was dipped, looking at the ground as she listened to Heir tell a tale of his antics with Raylan and Isaiah when they came to Eliam as free fae. Her heart was full with the story, and she stored away pieces she would tease Raylan with later. Laughter was the brightest sound in the dark, and Kyler was masterful at coaxing it out of her, leaving little time for her to dwell on their desolate situation. They turned a corner. Faythe knew from the strain on his arm, which she all but clung to like a newborn. She often envied his sight. Though she imagined it was limited, it was better than the void of blackness Faythe had grown accustomed to. She cast her gaze up, not expecting to see anything in comparison to when her head was bowed. But after a few seconds, Faythe blinked. Again. And again. Kyler's words became a blur in her surge of hope. She moved her eyes sideward, thinking she caught a glisten. Her eyes began to dart around the space. Shapes. She could faintly see bulges in what she thought were the stone walls. A flicker of shine here, an angle there. Faythe couldn't stop her racing heart as she concluded what her mind screamed. There was light. "Kai," she whispered, cutting off whatever story she felt guilty for missing in her glee. He stopped talking immediately and almost pulled her to a halt. Faythe couldn't stop moving, not if there was an exit ahead, almost within reach. She quickened her steps, not unhooking her arm from his as she dragged him along with effort while he fought to maintain his edge of caution. The more her eyes squinted and scanned the distance as she closed in, the more she could make out the uneven surface of stone wall and the faint glittering dampness beneath her feet. There was definitely light. Faythe tore her arm from around Kyler's and vaguely heard her echoing name, but she couldn't halt the jog she broke into. Far too desperate to reach the opening her mind had convinced her was near. As she kept moving, more light filtered into her vision, reflecting off the grim stone that surrounded her. She was running, until a scent other than dampness and stone, one of slow suffocation, filled her nostrils and breathed life and relief into her. It wasn't long before Faythe saw it. She spied the piercing white light ahead. Her eyes burned with the change in luminance after so many days, but it didn't stop her from racing for it. Though as the light grew, Faythe was forced to clamp her eyes shut against the pain. She didn't slow her pace until she was at last encompassed by freedom, swallowed whole by light that cast out the darkness all at once. Air. Pure, unrestricted air wrapped her in a cool embrace, and she halted her steps abruptly. Faythe kept her eyes clamped shut, but salty water still formed behind them, spilling over. Elated tears. Triumphant sunlight tried to penetrate her closed lids, and Faythe had to double over, breathing greedily as she braced her hands on her knees, even releasing a chuckle in her delirious state. She couldn't believe that they were out. They were free. Faythe was drunk on the clean air, and after finally peeling her eyes open, it took many blinks through watering eyes to adjust to the brightness of the outdoors. A week in darkness. A week without Raylan. At the thought of him, Faythe whirled as if expecting to find the silver-haired general waiting for her. She met Kyler instead, basking gloriously in the descending sunlight. He felt her stare, and as his eyes peeled open to meet hers, the brightness fell from his face. He seemed to read her disappointment.
"They might still be a day behind, but we can make camp where I expect they'll intercept our path,"
he said, scanning the area. Faythe nodded even though he didn't see it. She simply breathed the clean air as though it were her first ever taste, knowing she would never take such a simple thing for granted again. She said nothing as Kyler began to walk, motioning for her to follow. Faythe had to refrain from instinctively reaching for his hand, after relying on his closeness and claiming a vice grip on his fingers as her guide in the dark. Judging by the pink hues that started to diffuse against an indigo sky, they didn't have much daylight left. Faythe quickened her steps to match with Kylear's long strides, despite the ache in her legs. They'd stopped for little rest over the past week, eager to get out of the caves as soon as possible. She could rest later, when they were reunited with the others, when she was reunited with Raylan. The thought powered her feet and made her fatigue subside. They came out of a narrow fringe and stepped onto a large mountainside, closed in by towering peaks that lit up a ruby red against the bowing sunshine. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, and Faythe walked with a craned neck to watch the glistening crimson peaks. In her distraction, she didn't realize Kylear had stopped walking. But before she could crash painfully into his back, he pivoted, an arm catching around her waist instead. He didn't drop that arm when she was pulled to a stop beside him. She cast her eyes to his face to find it was steeled and alert. His green eyes weren't scanning in front or behind. They tracked along the tall stone walls that towered over them on either side. His obvious alarm immediately set the motion in her too. Her heart picked up a sprint as her eyes darted to find what could possibly have attracted his attention. "What is it?" Her voice was quiet in trepidation. Kylear slowly unhooked his arm from her, hand inching to the hilt of his sword. Faythe copied the movement. "I've sensed it before," he muttered, almost to himself as he braced and scanned. "First at the inn, then in the woods weeks ago." Faythe gripped Lumarius. What? Her heartbeat drummed in her ears against the silence of the mountains. "I think we're being followed." Kylear instead went for the bow on his back, and Faythe in turn drew her sword. "Stay close to me." Every nerve was on a razor's edge in anticipation, every hair on her body standing on end, waiting and waiting. Faythe looked back. Nothing. She whipped her head forward. Nothing. She cast her eyes up, but visibility was becoming weaker in the twilight, and she would be even further disadvantaged if they were attacked when night fell completely. Her mind raced with the possibilities. The first haunting conclusion her mind drew was that Razar's companions had tracked and followed them, ready for their revenge. Her blood thrummed, a familiar sensation tingling in her veins. Oh, gods. She couldn't succumb to the power within that was awakening at the most damning time, fearing she wouldn't be able to come back from it. Raylan wasn't here. Faythe focused and closed off her access to the well of power that sang to something unexplainably dark within. She cast her eyes skyward and found a spot of darkness where a bird flew overhead. Otherwise, everything was still, and the only signs of life around were the two of them. Faythe didn't take her eyes off the lone bird. The more she stared, the more peculiar she found it. Alone without a flock, not seeming to be headed in any direction. A chill coated her skin as she realized. The bird barely moved at all. There was not a species she knew of that would hover in the air like that. "Kai," she whispered, unable to take her eyes off it, thinking it was growing. The black silhouette expanded, and Faythe heard the groan of the string as Kylear knocked an arrow and aimed for the unknown target. The wings of the creature disappeared. It was diving straight for them. Faythe angled her blade. Kylear wasn't willing to wait to see if it was a threat. He released his arrow with perfect accuracy, but whatever it was saw it coming and spun to narrowly miss the spear. The form became bigger, closing in. Heir had fired 3 arrows now, each with expert precision, but the creature still managed to dart from their flight. The building tension in Faythe's stomach grew, and her fist tightened around the hilt of Lumarius. Whatever it was, it had a mind and was able to make Heir's dead shot look like an amateur's aim. It rattled her nerves awfully that it also seemed to be enjoying his attempt to strike it down, with the way it glided and rolled in the sky when it could have landed by now. Heir was quick to catch on and didn't bother to release his next arrow just to be made a mockery of. He knocked one in place and stood braced, tracking it with laser focus in his firm poise.
"Be ready, Faythe,"
Heir said, and the command struck her straight like a soldier in battle. She twisted her blade in her wrist, braced and determined, her fear subdued by the calm that honed her focus. "Always am." Heir smirked, but didn't drop an ounce of attention while he watched the dark form close the distance. It tucked into a dive once more, before large wings splayed, casting a dark shadow with its final descent. Then it all happened so fast. It landed in a graceful crouch, striking the land like a stroke of lightning that set every hair on edge. Not a creature. A person. To Faythe's absolute shock and horror, with hair as dark as midnight and gleaming onyx eyes to match, he tilted his head up to lock on them. The smile he wore was beautifully cruel. The tail blast of wind from his powerful wings blew past them like a haunting embrace. Heir didn't hesitate to fire the arrow he had ready, and it should have struck. Yet the being was impossibly fast. His wings tucked in tight as he straightened, twisting his body where he stood and catching the arrow in flight. Faythe was stunned. She didn't even have time to take her next breath before his eyes locked on her. A wicked smirk curving one side of his mouth, he spun the arrow in his fingers. Everything about him, the way he looked and moved, was so elegantly lethal. Faythe was too slow to process what he was about to do until it was too late. She caught the pullback of his arm that held the arrow, and then a tall, full form blocked her sight, and Heir's grunt echoed in her ears. She stared at his back, at the bloodied arrow tip protruding from his shoulder, and nearly came apart. It shouldn't have been possible that he could have thrown the arrow with such velocity without a bow. Heir had seen no other alternative than to take the strike of it as he moved in front of her. Faythe's cry was smothered by her shock. She stared at the bloodied iron point that would have shot through her throat instead. He'd saved her. She was shaken from her stupor when she heard the snap of wood as Heir broke off the fletching at his chest. Faythe knew the safest way to remove it would be to let it pass straight through, without him needing to ask, as her adrenaline rose and coursed through her at the chance the thing could be preparing for a second attack. Faythe stepped forward and braced a hand on his back. She curled her trembling fingers around the length, and the slick warmth of his blood curdled her stomach. "I'm sorry," she whispered, but she didn't hesitate to pull the arrow free. Heir gritted his teeth, only emitting a short grunt of pain. Faythe dropped the arrow immediately and stepped up beside him with her blade angled, sparing a look to make sure he was still capable of wielding a sword. Her concern was answered when he drew the blade at his hip, flinching in pain as he clutched his wound, and crimson trickled over his hand. He needed help, but she couldn't succumb to her panic when she didn't know how far behind their friends were. Faythe cast out the thoughts that threatened to undo her into complete uselessness. She let her focus fall on the target, Let her rage build that storm against the dangerous hum in her veins. If it would see Heir live, she would have to use it. She gauged the threat, who had so far remained where he landed, curiously observing them with dark glee. He was evil in the most beautiful form. His wings raised over his long, broad shoulders and curled with sharp talons. Her heart was wild now, her mind sprinting to put images and knowledge together to make out what he was. She'd seen the likeness of such wings before. When her eyes fell to his ears, the delicate pointed tip of them, the last puzzle piece, slid into place. The impossible before her that her mind struggled to believe. He was a dark fae. She thought she heard Heir utter the name of his species as she thought it, but she was too struck by disbelief to register anything except the dark fae male, whose smile curled further as they figured it out. He was an uncharted threat, and clearly a force to be reckoned with, even against a lethal warrior such as Heir. While they stared off in tense silence, Faythe wasn't alerted to the other presence until they dropped down beside the dark fae. Her heart leaped into her throat, smothering her cry of fright. Another of his kind. And Faythe didn't think she could be struck stupid any more than she already was, until the winged beauty turned. A female dark fae. One so devastatingly beautiful, it was a conflict to be fearful. They were weapons of allurement, and bore no resemblance to the mutilated, ghastly creature she encountered in the caves in the castle of High Pharaoh. The female stood straight and poised, head tilting curiously, hands folded behind her. "Hello, Faythe." Her voice was melodic, inviting, but a hint of cruel amusement danced on her lips. Faythe's spine locked with the ice that froze over every notch. She knew her name. 1,000 questions battered her, impossibilities to explain how the dark fae could possibly know who she was. And there was only one blaring conclusion that almost buckled her knees. Marvellous knew she was heading to stop Dakotas' ascension. The raven-haired beauty's eyes flashed to Heir, narrowing on his wounded shoulder. "Maverick," she drawled coldly to her companion. "I thought I said not to harm them yet." He simply shrugged. "My apologies, Sayana. Though, in my defense, I believed he would have the stealth to catch it." It wasn't hard to note that Sayana took leadership. It was in her confidence, her poise, her cool collectiveness. She was a honed leader and warrior, even at first glance. Faythe tried not to balk. "Who are you?" Faythe asked, glad when her firm voice didn't betray her terror. The dark fae cantered her head, eyes assessing her with an air of wonder. The kind a predator held, knowing they'd trap their prey beyond escape. Her eyes. They were hypnotizing. A core of bright purple circled her pupil, an obscure color Faythe had never imagined or seen before, unlike the stark black of Maverick's. Those haunting onyx orbs she would never forget on anyone. "I am everything you should fear, Faythe." Instead of succumbing to horror, unknowing of the height of their power or capabilities, Faythe straightened and soothed her mind and body to fight, just as she always did in the face of threat or challenge. It wasn't just her own life that stood in the balance. She would protect Heir with everything she had. The power within her seemed to rejoice at that, at her willingness to surrender to its calling that grew the more she channeled into her ability. She tested the dark fae's mind for entry, finding a solid block unlike anything she'd met with before. Nick and Raylan's were as close to impenetrable as she'd encountered. But this, it was more. It was something she wouldn't be able to shatter with the well of power she harbored alone. A hum raked over her skin, a gentle coax, as if there was an answering force willing to aid her, to add a height to her ability that could give her a fighting chance. Her fist tightened on the hilt of Lumarius, her other clenching over nothing while she strained against the unexplainable dark calling. Ziana watched her carefully, as though fighting back her own amusement, knowing the restraint Faythe trembled with. "You feel it, don't you?" she asked, curious and wondrous. "The pressure, the chant of darkness, power as an entity calling to merge with you." Faythe stayed silent, but she couldn't deny her composure was rattled, hearing the dark fae explain so accurately what she felt within. "Truthfully, I thought you might have figured it out by now, or at least had your suspicions, considering you have harnessed it before." Seconds ticked by, measured by her heartbeats as she held that vibrant stare. What dawned on her was a weight that threatened to collapse her, not just to her knees, but maybe beyond, pulling the world from under her. The dark fae was right. Faythe should have known sooner. Maybe the conclusion had filtered through her mind at some point over the weeks, but she was ignorant to believe it. It didn't make sense. Yet now, the answer undeniably screamed at the forefront of her mind, and she swayed on the spot. Faythe's lips parted. The temple ruin. The dark fae's slow, curling mouth was a sharp dagger of confirmation. "You didn't think that power you wield was all of your own making, did you?" When Faythe said nothing, Ziana huffed a mocking laugh. "You are powerful. It cannot be denied. But even you couldn't harness that amount of power without an amplifier. Even then, your body is too weak to withstand it." Faythe racked her brain. It was impossible for the dark fae to have it in her possession. Unless it wasn't Aurealis's ruin. The only others it could be was Marvellus. Faythe was a fool. A damn fool not to have considered the spirit of souls might possess her own ruin. She had to take a moment to focus and not let her composure crumble completely at the perilous odds that became of her. "I wonder, Faythe, if you will risk taking its power to defeat me like you did those fae at the inn. Without your mind-seer by your side to bring you back, that is." Faythe couldn't believe it. How they all could have missed being tracked by the dark fae, and how nothing had been coincidence. So many revelations shifted into place, and it rattled her fighting stance. The cave-in. It wasn't a freak accident of nature. The dark fae had wanted her alone. Was Marvellus behind it all? Nausea waved through her. "We won't need its power to defeat you, darkling," Heir snarled. The dark fae, Maverick, advanced a step at the threat, but Ziana raised a hand, and he halted at her silent command. Her head tilted curiously at Heir. A smile creased her perfect mouth, and Faythe's eyes darted to the hand she still held poised. 2 ironclad fingers pointed elegantly, catching the spark of amethyst that emitted over them. Small, jagged lines at first, which grew and snapped over the metal of those fingers. Lightning. Vibrant purple bolts that danced mesmerizingly at her command. Ziana didn't drop eye contact with Heir. You might want to reassess your strategies, Commander. The look they shared was thick with tension, but Faythe couldn't place it down to a single form. Then the dark Fae's gaze shifted to lock on Faythe, and she stiffened at the attention. Sayana poised her other hand, and within seconds, lightning sparked and shot across the iron tips in a mirrored position. They feel it too, you know. She spoke to Faythe directly, privately. But it calls to us more. Magic has a way of finding the strongest well to fill. But the difference between you and me, Faythe, is everything. Her lightning grew, and she upturned her hands sideward as the lethal fireworks lit up the darkening night. Her companion stepped away from her. Faythe could feel the dark Fae's power growing, manifesting, and knew then it was a display to mock her, as Ayana seized the ruin's power without so much as a flicker of sweat or a tremble at being consumed by it. Discipline, control. You lack it all, and it is why you will not win this fight. If you take its power, perhaps you might be able to break past my barriers. Maybe the fight could be matched. But you will not, because it would consume you entirely to defeat me when you don't have the slightest idea how to wield the power you are capable of. Faythe's heart was thundering, her mind frantically trying to draw solutions to see her and Kyler live. But the odds were damning the moment they unveiled their incomparable weapon, the one neither of them could harness or fight against. She watched and listened to the snap of Zayana's mesmerizing lightning, and in any other situation would have admired its beauty. It matched the hue of her eyes, the core of color around her pupils flaring brighter in reaction to the unearthly ruin energy. I will give you one chance to surrender and come with me willingly, Faythe. Faythe looked to Kyler, whose jaw locked, blade angled at the proposition, fully prepared to go down fighting. To protect her no matter the odds. Her heart clenched, scanning his injured shoulder that dropped his weight slightly to one side in pain. Faythe cast her assessment back to the two dark Fae. Sayana was a lethal force on her own, paired with the amplifier, and Maverick looked just as eager to kill without a second thought. There was nothing human in his depthless black eyes, while he waited for Zayana's signal. Faythe knew what she had to do so Kyler would live. She opened her mouth to voice her surrender, but Kyler spoke first.
Not a chance in rotting dam.
Sayana's smile only brightened against the luminance of her lightning. If I'm honest, I was hoping you would say that. Her next maneuver happened so fast, Faythe didn't have the chance to register what was happening. She caught a glimpse of Zayana's lightning joining in front of her, exploding into an impossibly thick bolt. Her hand cast skyward as the purple jagged line expelled from her fingertips. A deafening boom resonated in her ears, cracking over the sky and angering the clouds. Then, with her eyes locked on Faythe, she cast her hand down. Watching that deadly strike of electricity barrel down from the sky toward her was the last thing Faythe saw before smoke and darkness engulfed her. Chapter 56. Faythe. The air departed her lungs. A sharp pull tugged her body. Faythe was doused in a second of wild panic until everything stilled as quickly as she moved. When she felt the ground beneath her feet and the darkness shifted, Faythe sucked in a long breath while her heart calmed to process. Kyler's hand left her waist as the clouds of darkness dissipated, and when Faythe glanced up, she found herself staring at the backs of the dark Fae, as Zayana's deadly blow finished landing where she had been mere seconds ago. Kylier had shadow-ported with her. She didn't know what to expect, but her stomach knotted with a horrible wave of motion sickness when the unnatural movement settled in. From the blast of lightning to the sky, the clouds broke. Rain fell, a light shower turning to a pelting fall. The water was warm like the air that brewed the storm, rolling furious clouds overhead, covering them in darkness all at once. Faythe blinked the rain from her eyes, cursing that her vision was now impaired by water and dimness. It took effort, but she could still make out the silhouettes of the enemy. The dark Fae whirled to them, and Zayana's eyes flashed in a frightening fury at the mockery. Faythe still clutched on to Lumarius, though her blade seemed feeble in the face of what her opponent was capable of. She looked down at her blade, the dark steel a blend of smooth slate. A flash of memory struck her mind like an awakening, a brilliant realization. Her sharp inhale, or perhaps her racing heart, alerted Kylier, who scanned her from head to toe. "Niltane steel," she said, the words like a beacon of hope, a way to shift the odds, however small, in their favor. Kylier tore his gaze from her and angled his blade as the dark face stalked them once more.
"Care to elaborate?"
"Niltane steel," she repeated, louder over the hammering rain, hoping to the damned spirits what she knew was true knowledge. At least, true for all dark Fae. "I believe it harms them far greater than any other material." It was the only thing the mutant in the caves of High Pharaoh feared, and ultimately the only metal that caused it significant harm. Kylier's mighty sword glinted a beautiful slate gray, just like his arrowheads and the many weapons in Ryanel that were all crafted of the legendary Niltane steel. She had never been more glad to come from a kingdom that belonged to such a brilliant and well-prepared ancestors.
"I do hope that's true,"
Kylier muttered, bracing to advance. She looked at him. Tendrils of his long hair clung to his face, and droplets dripped from the strands that fell past his jaw. He locked her gaze, green eyes focused, alert, but afraid. Not for himself. His eyes held a desperate plea.
"Faythe, no matter what you see, do not seize that power to save me. But if it comes to saving your own life, you must try. Harness. Do not yield."
In his words of desperation, Faythe straightened her poise, bracing for a fight she knew was perhaps already lost against the uncharted threat that held far more strength combined. Faythe hoped he could see the forgiveness in her eyes, that no matter what came of the fight ahead, it was not his fault.
"Promise me you will not risk yourself for me,"
he pleaded, their time nearly up. "I promise," she choked, knowing as soon as it left her lips. It was a lie. Zayana had already charged a frighteningly large bolt of lightning in one hand. Faythe tracked her, but something blue caught the corner of her vision right before it went hurling for Kylier, who ducked out of its path in the nick of time, putting distance between them. Dear gods. As if luck couldn't be any more goddamned out of their favor, Maverick had to be a fire wielder. The only small mercy she detected was that his fire wasn't immune to the rain. The blast dissipated slightly as it shot for Kylier again and again. With him distracted, Zayana took her opening, and Faythe darted out of the path of the strike she sent shooting straight to the ground this time. The stone floor shook violently beneath her feet, the force of her blow enough to cleave the mountain fringe. Faythe cried out as the ground began to loosen and crumble beneath her feet. She stumbled, racing over the debris, then leaped and rolled, narrowly avoiding being sucked into the deep crevice Zayana had carved. With the amplifier of the temple ruin, her ability was beyond anything Faythe had ever seen or imagined before. Shooting back to her feet, Faythe spared one glance over, relieved while also terrified to see Heir alive, but in a nasty combat of shadow, fire, and steel with the dark fae. The pair were utterly ruthless as they honed in on each other. It took all her will to tear her eyes from him, praying with everything she had that he would be able to triumph. But she couldn't afford to think of that right now, as her eyes snapped to land on her own imminent threat. Sayana didn't attack again with her lightning. Instead, she drew a magnificent blade from her side, a dark steel that glittered with iridescent black. Faythe's blood ran cold, immediately flashing back to the last time she saw such a stone. It seemed the Fae weren't the only ones who knew what material to efficiently defend themselves with. Sayana's blade was partially crafted of mage stone. Faythe didn't fear for herself, and had to focus not to turn and shout a warning to Heir should Maverick's blade be made of the same. "I'm nothing if not fair, Faythe." The dark fae stalked toward her, footsteps rippling in the pools of rain over the uneven ground. Faythe braced and angled her blade. "No power, no wings." As she said it, the towering taloned wings disappeared from over her shoulders with a faint shimmer. "Just you, me, and steel." Though Sayana seemed to forget her unfair advantage of immortal speed as she darted for Faythe, who brought her blade up in a flash of instinctual reaction. Or perhaps she didn't care for Faythe's cruel mortal weakness in comparison. The clang of their blades echoed painfully in her ears over the pounding of water, dangerously close to her face. Faythe pushed with everything she had, the movement awakening every dormant sense that focused her mind for combat. She locked on those vibrant, amethyst-cored eyes and attacked. Stepping forward with a lunge, she switched her maneuver at the last second, anticipating the dark fae would see it coming. The Marius was a hairbreadth from catching her thighs, emitting a hiss from Sayana, who didn't hold back. Twisting, Faythe deflected her sword, which swung sideward, falling into a crouch. She cast her foot out, but Sayana was quick to detect it, moving out of range before advancing. Faythe was caught off guard, and a foot heaved against her chest, painfully knocking the wind from her and sending her skidding against the harsh stone. Adrenaline had her rolling, pushing to her feet and shifting into defense against the stabbing of her injured ribs. Sayana was fast and far stronger, and she didn't hold back those traits. There was a part of Faythe that acknowledged she was utterly outmatched, but her fight to survive pushed her to go on despite the odds. "Take the power, Faythe," Sayana chanted. Faythe swung to deflect her blow, not gaining a second to catch her breath when their steel connected over and over against the storm that battered her body just as ruthlessly. The weight of her drenched clothes was enough to stifle her agility somewhat, her grip on the hilt of her sword slipping on occasion, sending her heart leaping up her throat. Still, Faythe didn't stop pushing. She honed in on Sayana, becoming spellbound to the amethyst of her irises as a moving target, a beacon of light against the dark. Thunder rumbled overhead, adding anguish to their dance of storm and steel. Faythe thrust forward, spinning to catch the counterattack at her back. They spun and darted through the waterfall, and she had long disconnected herself from feeling the exertion in an attempt to keep up with Sayana's speed. This dark fae was unlike any competitor she'd faced. The way she moved was like air, her swipes and steps so calculated, it was as though she could predict 100 of her opponent's maneuvers before they were made. Faythe was expending herself for nothing, as Sayana humored her, getting a feel for her steps and style. The dark fae was taunting her, reducing every ounce of Faythe's training and skill to no more than an amateur's practice. Fire tore from her shoulder to her elbow, and Faythe stumbled back, clutching the long wound Sayana dealt. The warmth of her blood spilled over her hand. She clenched her teeth and once again shifted her stance into a defensive position. She couldn't give up. She would never give up. "You cannot contend with me," Sayana called, glancing at the gash in her arm. "Not as you are." Faythe rolled her shoulders back, ignoring the searing pain. "Maybe not, but I do enjoy a challenge." She moved first, and Sayana effortlessly parried against her attacks. "You have a strong will," Sayana said loudly over the pelting of water and the clank of steel, dancing around her attacks as if they were child's play. "An admirable fight in you," she went on, and Faythe felt her fury rising as the dark Fae continued to deflect with ease. "But you are no match for me, Faythe." Without warning, Sayana pushed off Faythe's blade. The vibrant purple of her lightning was bright against the dark, engulfing her steel right before she cast her sword hand out. That lethal flare shot for Faythe, far too quickly for her to attempt to step out of range. It struck her chest, and Faythe was suspended in air for a few seconds before her back and head collided with a solid, unforgiving force. The rain stopped. The world disappeared. A darkness so depthless engulfed her. Then she was falling forward, her senses returning just in time to brace her arms and splay her palms. They slapped against the wet stone ground, and her knees cracked painfully. She couldn't withstand her weight and collapsed, her cheek meeting the cold ground. Faythe's uneven, harsh breaths rippled over a thin sheet of water, while it attempted to drown her from above. She thought she heard someone calling her name. Maybe it was Heir, but she couldn't be sure as the storm mixed with the ringing that filled her ears. Faythe felt the presence in front of her, and mustered all her strength to drag and angle her arms, pushing up on trembling elbows. She glanced up. Sayana crouched slowly, observing her with a look she couldn't decipher. Not triumph or wicked glee like she expected. Her face was devoid of any emotion. "We all have a destiny, though it is not often kind to us." Sayana's voice was cold, personal. The humming in Faythe's veins heightened, as if instinct made her power stretch out to grasp the amplifier of the temple ruin that might give her a fighting chance against the dark Fae. Faythe was wholly, utterly outmatched in everything without it. Human, weak, feeble. Her ability on its own was not enough to break through the impenetrable block of Sayana's mind. Her fingers curled against the stone, collecting water that pooled around her. She cast her sight, but could hardly make out the two figures engaged in quick combat. She doubted even with her full strength and consciousness she would be able to keep up with how fast Heir and Maverick moved. But it was clear one was leading the fight, forcing the other on the defensive. She had a moment of fool's hope that it was Heir, knowing how absolutely lethal he was on the battlefield. Yet the towering shadow of wings told her it was not he who was winning. The dark Fae was beyond even Fae agility, and a flashback of brief memory set in the realization that Heir was damned too. He wouldn't defeat him. With human blood in their system, they could defeat an army 5-1. The flash of knowledge hit her with desolate hopelessness for her friend. Faythe wondered if Sayana was the same, if she fed on the life force of humans to heighten her strength and speed. Faythe would be wise to assume so. Paired with her ability to harness the ruin, Sayana was unstoppable. A dark chant encircled her, filling her mouth with a taste of ash, drowning her ears with a soothing whisper, touching her skin with a tingling heat. Harness, do not yield. Faythe pulled her legs from under her, wincing as she got to her knees. The unearthly power sang to her loudly as if knowing what she intended to do. What she had to do. They wouldn't stop until they had her, and Heir wouldn't stop if they tried to take her. For him, she had to try. The only way she stood a chance was to even the playing field. Faythe tipped her head up and clenched her teeth as she silently began releasing the crumbling wall against the ruin's power that yearned to merge with her. The first wave pierced through, and while it struck her like Zayana's lightning, Faythe fought back to keep control this time. She locked eyes with Zayana, who slowly rose as Faythe tracked her. The dark fae backed up a long step, and Faythe wasn't sure what she saw in her expression that almost made her appear cautious. Breathing steadily, the ruin's caress took away her pain. The stabbing in her chest eased, the throbbing of her back and head from the blow numbed. Faythe's head fell back, the rainfall on her face soothing against the heat that began to torch her veins. Then she pushed to her feet, clutching her sword, and became the well of dark power that amplified within her. "There she is," Zayana said, a hushed breeze over the storm. Her eyes dipped to Faythe's palms, to the glowing symbols within. Even though they both harnessed the power of the ruin, Zayana didn't don such marks. Faythe took a long breath, feeling the surge of energy that hummed in her blood, heightened her senses, and calculated her thoughts in one instinct: survival. Not just for her, but for the Fey warrior whose faltering she could now feel from the pulse of his mind across the mountainside. In mild triumph, the dark Fey maverick was not leading without great opposition. She locked eyes with Zayana, fingers clenching around Lumarius. "Here I am." Faythe moved, clashing blades once again with the dark, surging a new strength of determination. The two of them cut through the rain that fell like sheets. Honing in on the black barrier of Zayana's mind, Faythe pushed through it. But even with the heightened power of the ruin, it wasn't without great resistance that she broke through. Her movements flashed through Faythe's mind, and the pair became a blur of steel and leather, amber and amethyst, against the dark night. Zayana fought back from within, and occasionally triumphed in blocking her from her thoughts. They merged in a push and pull of minds, a dance of swords, and a battle of wills. Faythe opened herself to seize more of the ruin's power, feeling it rejoice within her as she did. Her head throbbed a dull ache in her focus to parry back. Her life hung in the balance between two unparalleled sources. But she would destroy herself before she surrendered to either, and she would damn well try to take both out with her. Their blades locked, bringing their faces mere inches apart. Amber flame blazed into amethyst lightning, at risk of destroying the world in the wake of their rage and defiance. Faythe shattered through the mental wall Zayana had once again erected in an attempt to push her out. This time, she didn't hesitate to take control. Zayana choked and fell, knees cracking against the stone ground at Faythe's command while she poised the tip of her blade to her chest. It wasn't as easy as the other times she had used her ability in such a way. Zayana fought back valiantly, and Faythe's head pounded against the effort it took to hold her mind. "You made a grave mistake coming after my friends," Faythe said, her chest heaving with exertion. Zayana smiled, panting too as she let out a breathy laugh that lacked humor. "I don't think so." Very faintly, she thought she heard Maverick call out the name of his companion whose life balanced at the tip of her blade. Faythe applied pressure, and as soon as the sharp point broke through her leathers to contact skin, Zayana let out a cry that solidified Faythe's assumption. Niltane steel did harm them far more than ordinary steel. "Zayana!" The call of her name was heard over the pounding of water and the throb of her blood. Not for its velocity, but for the sheer terror and desperation that laced the single word. Both of them snapped their attention to the fighting males, just in time to see Maverick drop his focus from Heir and begin advancing to Sayana's aid. It was a reckless, foolish move, and Heir was fast. 1 second he was behind the dark Fae, and when smoke engulfed him, he reappeared in Maverick's path. Heir's strike was swift and without hesitation. The dark Fae cried loudly in pain, clutching the long gash that struck across his abdomen as he fell to his knees. Over his ghostly pale hand, black blood spilled. Faythe lost focus for a second, with the dizzying flash of memory of the last time she saw blood of such a color. Even though the creature she'd encountered before was beyond human or Fae recognition, there was no doubt now it was somehow their kin. Heir braced, fully prepared to plunge his sword through Maverick's chest. "You don't want to do that." Chapter 57. Faythe. Faythe felt the cool breath of the metal against her throat as the dark Fae used her distraction to her advantage. Sayana's voice called over to halt Heir before he could claim Maverick's life. Faythe might have cursed herself for the fatal error, except she felt a creeping claim of darkness as the power within turned raging with no outlet. She had to try to let it go. She had to reel back on her own before it took over and consumed her entirely. But its talons sank deep in reluctance to part. Heir shifted, not taking his eyes off Maverick until he too was poised behind his target, standing off with Sayana. They were mutually compromised. Except, it seemed the dark Fae behind her forgot the extent of Faythe's ability, and didn't consider she could seize Maverick's mind and shatter it from this distance with the amplifier of the ruin. Just as she thought to use the one thing that could grant them advantage, a pounding echoed across the stone, traveling like rolling rocks. No, not rocks. What raced for them wasn't danger, but salvation. Everyone's attention was grabbed by the invasion as it rattled through the rain that battered the mountain fringe. Faythe's weight slumped in a relief so strong, it made her forget, just for a second, the many threats that surrounded her. Figures ran for them, 4 of them, and when they got closer, Raylan halted with the others, eyes fixed with calculating fury on the blade at her throat. Azaya and Livia assessed both sides of the situation with lethal focus and consideration. Reuben was panting as he caught his breath, but he stood armed with 2 short daggers. Gods, she was in pain, on fire. But he was here, and even if the power claimed her this time, Raylan was here, and she could tell him. "Don't you dare." His voice was clear through the glare of light in her mind. Faythe held on to those sapphires while her life balanced between being claimed by steel or magic. "Don't you give up, Faythe Ashfire." Faythe breathed, closing her eyes to keep hold of the reins of control that began to slip from her grasp. Her vision swayed, but was snapped back to alert when she caught the pulse of more minds joining them on the open mountain fringe. They came from the skies, 2 forms dropping elegantly to mirror Faythe's companions. One dark Fae, equally as striking as Maverick but with dark blonde hair, was carrying someone else, whom he swiftly set on her feet. Faythe was stunned to notice she was without wings. She was Fae. And while she didn't completely fear the dark Fae she arrived with, her demeanor was tense and concerned, scanning over everyone in the clearing. The final member to join Sayana was surprisingly younger, clutching a bow with an arrow nocked and ready but not poised to release. No one moved, and no one spoke for an agonizingly long moment, gauging each other as opponents. It seemed no one was quick to find an advantageous strategy, or foolish enough to start attacking without formation, while her life and Maverick's could end in a split second. Faythe had one. One way she was confident she could see her friends come out of this alive. Yet it was the signing of her own death. Power chanted in favor of what crossed her mind. Through it, she felt a strong protest. Raylan fought that power, knowing what she planned to do. He was too far to reel her back, and perhaps when she let go, the buildup of what had filtered through her since she first opened herself to the ruin would be too much for even him to save her this time. It was the only way, and in turn, Marvellous would fail to get what she sought. Her friends could still make it to the Isles without her. Faythe closed her eyes and imagined the barrier she held firm against the explosion of energy that would blast through her if she let go of her guard completely. Only then would she be strong enough to seize the minds of all the Dark Fae. "I'm sorry," she channeled to Raylan as she braced herself. Just as she clenched her teeth, feeling the waves of staggering light begin to pierce her being. Sharp screeches over the rainfall snapped her eyes open. The sound alerted everyone, and as Faythe glanced at their reactions to the shrill cries that echoed, most were wide-eyed with horror, knowing what the sound was. Even Zayana stiffened behind her, before uttering one word that shuddered right through and froze over the heat in her veins, just for a second. "Scalies." It was followed by a curse as the wailing echoed louder and louder. 2 directions. Raylan, Azaya, and Livia whirled back the way they came, while Zayana's companions twisted and braced weapons down the opposite valley entrance. Faythe followed Raylan's line of sight, heart thundering, though it had nothing to do with the unearthly magic she held in her trembling grip. Their fears came to fruition a moment later, and Faythe gasped. It tunneled in like a cloud of smoke at first, but as it raced for them on either side, she was struck by horror in realizing it was not smoke. It was a feral stampede of stark black bodies, so tightly crammed together they moved as one like a wave. So many bodies. Zayana swore again, and the thread of her blade was removed from Faythe's neck. Faythe whirled to her, but the Dark Fae focused her attention like everyone else. Just like that, enemies became allies. Nothing would matter if they were all consumed by the masses of faceless foes. What a tragedy it would be, Zayana mused, sheathing her sword, to see us all go down now. The darkness closed in. Zayana conjured her lightning over her hands. The gods really do have a wicked sense of humor. Faythe almost laughed, but when the front line met with Raylan and the others, Faythe angled her blade as some began to break through and sprint to them. "I don't believe the gods are at fault here," she answered through her incredulous terror. "You all but summoned them with your epic display." Zayana met her eye, but Faythe couldn't read what crossed them as she said, "Harness the power, Faythe. It will only consume you if you yield, or your body will start to shut down if you attempt to depart with it all." Faythe gave a single nod, refraining from voicing that it was far easier said than done, while she felt as if she were on fire. But it was not all-consuming. It was alerting and focusing, at least for now. The sensation reminded Faythe of a time in her carefree childhood when she was determined to be Jack-on in a race across the town. She started in a sprint, a fool's error considering the distance, and it wasn't long before a burn coated her throat and speared her breaths. Her muscles ached and protested before she'd even reached halfway. But in her defiance, she didn't stop. She kept sprinting past the agony to win. And eventually, the pain became bearable, subsided to a numbness to keep her going. But as soon as she stopped running, everything she was spared from feeling caught up with her all at once. Jagon had refused to race her for a long time after. Witnessing her scary recovery immediately after had felt like embracing death. Harnessing the ruin's power was like that sprint. Faythe knew she had to keep pushing. The Scalies were so near to them, Faythe brought her sword up to strike. But a blaring flare of lightning struck through their path, incinerating the first and second line of them as they broke through the defenses of Raylan and the others. She couldn't bear to think of him, knowing if she did, her panic upon seeing how many he fought and the odds stacked against them all would be her undoing. Finally, one caught up to her, and she didn't give her fear a chance to surface at seeing the black void it held for a face. Only snapping teeth and long, lethal claws swiped for her. She cut down the first with little effort, but barely got a second of breath before another was in front of her. Then another. Then another. Faythe was spinning and cutting with a precision that shouldn't be possible in her mortal body. The ruin didn't just amplify her ability. It gave her immeasurable strength and speed that had her moving on instinct, feeling her blade tear through rotting dark flesh to no end. Her drenched hair whipped across her face as she protected herself from all angles, noting the ones who slipped past Zayana's companions behind her too. It was overwhelming, but she didn't falter. Too many. There were far too many of them, and she couldn't see a way out. It seemed hopeless, but all they could do was keep fighting. Zayana took out many at a time, vibrant purple bolts illuminating the gruesome battlefield as the bodies mounted but didn't cease advancing. Maverick attacked with darts and sheets of blue flame that engulfed the masses. Catching a glimpse through the darkness, Faythe saw Zaya had shifted into a brilliant Black Panther and tore through countless. It still wasn't enough. She felt the sinking seed of hopelessness grow in the pit of her stomach. She didn't stop moving, didn't stop fighting. But she could see no light. Over the cries and snarls of the Scalies, something far louder, far more piercing, rang out over the skies. It made her wince, but a shiver crawled over her body like an awakening at the sound. Faythe couldn't help glancing up, feeling compelled to. It was a grave mistake when seconds later, pain lashed across her back and she cried out, falling to the ground. She didn't have the focus to see the next attack as something sharp dug into her shoulder. Teeth. The pain was excruciating, but the creature wasn't latched on for long before vibrant purple illuminated around her and the Scaly was incinerated to dust. She might have thanked Zayana, but her consideration for her life was only to keep her alive for some greater, far more sinful purpose. Still, she twisted her head and hoped the dark face saw her gratitude in her helpless look. Faythe felt something grappling her from within, emitting a pulse of strength to keep her from drifting. It was Raylan. His lifeline within her kept her from letting go of the ruin's power, which would incapacitate her quicker than it did at the inn. Her damned mortal body had been used far beyond its limits. A dark smoke surrounded her, and the presence that wrapped her was a force so pure and safe. For a second, Faythe was taken away from the carnage unfolding around her. The heaviness of her body from the rain that fell mercilessly became light. The pounding of her head numbed, just for those few blissful seconds. Because he was here. Raylan was before her. But she couldn't look up as she watched harsh droplets ripple the water around them. She felt his hand on her neck as her head bowed. But with his touch, He didn't soothe the storm that raged within like she hoped.
"I'm here."
His smooth voice, his words made a whimper escape her mouth, a faint flicker of happiness in the midst of hopelessness, where she kneeled in the puddles of rain, ready to submit and admit defeat. Her blood roared. Her wounds tore like flame. Her head was so close to erupting. Raylan fell to his knees with her.
"I see you, Faythe. I see you, and I hear you."
The words struck her like the peaceful verse of a song, a promise she would always hold so close to her heart. She wanted to echo that promise back to him, but her agony was quick to douse any short moment of hope. "It hurts," was all she could say. Or at least she thought she said. Her throat was so tight, her mind a cloudy haze of rage and pain. "It hurts so much."
"I know."
His voice lapped soothingly through her mind, a cooling breeze against the raging inferno. But not even he could tame the blaze this time. His hand cupped her nape, and he leaned his forehead to hers. His palm slid into her loose hand, while her other remained clamped around her sword.
"You are far stronger than you know, Faythe. You need to get up."
She was a coward, a weak, helpless coward. Faythe shook her head. Another of those loud, shrill cries rattled the stars. Louder now. Faythe winced with a sob. "Please," she barely whispered. "Please make it stop." All of it, whatever it took. She wanted more than anything for the pain and power to stop.
"I can't."
Raylan's voice was utterly devastated. He pulled back and his fingers curled under her chin, forcing her lifeless head up to stare into the familiar sapphires that were her anchor to this world. The rain battered them mercilessly. Raylan's silver hair turned to a sad gray that slicked around his face. So beautiful. Droplets of water trailed along his fierce, sculptured features. Every now and then, a bright flare of white and purple illuminated his expression. Hardened for battle, but softened with a fear so haunting.
"If I help you release that power, your body will fail. You need to keep fighting just a little longer. Fight through this night. Fight for everything I haven't had the chance to give you yet. For the life I promise to always stand by your side throughout."
His eyes connected to something within her. Not his ability, but a striking will to survive. For him, for herself, for the time they deserved to have together.
"Until the end of days."
Faythe felt her strength returning. Sheer desperation and will alone coursed through her to subside her desire to submit. She breathed slow and steady. She focused and found the strength to straighten her spine once more as she said, "Maybe even longer." With her answer, a breath of relief rushed through Raylan's chest. He hooked an arm around her, and she didn't protest as he helped her rise on weak knees. She had to go on. When she was standing, Faythe spared a dreaded glance around, and the sight almost made her buckle once more. Everyone fought the dark creatures, and it was then she realized Sayana alone had kept the Scalies back from them while Raylan helped her. All was dark, desolate, and grim. Then a brilliant flare of red and amber torched the sky, illuminating everything across the mountain fringe. It was followed by another sharp cry as something was cast overhead. The Scalies, they balked. One by one, they stopped attacking and began to back away. She didn't think a faceless monster could feel fear. Yet it was there, in the way their savage flailing turned to a curl of submission. Another shrill cry. Faythe cast her eyes skyward, flinching at the harsh, piercing sound. Raylan's arm pulled her closer, as if he was prepared to shield her with his entire body if necessary, against whatever claimed the skies. It took a few chilling, tense seconds as nothing but the darkness and rainwater blurred her vision, no matter how fast she blinked. It wasn't until the creature wanted to reveal itself that they would see. And that moment came when a vibrant flash of red and amber tendrils scorched the night. The air left Faythe completely at what she saw. She blinked hard to release the water gathering in her eyes, uncertain if her obscured vision was mistaken. She tracked the red inferno as best she could, fire that rippled beautifully like a wave over them. Faythe forgot everything, struck utter still in her stupor. Her eyes followed it until it flew past them, right to the end of the mountain range. Then, when she thought it would keep going and she would never catch sight of its beauty again, it turned in an elegant glide, coming back toward them. The closer it got, right in front of Faythe, the lower it seemed to fall. Closer and closer. Its wings caught fire, magnificent vines of flame licking along its dark feathers. Faythe didn't fear as it advanced fast into a deadly proximity. She couldn't believe what she was seeing was real, and perhaps that was what held her still. It was gigantic and utterly mesmerizing. Raylan's strong arm around her was the only thing that snapped her to her senses. Just as the flames darted from its wings in a deadly wave, shooting for them, she was hauled sideward and pulled behind a large boulder. Fire shot past their cover. Enchanting. Unlike any flame that could be made by man, and not like the fire conjured by magic. This was far more alluring. With a faint shimmer, it was pure blood red, with white and glowing amber hues. Faythe was spellbound, having to physically restrain herself from reaching out a hand to touch it against all natural instincts. Shrill cries emitted over the grounds. The fire tore through the masses of faceless foes, incinerating the entirety of the deadly force where they stood mere seconds ago. Faythe was overcome by a different kind of chant then. A beckoning, cutting through the ruins' whispers. The fire ceased, and she dared a glance around the stone. Ash and smoke clogged the air, but the fire still blazed, parting the clouds enough that she saw it completely. Not her imagination, as all the hideous creatures that had been there moments before were turned to cinders by its power. A great phoenix stood blazing and triumphant. There was no mistaking it. Its wings, while still coated in flame, were lowered as if it were assessing the threat to its domain before striking again. Faythe locked eyes with it, and dared to believe it stared right back at her. Everyone else had taken cover behind various rocks and boulders. But then she heard the cry of a dear friend, felt his pain through the pulse of his open mind. Her eyes didn't search for long to find Isaiah. He was gravely hurt. Faythe shifted, but Raylan halted her. "We need to help him," Faythe gasped. The dark fae with blonde hair had his arms hooked under her friend, as if he'd narrowly managed to drag Isaiah behind the large rock they both took shelter behind. "We wouldn't make it to him without becoming ash ourselves. He'll be okay." She locked eyes with Raylan and saw the agony in them too. He also fought against the helpless situation they were in, the strong need to go to his brother. At the thought, Faythe's attention found Heir, the one who had guided her, saved her, and defended her. Her teeth clamped tight to force back her whimper at finding the fierce warrior on his knees, clutching his wounded shoulder beside the enemy he fought valiantly. the battle between them dormant while they took cover against a mutual, far deadlier threat. Both of them were weakened greatly. Another sharp line of pain shot through Faythe while she left her ability, her senses wide open. Her hand clutched her abdomen with the phantom fire that scorched there. And then her eyes found the source. Livia also lay wounded and helpless, while the Fae who had arrived in the Dark Fae's company seemed to be aiding her, tending to her abdomen as it bled. Faythe was right to assume it was a blow dealt by the monstrous Scalies. The smaller Dark Fae crouched with them, her bow set aside, and her focus solely on whatever the Fae asked of her, while she helped Livia. Reuben. Where in the rutting dam was Reuben? Faythe didn't get long to scout for him when a cold snake of fear replaced the searing heat of Livia's pain. Glancing to her side, she saw Zayana could barely fit behind her cover, which had crumbled even smaller against the first blast. The luminance grew, and Faythe fixed her eyes on the bird once more. It straightened and puffed its huge black and red feathered chest, the flames along its wings growing as it splayed them wide. Gods, it was brilliant. With a gasp, Faythe tumbled back around to take full cover behind the rock. She felt heat, but it was the fire in her veins from the ruin that slicked her skin. Faythe felt nothing emitting from the flames that turned the Scalies to dust in seconds. She lifted her hand and gasped at the stone that shone like a bright ruby on her wrist. The eye of the phoenix. It was reacting, and as her hand neared the fire, Faythe swore it moved. The flames inched away from her touch while the stone pulsed brighter. A hand lashed out to her forearm, pulling her arm back before she could recklessly attempt to touch the lethal fire. Raylan looked at her as if she'd lost her sanity. She wasn't entirely certain she hadn't. Between the ruin's influence and the new surge of something else, Faythe felt deliriously unstoppable. It doesn't burn, she thought out loud. The phoenix didn't relent, and a cry to her left snapped her attention to Zayana, who was close to becoming no more than dust in the wind. It wouldn't stop until they were all smoke and ash. They were the enemy on its sacred ground.
I can assure you, it does,
Raylan panted. Faythe felt warmth, but not heat. Not like what seemed to scorch the air and land around them. Finally, the fire let up, but she didn't believe the phoenix was finished. It wouldn't stop until they were all expelled from its domain. Faythe dared to glance around again, and as she expected, it was braced and frighteningly huge as it expanded its whole body to engulf the space. The rain still fell, but rather than having any extinguishing effect on the flames that soared over its splayed wings, the water turned to steam that warmed the air before it could land. Gods above. It was bracing to attack again, and Faythe didn't know why her gaze fell to Zayana, who curled into herself. The rock she hid behind wouldn't stand another blast, and she wouldn't survive the impact of its fire. Faythe shouldn't concern herself with her life. In fact, letting her perish would ultimately save her from the hunter. As soon as the threat was defeated, they would return to mortal enemies. But Zayana had saved her. Perhaps to her own ultimate gain, though Faythe refused to believe that was all. She watched the dancing glow of the eye of the phoenix on her wrist, and an image came to mind. One she had seen depicted within a book in the great library of Ryanel's castle. It made her heart pound, just as it did when she stared at it as a still image, believing then that it was simply a fantasy, a painting from a wondrous imagination. But what if it were history? If only you dare. Another memory flashed to mind, from her encounter with the Dresser in High Pharaoh. To take the leap. What if it was a foretelling? Faythe's eyes widened. She didn't have time to second-guess the completely insane, desperate, and deadly plan that challenged her to act. There was no other way, and the reaction of the fire to the amulet on her wrist, the same one she now believed she saw in that painting, was a small slither of hope she had to grapple onto to find her bravery. And trust you will fly with the phoenix.
Faythe, whatever you're thinking,
Raylan warned, perhaps sensing her rising adrenaline. She locked eyes with him, and they were wide with fear. It was for him, for all of them, that she had to try. She was the only one who could. His face fell, desolate. He shook his head.
No.
Raylan, Faythe choked, the pain on the warrior's face striking far deeper than the battle of power within her. Always remember, you are my heart. Her eyes burned. Please forgive me. She despised what she had to do to him, knowing he would follow her if she didn't. He would always follow her. A strained cry left her as she fought against the pain of betraying him, his trust. But she had to do it. With the heightened power of the ruin, Faythe shattered clean through Raylan's firm mental barrier. He fought her. Gods, he did. His eyes widened in shock, horror, and realization the moment she entered to halt his movements. The sheer terror in his eyes cleaved so deep. I'm so sorry, she whispered. His painful, silent protest stole her breath. I love you. Please forgive me. It took all her will and physical resistance to tear her eyes from his wildly pleading look, to straighten from her position behind cover, to take that first step away from him. Faythe twisted around the large rock in one fluid movement and came face to face with the creature of myth and legend, the superior race of the firebird, flesh, fire, and ash before her. It was equal parts awe-inspiring and terrifying. Faythe walked to it, and she swore it tracked her. Stopping, she braced, but the bird didn't ease its flames. She thought she saw the slight canter of its massive head, an elegant mane of fire-torched feathers crowning it and running down its neck. It was the single most breathtaking creature she had ever seen. Fire blazed brighter from its wings as it flared them a fraction wider, preparing to strike again. Faythe's pulse was wild, but she was focused, and she was ready. The inferno collected, near blinding, and the bird's chest heaved in a deep inhale, bracing to send phoenix fire hurtling to claim her. Chapter 58. Ziana. It was just her luck that she had been sent to retrieve a human with a complete disregard for her own life. Not killing her was a struggle, but it seemed keeping Faythe from killing herself was even more so. Ziana couldn't believe her eyes as Faythe stepped out from the rock she was hiding behind. The silver-haired warrior surprisingly stayed in place, but his face was set in a terror so deep as he watched the human slip away from him. Ziana tensed at that look, and she found her eyes sliding forward. Not to Faythe, but to Maverick, who crouched with the Fae Heir. Both of them were injured, and she might have felt something for the Fae warrior too. A want for him to be okay. Ziana expelled the weak thought. His life wasn't her concern. Maverick met her eyes, his expression focused through his pain. Ziana switched her gaze to scan for Tynan, finding him unharmed but as the savior of one of the enemies. She should have felt anger for what he had risked, but she was only filled with relief. Upon finding Amaya and Nerida also as safe as could be with the last Fae of the opponent's ensemble, Sayana relaxed in the knowledge everyone was accounted for. They all lived. But her crumbling cover would not withstand another blast of phoenix fire. She planned to release the glamour on her wings and attempt a shot at the sky. What had prevented her so far was the likelihood the beast would incinerate her long before she could soar out of reach. Sayana knew little of the firebirds. They were believed to be a myth. She might have even admired the brilliance and beauty of the creature, were it not trying to burn them all to cinders. Sayana settled her gaze on Faythe once more, in utter disbelief at the human stupidity as she walked straight onto the open stone field of fire. It may be a creature of her kingdom, but it still pinned her as the enemy, while its blazing red and white flames continued to grow and torch the dark sky. While Sayana remained connected to the ruin, she felt Faythe's power line too. It was strong, too strong for the body she had. Sayana had pushed her to use it, knowing it would drain her beyond use after she let go. But she had clearly underestimated how long the human could hold it for. What was intended to tire her out to make the capture easy had turned out to be a challenge like she'd never faced before. Faythe's ability to control a person's mind. It was unparalleled and absolutely lethal. Now the ruin's power was the only thing keeping her alive, fighting, as long as she held it. It was all about to be wasted energy. Faythe stopped before the creature, and it seemed ludicrous to watch the standoff as they seemed to gauge each other. If the human was afraid, Sayana had to admire her for her outward steeled expression and battle-firm stance in the face of the mighty threat. It was all about to be over. Both sides had lost to the great firebird. Its wings splayed, and Sayana didn't bother curling down as small as she could get. The rock wouldn't shield her against the singe of its heat. If she was going to die, it would be without fear. Sayana stood confidently. She was the storm against the rolling clouds, the thunder in the silent air. She was darkness triumphant. She wouldn't go out standing idle. Doing the most foolish thing she'd ever done in her miserable life, Sayana raced to Faythe. Beside her, in a potentially final futile attempt to shield herself, Sayana conjured her lightning. Her fingers came together, pulling apart abruptly to snap a long, suspended bolt, and with a clockwise twist of her poised fingers in front of her, an electric shield formed. She didn't believe it would be able to withstand phoenix fire, having seen how easily it tore through rock and flesh. The shimmering veil she'd created almost seemed laughable. Blazing red fire hurled for them, and Sayana braced her legs to absorb the impact if the shield was to withstand even for a few seconds. Just before it could hit them, Sayana twisted her head with a wince, eyes clamping shut. She held her arms firm to maintain the shield. Seconds passed, and she felt the heat, but not in the flesh-incinerating way she expected. It was even less blaring than when she lay shriveled behind the boulder. And yet she felt nothing. No force battering the feeble shield she still harnessed. Sayana opened her eyes and was stunned by what she saw. She dropped her arms, her lightning winking out in the process. It shouldn't be possible. Yet there she was. Faythe, by some damn inconceivable, unexplainable miracle, stood as if she harnessed the power of a god in the way she deflected the fire that flared around them. As though summoning an invisible curved wall before them, she cast out a hand, and Sayana's eye caught sight of the flaring red stone that adorned her wrist. Impossible. It should have been impossible that they stood there alive. Seconds crawled like minutes as she watched the fire blaze around them. Faythe's hands trembled, and for a moment she feared the human wouldn't be able to hold it. It shocked her still that she had the strength at all. Then, all at once, the fire ceased. Faythe gasped, panting hard as she doubled over to brace on her knees. Sayana subconsciously took a few steps toward her, still tracking the firebird. It worked, Faythe rasped through a labored breath. Sayana snapped her head to the human, incredulous. Good to know there was method to your madness. Faythe let out a single breathy laugh. There was luck to my insanity. Sayana might have smiled at that, but her attention, and everyone else's, was grabbed by the shrill cry that emitted from the phoenix as it angled its giant head skyward. The ringing in her ears was painful, and she winced. I think you might have just pissed it off more. Faythe straightened, and her exertion was clear. She wouldn't withstand that again. But she remained devoid of fear as she stared at the bird with a rare defiance. Stupidity or bravery, they often walked a thin line. This is most definitely stupidity. Sayana blinked, taken aback that Faythe had heard that thought, and likely many others since her ability was loose and amplified, and reinforcing her mental barrier wasn't exactly her main priority right now. Faythe turned her head to lock Sayana's gaze, every emotion steeled in a hard, threatening look. If you harm a single one of them, she warned, death won't stop me from coming for you. Sayana didn't get the chance to question her words, as she was answered by Faythe twisting on her heel and abruptly taking off. Without hesitation, the phoenix laid its wings and shot to the sky in a single powerful heave that blasted a hard gust of wind, nearly knocking her off balance. Sayana shifted her stance and shielded her eyes. When the air stilled again, she watched the bird glide overhead. Then her eyes fell on the human sprinting away from them, toward the ledge that only led to one place. Down. A long, deadly way down for anyone without wings. Sayana might have tried to go after her, but she gauged it was already too late. Faythe had sealed her fate. Perhaps to be the pitiful, tragic hero and distract the birds so they could all flee. They should, but no one moved. The silver-haired Fae cried her name, repeatedly. Sayana couldn't even look at him. The tone of his voice alone cleaved something inside her. It was odd to react to someone else's pain, but even on her worst enemy, she wouldn't wish any physical torture alike to what the Fae seemed to be enduring in that moment. It was foolish to care for one life so much. Sayana pitied him for his weak heart. Such a waste. Maverick's voice beside her startled her while she was focused on Faythe's last moments. He wasn't wrong. It was such a tragic way for someone so gifted to leave the world. Sayana couldn't even think of the selfish side to it all. They had failed their quest without Faythe where they needed her. Yet it was almost impossible to have predicted how difficult it was to keep the reckless human alive. "Save her!" Narada cried desperately. "You have wings!" "It's too late," Sayana snapped. Faythe reached the end of the mountain fringe, no more than a small silhouette illuminated by the fire of the bird that caught up to her. Narada whimpered, and glancing at Amaya, she saw her face was also written with sorrow. Ridiculous. Sayana should reprimand her for showing emotion for someone she didn't even know. The enemy. Sayana's ticket to freedom. Faythe leaped off the mountainside. The phoenix spun and fell into a dive after her. Then all was dark and silent. The tension of enemies returned. Disbelief swirled between both sides. The heartbreak of Faythe's companions was palpable.
"Well, I guess that's that,"
Maverick commented casually as though witnessing the end of a disappointing show. It was brazen, even for him. Sayana looked to him, noting how he clutched his abdomen that still leaked black blood. His voice was pained, and Nerida seemed to snap out of her stupor while she kneeled to aid the injured Fae, realizing Maverick needed help. He had been struck by Niltain's steel. It was a miracle he could still stand, but she figured the human blood coursing through him would help. Before Nerida could make it to Maverick to attempt to heal him, the silver-haired Fae snapped his head to him. A rage so raw and beyond humanity filtered his gaze as he drew his sword. He was frightening. Then he was upon Maverick in a flash of movement. The dark Fae brought his own blade up in the nick of time, hissing through the pain. Maverick and the silver-haired Fae locked blades, their deadly glare so intense as they stared off that she wouldn't be surprised if they combusted. "That thing could come back any minute," Sayana hissed to them. "She's gone. Despite what you might think of us, we have no desire to kill you all for nothing." "She's right." Everyone's head snapped to Nerida where she kneeled over by Tynan, assessing the Fae he had foolishly saved. The healer looked between the Fae and the dark Fae. Sayana's gut twisted with something akin to betrayal, though it was stupid to even feel an inkling of the horrid emotion. Nerida was Fae after all. After the many weeks they'd spent together, she was their captive, and now she had the chance to seek refuge with her own kind. "You are not born enemies. Let them mourn," she said to the dark Fae. Turning her attention to the Fae, she continued, jerking her chin to the two males in a furious standoff. "And you must let me heal him before it is too late. We must not let the time Faythe bought us go in vain if the Phoenix is to return." Everyone listened to her, struck by her peacemaking and sense, but still reluctant in their mutual defiance.
"Raylan,"
a soft, pained voice said. The blonde female Fae propped herself up on her elbows, wincing while she clutched a deep wound across her abdomen.
"It won't bring her back."
Something in those words seemed to strike the warrior back into sense. Undiluted rage fell to utter misery. Raylan backed up a long step with a hard push of his blade against Maverick's that made the dark Fae stumble back. His deep blue eyes cast to where Faythe last stood. Broken. She had never seen someone so fierce look so utterly broken. Sayana opened her mouth, not even sure what she wanted to say. Instead, she was halfway to turning around, about to command the others to retreat for now. Going after Faythe's body to discover if she still held the key to the temple was too grim and harrowing even for her in that moment. The all-too-familiar shriek that rattled the stars made everyone flinch and turn toward it in horrid dread. Shit. Sayana swore inwardly and repeatedly. They had wasted their advantage of time. They had wasted Faythe's... Gods above! The distorted mutter of disbelief came from one of the Fae, the one who looked kin to Kylier, but far more elegant and poised. Sayana followed his odd line of sight, and she saw it. Saw her. Saw the phoenix soaring high. Saw the small form it carried on its back. Spirits be damned. The impossible human lived. By some miracle of the gods, Faythe had been saved by the giant beast that just a moment ago was determined to reduce her to ash.
"What is she?"
Tynan said, equally disbelieving as everyone stared after the duo of smoke and fire. The bird soared away from them, heading south, raining fire stars in its wake. Before they flew too far out of sight, Sayana could make out Faythe wasn't sitting upright. It dawned on her that without the ruin's power, the human would be descending into that plummet of darkness. It would kill her. She couldn't be sure if Faythe had any influence on the bird's direction, but it was safe to assume nothing was out of the impossible with her. It took her farther from her companions, farther from the only healer who could possibly give her a chance of survival. Faythe was heading to the Niltane Isles. The lunar eclipse was in a matter of hours, and if she grappled for her life long enough, it would be used at the exact moment Sayana intended. Kyler rose from his knees and spoke quietly through their stupor.
She is Faythe Ashfire of Ryanel, and she is the Phoenix Queen.
Chapter 59. Faythe. Everything hurt. The wild pounding of her head, the tightening ache of her unmoving bones, the heat of fire coursing through her blood, a tangible force, as if she'd touched the core of the sun and become the blazing star. She wondered why her mind would surface to consciousness only to suffer such unrelenting agony. But there was a small echo of bliss in her misery. Every now and then, a wave of coolness answered her desperate plea for the pain to set her free. Yet it was not enough to extinguish the inferno that raged. Thoughts beyond her suffering started to return to her, faint flickers of who she was. My name is Faythe Ashfire. I come from High Pharaoh. No, Ryanel. Her mind was a haze with loose strings of memory. Instead, she put all focus into returning to her physical senses. Faythe heard a huff before a gust of wind blew over her completely. It was followed by a prod to her side that shifted her, nearly rolling her over. She mustered the strength to flicker her eyes open. It was bright enough that she flinched to focus her blurred vision. Her head lolled to the side, but something large obstructed her view. A wall. Yet as her vision adjusted with a few long blinks, she became aware enough to notice the wall moved. It backed away from her. Faythe was struck still when she remembered what it was. Her horrors were confirmed when its large beak straightened along with its neck, and Faythe had to cast her eyes up to behold the magnificent firebird beside her. She held utterly still. Not that she could muster much else, but she figured if it thought she was dead, it would lose interest. Yet the phoenix cantered its head, a head the length of her whole body, and Faythe watched her feeble form reflected in the glass of its red-hued eyes as it stared at her, studied her. It was odd to place human emotions in a beast, but as it silently watched her, head intermittently twitching, she could only decipher its stillness as curiosity. Faythe should feel fear, reservation at least, but she tentatively propped herself up on her elbows, teeth clenching tightly to suppress her cry of pain. Without taking her eyes off the bird, she was filled with wonder as her memories returned along with the presence of a new spark of life within her, like a tiny kindling flame. The strength of it was a pulse of energy that was perhaps the only thing keeping her from tunneling into oblivion. Faythe was too far from the ruin, severed from its power, and she felt the failure of her body that was now on a rapid countdown. In a flash of memory from the ordeal she had narrowly escaped with the ghastly scalies, Faythe reached a hand back to her shoulder. While it was tender, The wounds she expected to find there, along with the brutal wounds and beatings she had sustained from the dark Fae. Faythe once again locked eyes with the phoenix. It had healed her. At least her flesh. The exertion of her ability within, it seemed that was outside its healing capabilities. Magic was not so easily challenged without fatal consequence. Faythe rolled over with a groan, taking a moment on her hands and knees to gather breath, though it felt like a small fan to the flames within, shallowing then heightening. Another wave of cold lapped her, and she let out a whimper of immense relief, however short the small blessing would last. Faythe found the strength to sit upright, and in turning her head to the firebird, she realized what the coolness was. Somehow, incredulously, it was projecting whatever healing power it could to her, directly from within. The tiny kindle of flame in her chest flickered, and realization clicked into place as they held each other's eye. One word, one name, echoed through that impossible bond, and Faythe gasped when she heard it. Aetherius, Faythe whispered in disbelief. It was made all the more dizzying when the firebird reacted to the name. Its flames flickered and head dipped faintly. Wary, but confirming. Faythe was almost ready to believe she was dreaming. Or perhaps she had truly fallen to her death over that cliff, and this was some twisted welcome to the netherworld. It was inconceivable, yet it could not stand to be denied when it was right in front of her, blazing and glorious. She couldn't explain how she knew. It didn't speak, not with words or in her mind, but somehow Faythe knew. She took the moment of internal reprieve from the inferno to gauge where she was. The sun was rising, the sight over the horizon truly breathtaking. Pinks and oranges filtered through the dark night, putting the stars to sleep and awakening the dawn of a new day. She wanted to sit there and bask in its beauty. If this were to be her last day, she couldn't think of a more beautiful setting to witness before her end. But she couldn't. She had one final task. She still had breath in her body and the will in her heart to see her duty fulfilled. Glancing behind her, Faythe spied the entrance to a cave, hauntingly black and darkly beckoning the longer she stared into its depthless void. A dark and silent pull emerged from it. A shudder rattled her aching body, and she winced. The answer to her question filtered through her, not of any known language. Faythe twisted her tired gaze back to Aetherius. She had taken Faythe right to where she needed to be, for behind her, Faythe kneeled in front of the caves that would lead her to Dakotas' temple. She pulled a weak leg from under herself. Aetherius shifted at her movement. Neither was fearful, but each remained wary of the other. It was an odd notion, to be tentative and cautious around an enormous beast, as though it were a horse she was attempting not to spook. There were so many ways Aetherius could kill her before she could take a single breath. Her legs trembled, close to buckling as she slowly rose to her feet. She stared off with the firebird for a long, tense few seconds, not entirely confident it was past wanting to kill her. In an act of pure, reckless insanity, Faythe had taken the leap, a fool's desperation at recalling Aguilar's tales of a history that wasn't entirely proved to be true. When that memory settled, her mouth opened in admiration and disbelief at the impossible reality that the great legend of a firebird stood before her, had saved her. Aetherius, bonded of Mateus Ashfire, the first king of Ryanel. "What happened to you?" Faythe whispered, more as a release of internal awe. Upon closer observation, it was clear the bird was too thin to be healthy. Its feathers were duller than Faythe imagined they should be, not nearly as vibrant as what was depicted in the painting. If legends were truth, Aetherius might have been suffering alone and with little food for millennia in the Fire Mountains. Pain pinched her chest at the grim thought. She wondered how and why such a magnificent creature who could take flight to anywhere it dreamed would succumb to such a terrible, strung-out fate. Cautiously, Faythe raised a hand, tensing with a wince when the giant beast flinched. The shallow flames that coated its wings and blazing mane flared slightly. Faythe didn't move at first. Then, as the flames dwindled once more, and its head seemed to dip in curiosity, Faythe dared to take a step. Then another, and another. She halted, heart pounding wildly while she watched every flicker of the firebird's reaction. So cautious, Faythe couldn't believe her eyes when Aetherius began to dip her head, inching forward as if to meet her touch. Faythe stood still, utterly rigid in her anticipation, watching the distance close between them. A faint heat emitted from her palm when its head was mere inches away. And when they touched, Faythe gasped as a bright flare pulsed from between them. Images flashed in her mind, so many colors, of battle and rain, triumph and freedom, memories of Aetherius and Mateus. Faythe wasn't sure she was still breathing, as decades' worth of tales filtered through her. But it was not overwhelming. It was exhilarating. In her chest, that tiny kindle blazed to life, this one a flame of strength and courage, magic and wonder. A line ran straight to the very core of what she was, and she could feel Aetherius there. Faythe knew what the firebird felt, what it thought, but not in any way she had ever experienced before. Not in a way that could be explained or understood by man, fae, or anyone. When she came down from her high, she breathed, "Thank you." Aetherius echoed something akin to gratitude, but Faythe knew it would take time to decipher, to learn the odd push and pull that filtered between them, to be able to understand each other. But suddenly, Faythe was awash with the realization she wouldn't have that chance. Not as the fires of the nether began to rage once more, signaling her precious time was draining fast, and she still had one last endeavor to complete. She had to remove Dakotas's ruin and prevent her from transitioning to their world. It was what she owed to those she would leave behind, the chance to live. Faythe turned back to the path she had to take, overcome with a fear that made her want to succumb to defeat. She felt a gentle heat gather in her palm. It was not the tingling burn she felt when the ruin taunted her with its power. Instead, it was a calm caress. Upturning her palm, Faythe's eyes widened as she watched the flame grow within, until it was an orb of white light encased by red phoenix fire that floated in her palm. She cast her eyes to Aetherius, and didn't need to voice her thanks as she felt the odd encouragement, a silent push to go. Time was running out. Faythe absorbed the strength, the belief she felt emanating at her back. She cast out all fear and let her determination rise and hold down the blaze that threatened to consume her before she could achieve her final task. Stepping up to the mouth of the cave, Faythe took one final breath of defiance, determination, Then she took her first step into death's domain. Within the belly of the cave, Faythe found she could control the flame that danced with an ethereal beauty in her hand. She watched it grow to illuminate a wider expanse of the distorted passage she ventured. Faythe couldn't be certain how she was doing it, only that it was connected to the tether that ran within her, and should she stray too far from Aetherius, she would soon lose the ability to hold it altogether. Silence encompassed her. Her feet barely caught on any debris. Her flame was soundless, and all she could tune into was the heartbeat of her own heart and her breathing, which she focused on keeping steady as the fire of her burnout crawled over every inch of her skin. Urgency quickened her steps. There was nowhere but forward, not a single junction or choice to make. The rock of the cave was dark, glistening black, not made of any natural stone she had seen before. Everything about the place radiated death. Faythe halted when the narrow passage finally opened up into a larger space. In front of her was a door, a large circular door that took up the whole wall before her. Carved into the stone was Dakotas's mark. Faythe drew Lumarius with her spare hand, just as the blade sang free. Her light was snuffed out. Faythe's panic spiked as she was engulfed in complete darkness suddenly and all at once. She gripped Lumarius in both hands, angling it with no sure direction, now her sight had been robbed from her. She strained her hearing. Silence. Until something shuffled behind her. Steps that ran for her. Faythe whirled and sliced sightlessly with her blade. She cut through only air, and a chilling chuckle bounded around the space, setting every hair on edge. Faythe's terror gripped her speech, every sense set on high alert in cold anticipation of the presence that lingered like a ghost. "A peculiar mind you have," a voice sang, sending a coat of ice down every notch of her spine. "So much conflict. You love so passionately, but hate so precisely. You fear so truly, but have a bravery so rare." A glow broke the darkness, but her relief was quickly doused at the face that illuminated from it. Shock stunned her into place. She was unable to comprehend, unable to believe who she was seeing was real. Across the room, walking toward her, was Marlowe. "How?" "You left me." Her friend cut her off in her bewilderment. Marlowe's delicate features were so foreign in their harshness as she looked to Faythe with such hatred. Faythe's mouth parted, but she didn't get to voice the outpour of apology that constricted her chest painfully. Another figure stepped into the light beside her, an arm going around her waist. Jacon's glare was powerful and pinned her like a blow to her gut, taking the air from her completely. "You left us." Again, Faythe attempted to speak, but she caught the glint of the steel dagger seconds before her longest and dearest friend sent it hurtling for her without hesitation. Instinct made her fall into a crouch to avoid its path, despite feeling wholly deserving of it striking her down instead. Faythe sobbed as she curled into herself and clamped her eyes shut. But she didn't hear the sound of the blade meeting with the stone behind her. When she dared to open her eyes, pitch blackness surrounded her once again. Faythe blinked hard, as if it would return the light, even though she dreaded to see the disgusted looks of her best friends as they wished her dead. For all she had put them through, she deserved it. On her knees, Faythe was ready to lie down and let the darkness embrace her forever.
"You really are weak, Faythe."
the voice that sounded beside her froze every cell in her body. A painful vibration shook her rigid form. A touch so ghostly curled around her neck, but Faythe couldn't fight it in her terror. She couldn't see a thing, but she could feel the warmth of his breath at her ear.
Such a pity we didn't get more time to play together.
The captain's words were chilling. I killed you, Faythe whispered hauntingly. A dark chuckle seeped right through her.
Something tells me the ghosts of your past torment you far more than the enemies of your present. Are you afraid, little princess?
Rizar's voice was darkly taunting as it echoed a chill from her other side. Please, Faythe whimpered, unsure what she was asking for. Both of them laughed. The sound grew and bounded around the dark space. She felt it over her skin, plaguing her mind. Faythe clamped her hands over her ears, but the sickening laughter was omnipresent. She found the will to unsheath her dagger, but she couldn't be sure where her tormentors were, while the voices distorted and struck from all angles. She gripped the hilt of her dagger tightly, but her bravery dissipated completely in her helpless state. Varys and Rizar would get their revenge on her. They would kill her.
There you are.
Faythe gasped, and the laughter cut off suddenly at the voice that joined her. Her eyes snapped open. A sob left her. A faint glow of light chased away the darkness, holding her eternal tormentors, welcoming the sight of her salvation.
Faythe.
Raylan's voice was so gentle as he emerged into the open space. Faythe sobbed harder out of relief and joy that he was here. He dropped to a crouch in front of her.
I see you.
And I hear you, she finished in a croak. Raylan smiled, and she mirrored it weakly. His arms opened. Faythe shuffled over to him on her knees and fell into his embrace. Her arms circled around him, and she closed her eyes. The scent that wrapped her was his, the feel of him so real. Faythe allowed herself one small moment to feel comfort, just a few seconds to believe. I love you, she whispered. Then she cried out as she plunged her dagger into his back.
Faythe.
Raylan choked her name. She was trembling violently, and when he pulled away from her, they exchanged a wide-eyed look of horror. It looked like him in every perfect detail. It felt like him in every contour. It smelled like him. Like home. For a second, Faythe's heart stopped dead. She looked down at the blade she held, now coated in the thick red crimson. Raylan's blood. What had she done? Raylan's face was torn with bewilderment and agony. But slowly, he raised his hand and curled his fist around her own, stifling her trembling hold on the dagger. He guided her hand, never breaking eye contact, and she let him, right until she felt the lethal tip press to her chest. Faythe's mouth parted with a silent cry when Raylan applied pressure through their hands. The blade broke past her leathers, pinching her skin. His eyes turned cold, so cold. No love or joy sparkled in the sapphire pools. He wanted to kill her, and she was ready to accept it. Faythe breathed hard at the piercing pain when the blade submerged a little deeper. Raylan's eyes were lifeless and unforgiving. Instead of plunging the dagger through her chest, he guided her hand down, cutting a deep wound as if to carve out her heart instead. Warmth pooled across her chest, over her leathers and over her hand. Faythe glanced down, agony drowning out her need to cry out as she watched herself bleed. Watched droplets fall to the floor as her vision began to sway. Her hand fell, her body doubled over. The blade clanged to the ground while she pressed a hand to her wound.
"You are brave, Faythe."
At his words, she found the will to cast her eyes back up. But Raylan was gone. Darkness fell around her once more, and in her utter exhaustion, there was a large part of her that didn't yearn for the light anymore. She was tired, so tired, and in so much pain. Then a glow was cast in front of her. It grew and chased away the darkness. Her weak gaze found it, the phoenix fire as the same mesmerizing orb. Her eyes fell to the door, realization striking. "Blood is the key," Faythe recited through a weak breath. Her blood, along with the acknowledgement that she deserved to shed it. She had passed the temple's trial. The Marius lay on the ground beside her. Faythe kept her eyes on the Rescilius that glowed like moonstone against the light of the fire. Her wound still bled, but the pain of it began to subside, drowned out by the clawing of a far darker oblivion, intent on claiming her life. With the dregs of her strength, Faythe gripped the hilt of her sword, her cries of pain echoing through the space as she used it to rise to her feet. Her breaths were hard and burned hot. It was a conflict of wanting to suffocate herself to douse the fire, but needing the air to carry on. Raising the Rescilius to her eye, she saw the glowing mark etched on the door through it. Faythe shuffled over to draw the first one, having enough blood on her hands already. Stepping back to glimpse the final symbol, Faythe clenched her teeth to suppress her cry as she pressed her fingers to her wound to gather enough blood to trace the second mark. The doors groaned inward, and Faythe fell against them, using her whole body to sluggishly push them open enough to slip inside. The phoenix fire moved, and she couldn't be sure if it was by her subconscious will or something else entirely that it split off into 4 and latched onto the surrounding torches to fully illuminate the space. Despite being underground and in a far more sinister location in appearance, inside was eerily similar to Aurealis's temple, though it was Dakotas's mark that painted the center, and it was the moon, not the sun, that shone a glistening ray to encompass it. Beyond the crest, Faythe spied the podium and whimpered in relief. All she had to do was reach it, remove the ruin, and she would have succeeded. What became of her after that didn't matter. She clutched her burning wound as she shuffled over, each step feeling like a ton weight, as though the talons of the netherworld's claim gripped her ankles, determined to take her along with the failure that would torment her for eternity if she didn't reach that podium. Her skin was slick all over, her breaths like a battle of fire and ice. Just a few more steps. It seemed so far away, too far away. Just a few more. Her limp hand reached out to grab the podium for stability. She paused to breathe and focus while her head fell forward. It took all her strength to straighten. When she did, Faythe's eyes were wide, her heart still, as she floated around it to stand in front. Floated, because she couldn't be sure she was awake anymore. That this wasn't all some twisted vision or distorted reality. Faythe blinked, then again, unable to comprehend what she was seeing was real. The world crumbled from underneath her as she stared and stared. at the hollow carving where the ruin should be. It wasn't there. Missing something. Faythe's eyes snapped up to the voice that joined her. The figure fell sideways. No, it was Faythe who was falling. Her palm slapped the stone as her knees gave out completely. She didn't feel the pain. Faythe didn't feel anything in her state of shock. I do admire you. The voice grew closer as she fixed her blurry sight on the cold slate stone of the ground. Breathing was difficult. Your fight to survive is truly remarkable. It is a tragedy to have your blood spill for this cause. Unkind is perhaps too soft a word to describe destiny's twisted humor. A pair of black boots entered her vision, and then the dark fae crouched to her level. Faythe couldn't lift her eyes to Ziana in her utter defeat and exhaustion. She caught a flicker of movement right before an item was brought into her line of sight. When Faythe's eyes focused enough to see clearly what she already anticipated it to be, she let out a short sob. What ruin did you think I had, Faythe? She had been tricked. All this time, Aurealis had guided her, pushed her, here for one purpose. Faythe racked her brain, but she knew her recollection of Aurealis's instructions was right. Remove the temple ruin to stop the ascension. Faythe would be a fool to believe for one moment that the spirit of life didn't know the ruin was already missing from Dakotas' temple. It didn't make sense. In that moment, nothing made sense, and Faythe was so far gone, so close to falling into darkness, that defeat was all she had. She couldn't care anymore. About the spirits, about the realms, about kingdoms and kings, war and destiny. All Faythe cared about now was him. Acknowledging she had entered her final moments, the one who surfaced at the forefront of her mind was Raylan. For everything he was to her, everything he'd done for her, Faythe owed him her final thoughts. And in doing so, just for a moment, there was absolution. Ziana stood, stepping around Faythe to stand in front of the podium. Faythe couldn't fight her even if she could peel herself from her hopelessly weak state on the floor. Faythe had lost. Don't see it as a failure, Ziana said as though she echoed her thoughts, uncaring if Faythe was still conscious enough to hear. You will be used to better the world. It is an honor, though it may not seem like it. Know that your life was not a waste, Faythe Ashfire. She faintly heard the scrape of stone on stone, and concluded what Ziana was doing, and the moment the ruin was returned to its place. Faythe sucked in a long, sharp breath. Falling onto her back, the explosion of energy through her entire body took her from that room completely. She was suspended in a void of light. Her fire was cooled. Then she was falling, and falling, and falling. That long inhale she held whooshed from her all at once as she plummeted back to the present. Her arched back fell to the cool stone once more. Light dispersed to bring the dark cave back into clarity. Her next few breaths were painless bliss. But it was short-lived when the inferno began to creep over her once more. We don't have much time, Ziana voiced her thoughts. Get up. Faythe didn't move, still processing the quick surge of unearthly energy that dispersed from her. She lay there at the complete mercy of darkness and death. She was hauled up to a sitting position by a harsh grip on her jacket. Faythe's head fell back limply with a wave of dizziness. She didn't fight or protest. Ziana gave a groan of irritation as though Faythe's lack of ability to withstand any of her weight was the worst of inconveniences. Faythe was prepared to be dragged to wherever Zayana thought to move her to. To her surprise, the dark fae hooked an arm behind her and strained as she pulled Faythe to her feet, taking her whole weight. Faythe tried to set one foot in front of the other when they moved, or rather shuffled. Zayana could have far easier dragged her disgracefully in her weak, delirious state. They didn't go far, and Faythe was lowered to where she managed to stay upright on her knees, but her head bowed low. It was then she caught the black markings under her, a shimmering, dark iridescence against the moonlight as she bowed over Dakotas' symbol. Against the desire to fall forward, Faythe used every ounce of her shredded strength to tip her head back. It was not the true moon she stared at, just as it was not the true sun that shone in the temple of light. But it mimicked in reverse what would be unfolding outside, the solar eclipse. A dark sphere slowly edged closer to the glorious luminance of the moon, eager to swallow its beauty whole. It was magnificent. Faythe felt the coolness of the metal that rested along her neck, but she didn't flinch or fear at the threat of Zayana's blade. She even felt relief that her pain was about to end. She kept her eyes on the moon, a sight that always reminded her of Raylan. His silver hair and the night sky of his sapphire irises. Faythe thought of Jackon and Marlowe, how happy and full their lives would be for having each other. She thought of Nick and Toria, knowing they would triumph in their roles as monarchs. She thought of her father and the short but precious memories she treasured. She thought of her mother in her early years of innocent bliss and freedom. But she always came back to him, to Raylan, as the single thing she wanted to be in this life was his. Something he would always have when he thought he deserved nothing. I'm sorry it has to be this way. Zayana's voice was quiet, a faint sadness woven into the words that made Faythe flick her gaze up to catch the amethyst cores looking down on her from behind. Her expression was not reflective of the sadness, but held a crease of disturbance. Underneath the coldness and ruthlessness, Faythe believed the dark fae wasn't entirely devoid of remorse or regret. Faythe's lips cracked open, her gaze switching to the eclipse as it began. I forgive you. I didn't ask for your forgiveness. I know. Faythe was on fire. Her blood was boiling, her skin slicked with sweat. Her eyes fell closed, and she was so close to begging for it to end. For Zayana to use the blade poised to take her life. Her mind entered a state of calm. When bracing for a final breath, panic set her free. Blissful, painless oblivion opened welcoming arms. She was ready. Faythe felt the pressure of the blade, but not the pain as its sharp edge broke the surface of her skin. Darkness rolled over her, canceling fractions of the moon's caress above. Zayana! The dark fae's name was a call to stop, wrapped in the promise of death. A shiver shot up Faythe's spine at the voice, snapping her wide awake. The malice and lethal threat that coated the words set every hair on end. She had never heard such a tone from him. With all her dregs of strength, she forced her limp head to straighten, and when met with those eyes she expected to find, Faythe was struck with a cold-set horror. She should have felt relief, joy even. But staring at Raylan, all that drowned her was dread and heartache. Faythe blinked, long and hard. She wondered if he was real, or if this were another illusion. a trick and torment in her final moments. Then she felt the gentle, cool breeze within, his attempt to help her, grapple her, while she rapidly fell. But it was a short breath of air against a raging inferno. He's real. He's here. Raylan held a fury so raw. In his firm, rigid stance, he aimed an arrow at Sayana. His breaths were calculated but hard. His eyes held no mercy as they pinned the dark Fae with a mark of death. You shouldn't be here. Faythe couldn't be sure if the words left her parted lips aloud, but Raylan heard. His eyes flashed to her for a second, but it was enough for her to glimpse his distress under the lethal mask he wore. It was why she wished with everything she was that he wasn't here, if only to spare him from watching her die. He didn't deserve to carry that burden in his days without her. Raylan's eyes were back on Sayana, and there was nothing merciful in his voice as he addressed her.
If you harm her.
He took a few calming breaths, his wrath a tangible force in the room.
There is no place you will be able to hide, no distance you can run. I will find you, and when I do, death is not what you will fear from me, though it is what you will beg for.
A shiver crawled over every inch of her skin. Faythe thought she felt the faint slackening of the knife at her throat. Raylan's promise was chilling. It shattered her heart, because she knew he would. If she died here by the dark Fae's hand, he wouldn't rest until that promise was fulfilled. Maybe not even then. Faythe couldn't find the words to plead with Sayana, or beg Raylan to leave and spare himself from witnessing her death. By Sayana's blade or under the fiery grip of magic, she didn't have long. The dagger pressed tightly to her throat once more, emitting a sharp sting. Believe it or not, I have heard such words before. Sayana answered, though it was not through taunting or malice. Her voice was so detached it was monotonous. Yet I still live to mock the speakers. I'm sorry.
Don't.
Raylan begged.
Don't say that like goodbye.
I'm not saying goodbye. Gods, she was hurting, her heart close to erupting. Because in this life or the next, I will always find you.
Please.
Raylan spoke aloud, not to Faythe, as his tense grip on the bow slackened, fury dissolving into pure desperation.
Take my life instead.
It has to be her, Sayana said, a faint tone of remorse slipping through. She is the only one with enough spiritual blood for the ascension. Then her voice angled down to Faythe. You were marked the day you were born, hunted before you ever took your first breath. Marvellus knew of your conception, knew you were the only one who would be able to repeat history. A true heir is what it took to raise Mordecai, and it is what it will take to raise Dakotas. Why did you come, Faythe? You could have stayed away, stayed silent and hidden. Yet you walked right into the trap for slaughter that has been set since the dawn of your days. I was guided here. Borealis. It was all a trick. Faythe thought she was shaking her head with utter disbelief, but she couldn't be sure since she was barely present. Just do what you have to do, Sayana. She had lost.
No!
Raylan, Faythe whimpered. Please. She begged him with her eyes, with everything she was through that unexplainable bond that strained and cried painfully between them, sending her toward breaking point. She begged him to leave, to look away, to accept that this was her fate, and it was not his fault. They deserved the life they had glimpsed together, yet she couldn't be sad or angry, nor resentful or vengeful. All she felt was gratitude. Faythe was grateful even for the short time she'd had in this world. She was grateful for the love she was wrapped with even when she didn't deserve it. For Jacon and Marlowe, for Nick and Toria, for everyone who had accepted her and followed her. But most of all, she was grateful for him. The love she felt from him, for him, was worth every moment of borrowed time. Overhead, the glow that once encompassed her was eclipsed completely. Her time was up. She had failed. Faythe kept her eyes on the sapphire pools that took her away. Raylan, the steel warrior, survivor, her strength, fell to his knees, mirroring her position in front of her. His lips moved, but she couldn't hear his words. She could no longer hear him within either. Oh gods, she couldn't feel him anymore. Faythe held his desperate eyes without a blink, not registering the other movements around him that blurred to nothing but faint color. She saw nothing but the night sky, embracing the absolution it delivered. A searing pain erupted in her chest, but it was second to the agony of witnessing Raylan's final, haunted look of devastation. Faythe chanted her apologies to him, over and over, right until the last breath exhaled from her body, and darkness opened its arms to catch her as she fell. She held those sapphires with a promise. Faythe would always, in every realm and every time, find her way home to them. Chapter 60. Sayana. Sayana was a creature of death and darkness. She was taught not to have mercy, led to believe there was nothing to be gained from the weak emotions human and Fae allowed themselves to be consumed by. Watching the Fae warrior fall to his knees, bowing to a force that surrendered him to her absolute mercy, was the most foolish thing she had ever witnessed. Foolish. Yet Sayana dared to believe her still chest wrenched for him. Love. It was an absurd concept. To attach one's feelings to another opened them up to endless forms of torture and manipulation. From each other, from outsiders. Love was damning, but it was also absolution. She saw it right in front of her eyes. Faythe held on to her love for the warrior to find peace in her final moments. Raylan held on to his love for her as though it shattered his soul. Sayana felt something she never thought she could. Heartache. She might have even believed there was a movement in her chest, if that were possible, with how strongly she felt the current of their connection. A distant memory slipped cruelly past the steel barrier of her mind. A time she might have looked just as hopeless and pleading as the fierce warrior on his knees. Then Sayana did something she never thought she would. She let go. Removing her blade, she took a step back. It wouldn't save Faythe, who was seconds away from meeting her end by another deadly force for the magic she had consumed beyond her limits. Sayana was a damn fool. She was sacrificing everything. For nothing. She owed them nothing. But in seeing the faint relief on Raylan's face, she didn't feel regret. She would be killed for her failure, perhaps even by the High Lord's hand. But he would have to find her first. Sayana could flee. A sudden rush of actions she might need to take once leaving this cave made her forget all else. There was an ache in her gut, only in imagining leaving Tynan and the others behind. This was her failure, her weakness, and she would bear the consequences of it alone. The eclipse was almost over. Her window of opportunity, of freedom, closing so fast it was too late to go back on her decision now.
If you're not going to kill her, I suppose I am.
Zayana's head snapped to the entrance of the temple, but she barely caught a glimpse of Maverick before he moved so fast, passing Raylan, who didn't even have the time to release a breath with his wide-eyed look. Maverick was behind Faythe, blade drawn, and there was no pause of hesitation, no thought or mercy, before he plunged it through the human's chest. Time was suspended while Zayana tried to process the maneuver. She blinked once, twice. Maverick removed the blade. Faythe didn't utter a single sound of pain before her body fell. Zayana didn't hear the thump of her lifeless form hitting the ground as she stared at her in shock. Crimson blood pulled out from beneath her, the tangy sweet scent filling the room. Zayana didn't give a reaction to it as she tuned her hearing back into the thick, ringing silence. The only heartbeat that raced and stilled to such an uneven rhythm was Raylan's. Faythe was... The cry of soul-splitting agony from the silver-haired warrior was enough to stiffen her spine, but weaken her knees. He fell forward, palms splayed as though death tore through him too. The air felt icy cold, and a faint sting creeped behind her eyes, while every hair on her body stood on edge, watching him. Maverick yielded no reaction to it. He swiped up Faythe's sword. A beam of light shot out through the stone in the pommel. Tearing a strip of fabric, he quickly wrapped the blade before his hand curled around the length of Niltain's steel. Then he stepped out of the circle markings, holding the Rescilius extended within, and when the laser of light connected to the stone target above the entrance, a white flare erupted around them. Zayana flinched, shielding her eyes against the piercing light. Waves of ethereal power shot out from the center where the light encompassed them. It was pain, and it was strength. Ripples of magic and wonder entwined with darkness and chaos. Zayana wanted to bow to such a force, an entity with no true form. Seconds felt like minutes. Zayana squinted to glimpse her surroundings. All was ethereally bright, until a form started to emerge from the void of light, stepping right through the veil between what lay beyond and their ordinary mundane world. A figure of darkness and power, of death triumphant, emerged. The goddess of the moon, the spirit of death herself. Dakotas ascended to stand before her. Zayana fell to one knee, compelled to offer respect to such a high and mighty being. Maverick beside her did the same, both their heads bowed low. It had been so long since Zayana felt unworthy of being before someone. The compass of light didn't fall once Dakotas had stepped through. Faythe's body remained within it, and for a short second, Zayana acknowledged the twist in her gut. Remorse. Would her friends even have her body to say their goodbyes? Even though Faythe was Zayana's enemy, she would have granted them that wish. Zayana Silverfair. A chill swept her body in the most delightful way. Zayana cast her eyes up, locking them on the most devastatingly magnificent being she had ever had the privilege of seeing before. Stand, my child. Her voice was symphonic, a caress of a shadow like those that faintly hovered around her, moved with her. Zayana did as Dakotas commanded, coming face to face with the great spirit of myth and legend, the goddess of her people. Dakotas walked to her. No, floated seemed more appropriate for the way she moved. The black waves of her gown made it look as if it were made of shadows. A darkness that could wink out the sun. "You have done well." Dakotas cast her eyes down to where Maverick still knelt. "Both of you. I knew you would not fail me." Sayana swallowed hard. She had failed in the one task she had been entrusted to carry out. If Maverick had not shown. Dakota stepped over to Maverick. A long, slender hand reached down to his face, curled under his jaw, and guided him to stand. Sayana couldn't be sure why the touch bothered her. Maverick deserved the spirit's praise. She did not. "Even more alluring in person," she said, a loose thought spoken aloud as her eyes drank in every inch of his face and trailed down his tall body. It was infuriating, conflicting, that Sayana's fists clenched of their own accord as Dakotas' desirous gaze lingered on him. Movement behind them caught all their attention, followed by the quick whistle of cut air. The arrow that had fired didn't make its mark, although none of the dark fae moved. It was suspended in the air, caught by a vine of shadow a mere foot away from Dakotas. Raylan already had another arrow knocked into place, a breath away from attempting the shot again. Then shadows lashed out to encase his wrists. An arm of smoke circled his throat, and he choked as Dakotas took hold of him. His eyes didn't snap to the spirit, or to Sayana, though it should have been her. Those blazing sapphire eyes that were beyond humanity pinned on Maverick, the one who had taken Faythe's life. Her companion didn't react to it, not giving a flicker of remorse or regret while he accepted the mark the fae made on him. The promise of a chilling end that would never cease until it was fulfilled. Maverick accepted it, and then turned to Dakotas. "His companions might be making their way here already." His tone was so detached, not a single emotion. Maverick didn't look to Sayana at all. Dakotas took a long, elegant breath of deliberation before she said, "You are right, and we have much to do." Turning back to him, the curl of her mouth was that of a masterful seductress. Maverick answered back to it, and the small drop in her gut at witnessing the subtle flirtation was surprising even to herself. "Bring my ruin." Maverick moved to do as she commanded. Sayana couldn't stand the thought of holding the wicked thing, but even with the ascension completed, it was still a deadly weapon. One Sayana had been forced to spend her life learning how to wield, master, coming close to having her life claimed by it many times. Dakotas' shadows released the Fey warrior all at once. He didn't try a second attack. He didn't look to the dark Fey at all. His eyes were fixed on the compass of light that held Faythe's body within it. His face so detached it was like watching the living dead. He was a ghost as he deliberated, following straight through that veil, uncaring if he met with the same final fate. For a pitiful second, Sayana wondered what it would be like to mean so much to one person, in life and in death. The two darkest forces in the room glided to the exit, as though their dose of mild entertainment was over and boredom had overcome them. Sayana hesitated, unable to tear her eyes from the Fae who made slow, vacant steps toward that veil. Sayana had witnessed death on more accounts than she could track. She had caused death to so many. Yet this was different. It was a strange feeling, watching someone else's world shatter right in front of her. She couldn't place the emotions that chilled her whole and hollowed her stomach. It was an odd sight to see such a powerful and fierce fae reduced to absolutely nothing.
Sayana.
Her name traveled like a dark caress as Maverick spoke it. As she snapped her gaze to him, she wondered if the spirit of death detected the slight note of plea wavering in his eyes. He coaxed her to follow as they paused in the doorway to the temple. Sayana straightened her spine and hardened her eyes. She took 3 calming breaths to tunnel into a place so dark and lonely. A place that knew no feeling or emotion. Sayana became everything she was expected to be as she took her first steps to them. Maverick and Dakotas took their leave. She couldn't be sure what compelled her to halt in the entrance with her back to the fae. She stood still, canceling out every sense but one, tuned so precisely one final time. There was something broken in every beat of the warrior's heart. She tuned that out too, kept tunneling and waiting, until it was impossible. Time slowed to a crawl. The light behind them fell all at once, and her hearing snapped back, inviting the surroundings in once more. The warrior shuffled over to where Faythe's limp body should be. Slowly, Sayana turned her head. She glanced at the unmoving form of the human, stared and listened to be sure. Raylan cradled her ghostly form on his knees, and it was a morbid sight she knew would haunt her for eternity. Then his eyes flicked up to her, in the wide look they shared. Sayana turned from him, intending to abandon him in his desolate state. Yet just as she took her first step, her voice dropped to a hush so quiet only he would hear. Don't let go. Chapter 61. Faythe. No pain, no sound, no feeling, no burden. Death was kind to grant such numbness when passing through worlds. Faythe was weightless. She was free. Her eyes revealed nothing in the void she lay suspended in, waiting. She didn't know what for, or what would come next when she wanted to remain in the realm of silence and peace a little longer. Yet somehow, she knew. This place was not the afterlife. Not yet. When Faythe tried to figure out why she couldn't let go to get there, she felt it. A tether that latched onto her soul, straining so thin it was a miracle it didn't snap. It stopped her from projecting completely to the next realm. But Faythe wasn't sure she wanted to be saved. In the distance, a faint silhouette started to emerge, and Faythe felt her first real emotion in the space of light. Wariness. She straightened and waited. If the spirit of death had abandoned her duty to plague the world Faythe left behind, she was curious as to who else would come to guide her through the realms. It shouldn't have come as a surprise, yet Faythe was struck by the sight of who emerged. Aurealis wore no expression as she came into full clarity, as if born of the light that surrounded them. Suddenly, every memory and feeling came crashing down on her. Faythe didn't know what to think or feel. She was dead. Above everything, she felt guilt. Oh, gods. Raylan had watched her die. It was an unfathomable pain, because she knew if it were him here and her back there. Faythe's knees almost gave out. Her eyes were wide as she stared and stared at the spirit of life, unsure if she was staring into the eyes of her ultimate betrayer, but having no room for anger. I failed. The whisper of utter disbelief was a tightening pain in her chest. But it was a small consolation. She could still feel. What it meant she couldn't be sure. Yet Aurealis shook her head. No, Faythe. You are exactly where you should be. It was so twisted, Faythe found her statement amusing. It's over. It has only just begun. I'm dead. You are transitioning. Faythe blinked and recoiled. What? The spirit was so calm, so collected, a stark contrast to every fluctuating emotion that frenzied in Faythe's mind. Come, Faythe. Aurealis motioned her to follow as she turned and walked away, toward nothing as the space seemed vast and endless. She had no energy to protest. Nothing to lose and nothing to gain. Faythe's feet pressed after the spirit, figuring if she was taking her past the veil to the afterlife, it would be better than this eerie space of light. You are so much more than what you have lived your life believing you are, Aurealis began, but she didn't look to her as they walked side by side. Faythe watched the spirit's unflinching expression, but then the first flicker of color and movement caught her eye. A small gasp left her at what unfolded around them. Moving images, so many of them, and Faythe featured in every one. Memories. Yet they were not in her perspective as she watched herself. From days when she couldn't remember being so young, right up until now. Faythe saw memories of her with her mother in her early years, of her and Reuben growing up together, of many years by Jackon's side, of her antics with Nick, friendships with Marlowe and Toria, of her training days and dark days. Faythe saw the few memories with her father and every newfound friend in Ryanel. Kylir, Azaya, even Livia. The battle with the dark fae, Sayana. Then she saw him. Faythe's brow pinched at the sight of Raylan. Every person to cross your path and forge and bond with you has had a role in shaping who you are. Knowledge, courage, wisdom, strength, resilience, darkness, and light. You are made of them all. And it is with each and every one of them that we will stand a chance in this war. The war against my sisters. Faythe couldn't take her eyes off the memories, feeling her chest tighten, thinking of each and every one she had left behind. I don't understand, she barely whispered. We lost. I died. At the thought, one scene was brought to the forefront out of all the others. Faythe's hand covered her mouth as she bit back her cry. At the broken sight of Raylan. At herself, lifeless. Seeing the utter devastation she had left in her wake. Suddenly, all her sorrow was engulfed by a flash of white rage. She targeted the spirit of life with that furious gaze. You knew the ruin wasn't there. Aurealis said nothing, but the faint rise of her chin was confirmation. Faythe had no power or weapons in here, but her rage had never been so palpable that she feared what she could do without either. You lured me right here like a sheep to slaughter, she seethed. Right to exactly where Marvellus wanted me all along. Faythe didn't care about herself, only for the pain she had left behind. Aurealis's silence made her cry out. Why? Something like remorse flickered in the spirit's eyes as she continued to assess Faythe. Dakotas broke laws of our kind when she transitioned, she began to explain. They needed your blood to be sacrificed. But in consequence, do you remember what I told you? With every evil born, a way to destroy it is conceived in turn. Aurealis nodded. Marvellus may believe she has stopped her own prophecy, but in sacrificing you, my sisters have only created what will have the strength to bring about the demise of them both. We stand a chance at turning the tide of this war. Faythe stayed silent. She had nothing to say, not as she tried to sort through her dizzying disbelief. They began a slow walk through the passage of Faythe's life again. Dakotas and Marvellus are powerful, but in transitioning they are limited. Bound in Fey form, they forfeit great heights of power, but they are still no match for any other in your realm, and together they will be unstoppable. Aurealis's cool blue eyes felt like daggers of ice that chilled her to her core. Until you. Faythe swallowed hard, riddled with a daunting sense of unease. What am I supposed to do from here? Aurealis shook her head. You must return, Faythe, but not as you once were. I don't understand. The spirit smiled, with warmth and sadness. We don't have much longer. It was I who caught your soul before it could cast on to the next realm. But it is not without your mate's tether that you are both here and there. Though be aware, even the strongest of bindings can be broken. Faythe took a breath that felt suspended in time. A weight dropped in her stomach. A dawning, an awakening, a brilliant flare of realization and enlightenment. Her eyes were wide, still, fixed on Aurealis as though she might repeat it. What did you say? A single word. She needed to hear it again to be sure she didn't imagine it. Aurealis straightened, knowing exactly what she had caught. The great general of Ryanel, the one they call the White Lion of the South, and the one who will be remembered in history within stories of battles and reign for millennia, is your soul-bonded mate, Faythe Ashfire. The word was a pulse of energy, striking. Faythe turned from Aurealis, and her eyes met with clarity, awareness, when they fell on a memory, staring straight into the pull of Raylan's eyes. Mate. Her vision unfocused with an overwhelming dose of disbelief. It shouldn't be possible. Yet now, it was undeniable. Power answers power. You are a child of the spirits, Faythe. The general may believe he has met others like himself before, with the gift he harbors, but he is misled. He is not simply a mind-seer, as such an ability is only used to diminish another's power. No other can take. Raylan Arrowwood has strong bloodline blessings from all three spirits. He is a powerful rarity none of us could have predicted. The pieces were there, but in her bewilderment and sense of dread, Faythe's mind was too scattered to form the full conclusion. You are two parts of the same sword. A blade without a hilt cannot be wielded. A hilt without a blade is forgotten potential. With the weapon you could become, together, you could change the world. Faythe blinked hard, wondering if, perhaps she might have realized sooner. The pull to him, the unexplainable bond that ran between them, which her mind had been content to accept so many other outlandish possibilities for, because the truth had been clouded by the crushing heartache of their mortal differences she refused to dwell on. To be mates. It was a notion so impossible, her mind never once allowed the thought an ounce of merit. Then the world came tumbling down on her when the concept settled. It changed nothing. Nothing except adding a suffocating weight of sorrow on the shoulders of the selfless warrior who deserved so much better. He had already lost what he didn't know he had gained, and she had lost him. Faythe's thoughts doubled back to another key point in Aurealis's words. What do you mean by return? The only way to send you back in the form you need is by the spell of transition. Yet it demands a life for a life, and my plan all along has been to give up my own. Something in her chest pained at the thought. Despite all Aurealis had put her through, she wouldn't accept the price she offered. Faythe was about to shake her head, but Aurealis continued. It is not wholly a sacrifice, as instead, you and I will become one, Faythe Ashfire. She blanched completely. I won't become your vessel. You misunderstand. How you see me now is only a form for your mind to be able to conceive what I truly am. A source of energy, power. I have no true form, no face or body. In transitioning, my sisters have manifested their visual mundane forms, and in creating such forms of bone and flesh, they forfeited great power. In those bodies, they cannot hold nor wield any of the spiritual ruins, as it is what they are made of. What will give us the advantage is that I will not sacrifice by fusing with you instead. I will live within you as a power to call upon, dormant unless brought forth by your command. It will take learning control and discipline. You need a teacher who can tame the storm, as without, you could destroy the world in your wake with what I will grant you. And it is in mastering that control that you will be able to wield the tripartite ruin, to open the spirit portal and send my sisters back. You will become something the world has never seen before. But with great power comes great responsibility, my child. You must never lose sight of your golden heart, as power can inspire the allurement to darkness, even in the purest of souls. Faythe mulled over her words, over and over and over. She shook her head, unable to comprehend the inconceivable twist her fate had taken. Her eyes cast up, landing once again on the image that threatened to shatter every last piece of her composure. Raylan, so broken, on his knees, cradling her still body with quiet pleas that whispered through to her ear. Come back to me. Wetness trailed her cheeks, and she knew she would do anything, give anything, for the chance to raise the warrior from his knees, to feel him again. This couldn't be the end. They hadn't had the time they deserved. Even if it were filled with horror and uncertainty, she wanted to walk that dark path with him. Without taking her eyes off Raylan, Faythe asked quietly, What do I have to do? You fight, Faythe Ashfire. She found the will to tear her gaze from Raylan, and when she turned to Aurealis, Faythe's panic surged. You live and you fight for the world of the dreamer. The spirit's form glowed so bright, Faythe flinched, shielding her eyes. Wait! But it was too late. A flare of light erupted, forcing her lids to clamp shut against the sting of luminance. When it dimmed, Faythe snapped them open again. Before her, right where Aurealis stood a moment ago, A brilliant sphere of light glowed, moved, as though the sun blazed triumphantly before her. Amber flowed over its surface like a river of molten ore. It was alive. It was... Will I be able to speak with you? Faythe was awestruck by Aurealis's brilliant true form. Pure, undiluted energy and radiance. She wanted to fall before such a force. Not in your realm. Aurealis spoke in the same soothing melody, but as an omnipresent echo. While you still live, so will I within you. I will not have influence over your conscious thoughts, and when you call upon my essence to aid you, it will be you in control. But let it consume you, and we will both meet our permanent end. Faythe's body rattled with a daunting chill, a sense of responsibility and power she didn't believe she was capable of bearing. But she would try, for him, and for everyone else she'd left behind. Against all that wanted to submit to defeat, Faythe took 3 calming breaths. One of belief in herself. One of determination to succeed. One of strength to return. On the final exhale, Faythe straightened her spine with a flare of defiance. I'm ready. Yes, you are, golden-eyed child. Aurealis floated to her, that brilliant sun closing in to devour her whole. A fear so all-consuming stilled every muscle in her body as she watched that unparalleled energy travel to her. Will it hurt? Faythe braced, watching the ripples of fire across the orb's surface, a mesmerizing dance of danger and wonder. As it got closer, to her surprise, the sun began to condense, shrinking until it was close enough to touch, and she reached out a palm. Faythe was wholly entranced to have the essence of a great spirit hovering above her touch. Power that was so enticing, so darkly alluring, it enraptured her completely. After this, fear labored her breaths. What comes next? The light drifted to her, energy already pulsing and tangible around her, filling her lungs, torching her blood. The echo whispered, "We enter the beginning of the end." Faythe didn't have a second to prepare, not a single forewarning before that ball of light surged straight through her. When it met her chest and sank through, Faythe ignited from the inside out. An immobilizing pain gripped her whole, but it didn't bring her to her knees. Faythe felt as if she were floating in an endless oblivion, as fire tore and devoured every internal piece of her, claiming, destroying, and re-emerging. Faythe thought of him, only him. She chanted her promise over and over as she reached for the tether within, as she reached back to the only thing that kept her from casting into the final oblivion. Faythe Ashfire recited her promise as if they were the last words she would ever speak again. I see you, Raylan. I see you, and I hear you. And I'm coming home. Epilogue. Reuben. So many were injured. Yet Reuben couldn't deny it brought him satisfaction to see pain and suffering in those he had been forced to live among, while they treated him as no better than a simpleton. They were the fools. It brought him no greater pride and joy to be a key part of the plan to bring them all to their knees. They would bow before her. He would make sure of it. The war between enemies returned the moment Faythe soared far and fast on the back of the Firebird. An awe-striking moment, he had to admit. Despite his displeasure, she hadn't fallen to her end instead. Once, he might have held admiration for her. Love, perhaps. Yet it was all an illusion behind her insufferable arrogance and naivety. Even she looked at him as though he were a boy who needed shielding, a coward who needed protecting. He would show her. He would show them all. After a short conflict, Zayana managed to slip away, chasing after the duo of smoke and fire. To his pleasure, though it grated his anger that the general was also able to take the ability of the weakened shapeshifter and follow close behind. The healer distributed her attention between the wounded. Azaya, Livia, Kylier, and Tynan. Reuben let a small smile form on his lips to see them incapacitated. While everyone's attention was occupied, he lingered in the shadows watching the carnage unfold. The wicked weakness that came with being human was damning. He wanted to be like them, like her, dark and immortal, the true savior species of the realm. A hard hand fell on his shoulder, and Reuben winced at the impact.
"What a busy little rodent you've been."
The mocking tone flared his irritation, but he respected the dark fae maverick. He, like all of them, answered to her, whether he was aware of it or not. Lancing over him, Maverick clutched his wounded abdomen that poured black blood. The Niltane steel had stifled his fast healing. The dark fae followed his gaze down to his stomach, and met Reuben's eyes with a knowing smirk.
"Our healer is a little preoccupied, and I don't have time to spare."
His onyx eyes fell to Reuben's throat, a frightening hunger filling them. Reuben's spine locked with fear, but he didn't get a second to brace before the dark fae lunged. The sudden movement swallowed his cry of pain when sharp teeth punctured his flesh. He was stunned into place. The pain didn't last long. Minutes could have passed for all he could tell when a subdued feeling of numbness embraced him while Maverick drank. Reuben wouldn't have objected, even if the dark fae had bothered to ask. He knew it would be his intention to go after Zayana, and Faythe would meet her just end in the necessary way. Maverick pulled away from him abruptly, panting hard. With great resistance, he distanced himself. Reuben lifted a hand and pressed it to the throbbing puncture wounds. The dark fae looked to be battling within himself, as if refraining from attacking again to bleed him dry. With his back to him, Maverick finally straightened, seeming to have triumphed in his grapple with whatever shreds of humanity lay within.
"Why'd you do it?"
he asked, and Reuben gauged the question as Maverick's attempt to distract himself from the bloodlust he battled. Hunger began to ease into curiosity as Maverick's depthless gaze fixed on him.
"What did Faythe do to you to earn such betrayal?"
It wasn't that the dark fae cared, but the question blanked Reuben's mind. What did Faythe do? Did hatred require motive? Were his feelings toward Faythe not justified without reasonable cause? He racked his brain. Faythe was arrogant, selfish, foolish, but that wasn't what Maverick asked. What did Faythe do?
"You're a peculiar human,"
Maverick drawled. One eyebrow curved as Reuben stayed silent in his moment of inner turmoil. She despised Faythe, as the humans sought to stop everything she had built. That was enough because her enemies were his.
"You'd better get back. Wouldn't want to arouse suspicion."
Maverick's smirk was darkly amused. Then he splayed his impressive wings and shot to the sky in a powerful motion Reuben tracked until he was engulfed by the smoke and ash that choked the air. Reuben made his way back, plastering fake horror and fear on his face and drilling an urgency into his run. He spotted them across the mountain fringe, clogged with thick clouds, coughing as it caught in his throat and stung his eyes. Nerida was tending to Azaya, who at first glance appeared the most injured, with charred clothing and burned skin. Everyone else crouched around, ready to aid in whatever way she needed. He watched in awe as Nerida's hands motioned around her, collecting rainwater before it could fall. Tentatively, she lowered it toward the worst of Isaiah's wounds.
"This is going to sting, but it will help cool the skin before I can make and apply a salve."
She didn't wait for his response before the water lay over his skin by her command, and the warrior cried out, held down by his brother and the dark fae Tynan. He shouldn't be helping them. None of them should. But when he glanced at Amaya, he saw she was also aiding Livia by adding pressure to her scorched abdomen. The water stayed in place as Nerida shot to her feet, crossing the distance to drop right back down by the auburn-haired fae who was faltering.
"I think the scalies have some kind of poison in their flesh. This shouldn't be bleeding."
The healer's eye snapped up to lock on his.
"There's a plant in that pack called tazanite. Red dried petals and long black stems. Find it. Now."
Her leadership and unfaltering courage in the situation was admirable. To seem as if he gave a damn whether the fae lived or died, Reuben dropped down, scrambling to find what she asked for. "It's not here," he called back. Nerida swore.
"The woods back there. I was sure I saw hemidite. It's not as strong, but it will help. Dark green stems with purple spotted buds. They're small and tend to grow under ordinary greenbush plants, so look carefully."
Reuben nodded. "We passed through those woods. I think I might have seen some." He didn't hesitate and took off running. As soon as he was out of sight, his face dropped all emotion. Foolish fae. His feet sloshed through the drenched woodland, body shuddering as puddles gathered in his boots. His teeth bashed together, and he clamped his arms around himself in an attempt to stifle his violent shaking. From the cold, or perhaps the skittish fear there could be more of those ghastly creatures lurking at any given turn. He hated to admit his own feebleness, but despite his ruthless training in Lake Ilaria, he didn't believe his newfound combat skills would be of any match against them. His eyes darted over the forest. Every dark flicker triggered a hard skip of his erratic heart as he weaved through the trees. But his attention never once dropped to scan the foliage for what the healer had described. Reuben felt her before he saw her. The presence that caressed his mind soothed months' worth of pent-up irritation and anger at being separated from her to be among the enemy. A hand snaked over his back, and as he turned, every second of misery was worth it to meet the blazing pride in those sparkling gold eyes. Gods, she was magnificent. Her red lips curled in delight, and it was all he could do to angle his head down to meet them. What they shared was raw and passionate, just like everything else that radiated from the red-haired beauty. "I've missed you," he breathed, holding her face.
"We won't be apart for much longer, Rue. I promise."
She took his hands.
"They suspect nothing."
"Not at all. Faythe has welcomed and protected me as though I am a boy," he sneered. Her chuckle was warmth against the cold that weighted his body from the rain that had finally relented. But she remained dry, flawless. Sometimes he wondered if she were real at all to be able to maintain such perfection.
"Don't worry. Everything is going exactly to plan."
Her hand lovingly caressed his face, and he leaned into that touch of triumph and conquer. She was brilliant.
"Did you find what we've been looking for?"
Reuben's brow furrowed, hating more than anything that he had to disappoint her. "Not yet. Faythe is already suspicious of my knowing about her trip to the Isles,
and my insistence to come. But she's too driven by her bleeding heart to see her own doom lingering at her back. Her chuckle was smooth and sensuous, the sound so entrancing he couldn't stop the need to kiss her again. The soft noises that came from her caressed and awoke every nerve in his body. His hands roamed her waist, her breasts. He didn't think he could ever get enough of the magnificent creature before him. "Rue," she panted, pulling away from him. "I'm afraid we don't have much time." His grip on her only tightened, and the lust swirling in her blazing gold eyes had him stifling a groan. "Let me come back with you," he pleaded. "The work is not yet done. We will be together again soon, and you will help me change this world for the better, my little pet." "Whatever you need from me." He was hers. He would do anything for her. "You know what I need from you." Reuben nodded. "The Light Temple ruin." A slow curl disturbed her rouge-painted lips. "You promised to retrieve it for me." "Because you cannot hold them yourself." She nodded. "Then who will shatter them if Faythe is gone?" For the first time, there was a hesitation in her eyes, a flicker of doubt that twisted his gut. He almost fell to his knees in fealty. It was a weightless breath when she spoke, deeming the knowledge safe enough to be protected by him. He would always protect her. "There are only two in existence with enough power to shatter the ruins." "Two?" "Faythe is one of them. And for a long time, I believed her to be the only one." Her face faltered, and it crushed him to watch her in turmoil. "But there is one other unexpected candidate capable of shattering them. One who can take considerable power, perhaps even from me if I yielded to him for the task." Reuben's face smoothed with realization. Raylan Arrowwood. That bastard. He was equally as insufferable as Faythe. The way they moved together, spoke, touched. It was a perfect harmony, a balance he wanted to break, if only to watch them fall. "What's my name, Rue?" Her name. His mind scrambled for the answer that should have come so easily, but the question drew a blank. Slowly, his arms fell from her as he thought it over. He loved her. He adored her. He should know her name. Confusion struck his heart. No, fear. What is her name? Then something he should have questioned as he stared into those golden eyes rushed to the surface and froze his drenched body. "Why do you look like her?" He didn't expect an answer because his mind was already flashing with pieces of memory that made him stumble in fast steps away from her. She answered every one of them, all the way until his back met the trunk of a thick tree, and she pressed her body to him. "She is my kin." Her head tilted, and Reuben stiffened entirely when her palm raised to his face. "What is my name, Rue?" He clamped his eyes shut, because her name was a key, unlocking the gates he wanted to force shut for all who stormed behind them. He didn't want to remember. Not anymore. Who he was. What he'd done. Faythe wasn't the enemy. She was his friend, and he was her ultimate betrayer. Oh, gods. "Say it," she hissed beautifully. His lips parted, his body vibrating when he found it in the depths of his mind where the shadow talons sang and rejoiced to it. Their master. Marvellous.
Her gold eyes blazed at hearing it. The spirit of souls, goddess of the stars, had him at her complete mercy. But it wasn't just because of what he was to Faythe, the one she sought the most, fascinated and fixated by her. Faythe was everything she wanted and everything she despised. But Marvellus wasn't solely a beautiful monster. She had a history one could only sympathize with, no matter the cruelty that turned in her heart. She had once loved, once held joy. Once, she might have seemed as ordinary as the rest of them, despite the powerful entity she was. "Why me?" he whispered, terror weaving through her infiltration in his mind. She'd entranced him to follow her, worship her. What was worse was that his feelings became entangled as he remembered all they had shared before. He wondered, maybe if she wasn't the enemy, if her reign wasn't so filled with bloodshed and terror, would he have learned to love her truly? "You look just like him," she said distantly, looking at him but seeing someone else entirely, one from her past. And for a second, there it was, humanity, a glimpse of what she could have once been before everything was torn from her to blacken her heart. As if a switch had flicked, a darkness that winked out the sun in an instant turned her stare to icy steel. "But you are nothing like him." Marvellus pushed away from him, and Reuben stifled his breath of relief. "Why not put an end to it all? Why not just take her? Why use me?" "You came to me, Rue. I have a hard time believing there isn't a God going against the others and seeing my vision for this world. I wanted you to fall for me, of your own will. Believe it or not, I take no pleasure in doing what I need to do for you to see things my way. I'm not the villain, Reuben. I'm the savior." He wanted to believe her. There was a pang in his chest that reacted with the desire to soothe the vulnerability she didn't even realize she had surfaced. Marvellus would never admit to her one tragic desire, that all she longed for in this life was someone to stick by her, truly and wholly. But he couldn't. Not if saving meant killing, annihilation, betrayal, submission. He would never willingly stand by her, or bow to her. And it was as if she heard every wicked thought he had about her in that second. The sun in her eyes rippled like molten ore, but they pierced through him like spears of ice. Her hand lashed out to his throat, and he choked. "Have it your way, Rue, but I will have what I want." A dark, damningly familiar sensation crawled across his mind. Shadow talons hissed and clawed, but froze him in place. His body, his mind, stilled with the agony as they devoured his thoughts and memories once more. Everything that made him love and cherish and feel. But there was a part of him that welcomed the numbness they would offer, once she'd relented her torture for his defiance. In his next blink, Reuben opened his eyes to stare down at the beautiful creature. "I'll see you again soon," she whispered against his lips before pressing down firmly. He wanted to reach for her, but she stepped away abruptly. "Run along for now, little pet." His will to protest was strong, but the will to obey her stronger. This was what she needed him to do. Reuben didn't look back as he stormed his way to the group of unwitting Fae who would welcome him like fools. Reaching into his pocket, his fingers brushed something crisp and dry. He didn't stop walking as he pulled it out and eyed the plant. Red dried petals, long black stems. It was what the healer needed to save Livia. Reuben's palm enclosed it, grinding until the fragments caught in the wind behind him when he opened his hand. Fools. All of them. He would get her what she needed, no matter what it cost or who he had to eliminate to find it. Marvellus would have the Light Temple ruin. This concludes A Throne from the Ashes by Chloe C. Peñaranda, narrated by Elizabeth